Nothing is really so poor and melancholy as art that is interested in itself and not in its subject. George Santayana. Some people's money is merited, and other people's is inherited. Ogden Nash. Chapter 1. Death was his art. For too long he'd waited for recognition of his gift. Even, yes, the adulation his extraordinary talent deserved. He wanted his due, and had worked and suffered to share his vision, his genius with the world, only to see lesser talents rewarded while he faced rejection. Rejection. Criticism. And worse, tepid, patronizing, infuriating advice. He took some comfort knowing so many of the great masters had faced the same ignorance, the same blindness during their lifetimes, only to be lauded after death. At times, he fantasized about sacrificing himself on the altar of his art, as others had before him. Van Gogh, Mauer, Goetz, and more. He wrote long vituperative suicide notes, placing the blame for his death on the cruelty of art critics, gallery owners, art patrons, and collectors. He considered hanging, swallowing pills, a leap from the rooftop. He considered, most seriously, slicing his wrists, then using his own blood to paint his final self-portrait. It would serve them right, all of them. The drama of it spoke to him. And oh, the copious tears that would fall over the tragedy. He envisioned that last stunning portrait in a place of honor and wonder in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Millions would gaze at it and weep for the incalculable loss. But he didn't want to die. He didn't want fame and recognition after his death. He wanted it now. He wanted to bask in it, bathe in it, luxuriate in it. He would wait no longer. Not his death. No, not that. But art and death would merge in their ultimate beauty and mystery. And he would give others the gift of that beauty. Others who found themselves ignored, overlooked, devalued. He would, with his genius, immortalize them. So he planned, and he spent months on every detail of what would be his new period. And at last, with all in place, with all perfection, the time had come. Wandering his studio, admiring paintings he'd created, he took a pill for energy, for clarity. He often wondered how anyone could create without that lovely boost. Riding on it, he prepped his canvas. He'd acquired all the costumes for his models, and now painted the background for the first, created the negative space for her head, her shoulders, the trail of the scarf from her headpiece. By recreating a masterpiece, improving on it, he would prove himself a master without peer. And the model he chose would become, fortunate girl, immortal. She would live on well beyond a September night in 2061. Indeed, she would live forever. Pleased, he cleaned his brushes. He dressed carefully and without his usual flair. It wouldn't do to stand out. He chose black to blend with the night, and worked his fall of golden brown hair into a braid, then wound the braid into a tight circle at the base of his neck. He studied himself in the triple mirror on the bedroom level of his home, and imagined what she would see. While the glass reflected an ordinary face, a man of small stature and slim build. He saw a young, beautiful man with a poetically pale, perfectly symmetrical face. He saw deep blue eyes he'd trained, when younger still, to telegraph innocence. She, he thought, would see the beauty and the opportunity. He'd spotted her when he'd scouted the streets for the right one among the poor, the unfortunate, the ones who worked to eat, those who worked to simply survive another day. He often wondered why they didn't just kill themselves and be done with it. He'd never known that drudgery. But he had known despair, a despair pushed on him again and again by ignorance. He was an artist who used his innate talents to bring beauty to this dull, often dreary world. He'd been born into wealth and privilege, and that afforded him the means to focus all on his art and not have to fracture that focus on some mindless, miserable job. He understood the power of money. Tonight, he'd offer the one he'd chosen the kind of money she couldn't resist. He took the elevator down to the garage where he kept 2 vehicles. He thought the sleek black sports car would serve as another lure for her. He'd bring her to his studio in that. When he took her out, he'd need the all-terrain. Though the area she worked was several blocks away, he didn't want to draw too much attention, so he cruised by it. Sometimes the street-level licensed companions gathered in groups, other times they spread out. He spotted her, the short red skirt, the low-cut top with spangles that glittered in the streetlights. He drove another 2 blocks to an automated lot where he flicked on the jammer that would prevent the scanner from reading his car. He meandered his way down to her, made eye contact, then stopped as if unsure. He watched her slow smile and thought again, perfect. Hip swaying, she walked to him. "Looking for a date?" "Actually, I was just going to—" "You have wonderful eyes." "The rest of me's even better. Standard rates, and I'll prove it." Would you walk with me?" "I'm working, handsome." "I'll pay you." He reached in his pocket, took out a 50. Bait for the hook. "50 to take a walk?" "Yeah, for that." He gestured the way he'd come. "And more if you agree to pose for me." "What kind of poses are you into?" She took the 50, then fell into step with him. "I'm an artist." "Yeah? What kind?" "I paint. I'm working on a show for next spring. I don't actually know the standard rates for what you do, but if you'd pose for me tonight and tomorrow night, at least 2 sessions, I'll pay you double. You've got the face I want for this portrait." Her eyes narrowed. He wanted her eyes on canvas. "Double? It's important to me. It could be the centerpiece of my show. My car's in the lot right over there. My studio's not far." She wasn't ready to buy it, he thought, so he offered what he believed would tip her over the edge. "I can give you 1,000 a session. It's probably going to take 3, maybe 4, up to 4 hours each. After that, a model, especially if she's not a professional, can get stale." 4 hours? He could see her calculate. Yes, those who needed money often calculated. "And any sex work's extra. Standard rates." "That's fine. Half now." As they were nearly to the lot, he took out his wallet, made the payment. "This is great. I'm right over here. I was just going to walk around, do some people watching, maybe hit a coffee shop or club, and there you were. This is your car? Yes. He opened the door for her and felt the next step click into place when she slid in. Some ride, she said when he got in the driver's side. Thanks. He used the jammer again and drove out of the lot. Glancing at her, he tried for mildly embarrassed. It's family money. I'm trying to prove myself outside the businesses. Art is, well, it's everything for me. Uh-huh. I'm gonna need the rest of the money when we get to your studio. No problem. I just can't believe my luck. So, is this a naked deal? Oh, no. It's a portrait. Your face, some shoulder. It's a classic-style portrait. I have what you'll wear for it. It's all about your face, and especially your eyes. Which wore far too much makeup, but he'd take care of that. She gaped when he turned toward the building in the attached garage. You've got a studio in here? Yeah. He pulled into the garage and felt that click again. Actually, it's my place. The building. It used to be a warehouse. The whole fucking building? He hunched his shoulders as if embarrassed again. Family money. She got out, looked at the all-terrain. I should have asked for more of that family money. Well, if this works out, I'd love to use you again. And I could recommend you as a model. As she got in the elevator, she studied him. This is no bullshit. It's not. We'll go straight up to my studio. You know, sorry, I never asked your name. Lisa, no I, two E's. Lisa. I'm Jonathan. The elevator opened at his studio with its wide windows, its dome skylight, and the paintings. Wow! Guess you're not starving in a garret, whatever that is. All of these are yours? Yes. I don't know anything about art, but these are really nice. I figured you might be stringing me along and they'd probably suck, but they're really nice. Considering the source, he deemed that high praise. I have to ask you for something. She rolled the eyes that had doomed her. And here it comes. No, no. As he spoke, he peeled off the rest of the money. It's just, I need you to take off your makeup. Why? The vision I have. A young woman, her pure beauty. There's a bathroom right there. Makeup remover, whatever you need. And the wardrobe's in there, too. I'll arrange the headpiece when you're done with the rest. The scarves. He walked over, picked them up. To cover your hair. What's wrong with my hair? Nothing. If you like spiky, streaky brass and pink. But for this study, again, it's the face. The scarf will highlight your face. Whatever. It's your money. He just smiled. I already know it's well spent. Do you want a drink? Maybe a glass of wine? Since you're new to modeling, it could help relax you. Sure. Pour away, Johnny. He bristled at the Johnny as she walked into the bathroom, but he opened a bottle of Pouilly Fuissé as she called out from behind the door. You want me to wear all this? It sure won't show off my talents. Really pretty color, though. Classy. He sipped some wine. He rarely drank when working, but he had to admit to nerves. This marked the beginning of a new era for him, and one he absolutely believed would bring him the notoriety he deserved. When she stepped out, those nerves evaporated. I knew it. I knew you were perfect. Here, have some wine while I arrange the scarves. I want this deep, rich blue next to your face. A wide band of color with a sharp demarcation to the old gold of the rest, and the lighter blue in the ends, a touch against the gold of the jacket. You know what you want. This wine's really good. I never had anything like it. You can have another glass a little later. Yes, the blue low on the forehead, and over the top of the ears, the gold, almost like a turban with the ends trailing. Where'd you get the idea for all this? Who knows where ideas come from? I need you to take off your earrings and put these on. She frowned at what he offered. Those are like old lady deals. Trust me, they're just right. You're the boss. He took a long look at her, nodded. Wonderful. Amazing. He led her to a stool. I'm going to turn your body so your shoulders facing me. Then your head turned toward me, like three-quarter profile. Tip your chin a little. Yeah, that's it. Just hold that, okay? He stepped back, picked up a camera. Why do you need that? It'll help me work when you're not here. Now, without moving your head or your body, turn your eyes toward me. Just your eyes. Fabulous eyes. And part your lips. Not a smile, no. Don't smile. It's like you're taking a breath. Better. Good. A little less. He took 3 photos, then set the camera down. You can relax while I mix some paints. Then I need you to get into the pose and hold it. This sure isn't what I figured to be doing tonight. He didn't want to talk to her. She was only an image, but he needed her to stay, needed her relaxed. Do you like sex work? It's a living. I'm gonna work my way up to top level. Do you really think I could maybe make a living doing this? He smiled at her, and the hunger he heard in her voice. I bet you could. Let's get you back in pose. He helped her find it, then walked to the canvas. Eyes on me. Just your eyes. Her eyes weren't as compelling as the original, and her nose not as elegant, but this would be his. He worked an hour and a half, then let her break the pose, let her walk around the studio before he set her again. This is kind of interesting and boring at the same time. You've got some of the naked women paintings. I could do that. I look good naked. No doubt about it. He worked on the blue now, the light and the shadows, the subtle folds, and found himself pleased with the contrast to her skin. He worked another hour, a little more, and had to stop himself from snapping at her when she shifted. So he stepped back. It's tiring just to sit, isn't it? Yeah, I'm getting kind of stiff. I've got a really good start. More than. You've been terrific. We'll take a break. You can have another glass of wine. I could use it. Get up, walk around a little, loosen up. He poured the wine, added the powder he'd made to hers. You sure got a view here. It must be nice, being rich and all. Here you go. Have some wine. Then maybe we can do another half hour. After that, I'll take you wherever you need to go. You'll take me? Sure. You're really nice. Holding the wine in one hand, she skimmed the index finger of her other down his shirt. I could do this for you again tomorrow. And maybe a little extra. She pressed her body to his, ran her hand down, stroked him. Though he felt nothing, He brushed his lips to hers. The extra's tempting, but art first. It has to be for me. Maybe you want to see what I've done. Okay, sure. Sipping her wine, she walked around the easel. Then she smiled, let out a quick, surprised laugh. I look good. Mysterious. Kind of plain, but pretty, too. And mysterious. That's the idea. Why don't you finish your wine, and we'll try for that half an hour more? Sure. Can I see the rest of this place after? I bet it's really frosty. We can take the stairs down. He guided her back to the stool. Drink up. The hunger gnawing inside him slid into his eyes as he tipped the glass to her mouth. Then just a few minutes more. I feel sort of... He caught her when she slid off the stool. That's okay. Sleep now. Why don't you sleep now? I've got all I need to finish. He'd considered poisoning her, or giving her enough of the drug to kill her. But those were passive ways. And for it all to matter, really matter, it had to be active. Death had to come from him to bring the life. He put his hands around her throat. Squeezed, squeezed. Her eyelids fluttered, her body convulsed. He had known that would happen, and found it thrilling. He felt, oh God, he felt it! Her life slipping from her and into his hands. The power of life, hers, into him. He'd use that life and power and pour it into the painting. When it was done, he used thin wire, dabs of glue to adjust her head back into the pose. It took time, precision, but masterful art couldn't be rushed. Satisfied, he picked her up. He carried her to the elevator and down to the all-terrain. He knew just where she needed to go. When Lieutenant Eve Dallas woke before the sun, the first thought on her mind was, fucking paperwork. She lay a moment, the tubby cat curled against her back. She imagined Rourke, always up before the sun, dressed in one of his king-of-all-he-surveyed suits, sitting at his desk wheeling and dealing. And that's how the Dublin street rat became a gazillionaire. Not counting his years as a master in the art of thievery. As a cop married to that past master, she tried to overlook it. And she had to admit, lying here thinking about it, didn't address the fucking paperwork. She dumped all she could on Jenkinson, the price he paid for making Detective Sergeant. She'd pushed a little onto her partner, and that was the price Peabody paid, just because. But as lieutenant, the bulk of it fell to her. She'd promised herself she'd get up early, go in early, and get it the hell done. But did it really count if you broke a promise to yourself? She spent about 30 seconds debating that, then gave up and rolled out of bed. Lights on full. She cursed when the bedroom lights assaulted her eyes. In bed, Galahad muttered what sounded like a curse and rolled over. She hit the auto chef for coffee, black and strong, and gulped it down like medicine. Her brain cleared, and she decided to fill it with the positive. She was drinking real coffee, wasn't she? And Rourke's blend was as good as you could get. She had a loyal cat currently winding his pudgy body around her legs. She ordered him breakfast, and when she set it down for him, he pounced as if he hadn't eaten in weeks. After downing some more coffee, she headed to the shower. More positive, She had a big-ass shower with a dozen jets pummeling her awake from every direction with water as hot as she wanted. More hot in the drying tube with air swirling all around her. A robe waited. Since Rourke seemed to delight in buying her robes, she couldn't be sure if she'd worn this one before. She just wrapped on the silky and rich purple, then went out to explore her closet. The positive wobbled, nearly dropped with a thud when she faced the dense forest of the closet. She could swear the clothes had multiplied overnight, and didn't put that mystery out of Rourke's reach. Then positive occurred to her. If she actually spent some time choosing, matching, or whatever, it put off the paperwork a little longer. Procrastination, sure, but positive procrastination. Somehow. And she wouldn't take the easy way with black. Bracing herself, she turned a circle. She faced the line of gray pants that ranged from the palest pearl to the deepest charcoal. Since charcoal came close to her default of black, she grabbed a pair in that shade. Handily, they had some leather piping in navy and navy belt loops. So she turned to the line of navy jackets, let out an aha when she spotted one in leather. Shirts. Could she go with white? Was that right? How was she supposed to know? How did people just know this shit? And why did white have so many variations anyway? Since summer kept its sweaty grip on September, she pulled out a sleeveless white shirt, started to turn toward the dizzying wall of boots. She didn't yelp, but came damn close when she saw Rourke leaning against the closet door. Jesus! Why can't you make some noise? Habit. You did get up early. I said I would. If I grab an hour before shift, I can knock out the damn paperwork. Then she let out a long breath. Paperwork's necessary. It's part of the job. It keeps things organized and efficient. I'm approaching it with a positive attitude. Well, now, that's interesting. Ireland whispered through his voice like a warm breeze. Eve studied him a moment. That glorious face, the impossibly blue eyes, the perfectly carved mouth, the black silk of his hair. A definite positive. And he smiled at her in a way that still brought a quick flutter to her heart. He'd also chosen gray, more slate than charcoal, in his perfect and elegant suit, and paired it with a shirt in that pearly gray, a tie in what she thought was maybe maroon, with subtle gray diagonal stripes. How did you pick that outfit? She gestured at him. I mean, do you wake up in the morning, or basically in the middle of the night for you, and think, well, today's the day for the slate gray suit, I'm thinking, and won't it look grand with the pearl gray shirt and the maroon tie then? Your Irish accent needs some work, darling, but thanks for trying. He moved into the closet, kissed her. Another positive. The clothes are image. And image is part of the job. You've gone classic, with a bit of an edge with the leather. Finish it out with the navy leather boots there, and the same with the belt. Which navy leather boots? Frustration smothered the positive. When she reached for a pair, he just shook his head. No, not those. They're too heavy for the outfit. He chose a pair himself. These. More streamlined, as you are, darling Eve. Ha! Fine. And that's enough positive procrastination. Then I'll see to our early breakfast. She took another breath, said, Thanks. Just how long do you think your positive attitude will last? I'm figuring until I get to Central and start on the paperwork. I already fed the cat. Don't let him tell you otherwise. She dressed, a tall and, yes, streamlined woman with a choppy cap of brown hair that held shades as varied as the line of brown pants in her closet. She had long, whiskey-colored eyes in a face of sharp angles. Those eyes scanned the selection of belts before she grabbed one. She stepped out, set the jacket aside as she walked over to pick up her weapon harness. As she hooked it on, Rourke poured her another cup of coffee. He sat, PPC in hand, while the wall screen scrolled the early stock reports and the cat sprawled on his belly on the floor. Hoping, Eve knew, the humans would be distracted enough at some point to let him at whatever was under the domes on the table. I thought to meet you at Central. Why? When? Eve. He shook his head as he removed the dome on, yay, pancakes. It's the official move-in. The great house project is finished. We're to have dinner there tonight. I didn't forget. It's just... She waved a hand at the back of her head. Compartmentalized. Anyway, they all moved in over the weekend. A project of its own, no doubt. Now they're fairly settled, and dinner with us tonight makes it official for them. Everything got there, right? You said the stuff we picked out for them got there, so we don't have to take anything else. We're taking champagne. Okay, good. That's good. We said we'd give them a hand with it over the weekend, but they nixed that. They wanted, in their way, to present the house to us. Obviously, we've seen it in progress. But this is different. I get it. She started to walk over to pancakes, and her communicator signaled. She picked it up. Dallas. Dispatch, Dallas, Lieutenant Eve. Report to 17 King Street. Possible homicide. Female victim. Officers on scene. Copy that. Contact Peabody, Detective Delia. I'm on my way. She shoved the communicator in her pocket. Now you're stuck, aren't you, then? Between regret at a death, the pancakes you won't eat, and the relief at the further and necessary procrastination of your paperwork. Though she couldn't drown it in butter and syrup, she plucked up a pancake, folded it, ate it. One less regret. She grabbed her jacket, swung it on, then loaded pockets with her link, her badge, and everything else. And positive? I'm already up and dressed. I'll see you at Central later, unless... Understood. He gave the cat a hard warning look, then stood, cross to Eve. Take care of my well-dressed cop. That's the plan. She stroked her knuckles over Rourke's cheek. He's making his move, she said. At their unified stares, Galahad stopped his belly crawled toward the table and rolled over as if to study the ceiling. She gave Rourke another quick kiss, and as she headed out, heard him speak to the cat. And don't think because she's called to duty, you'll get her share. Chapter 2. She drove downtown in that strange hour when night and day met and neither dominated. The early hour offered light traffic, maxi buses carting commuters home after the night shift or to work for the early shift, a few cabs, night revelers finally calling it, travelers heading out for an early flight. Shops and restaurants remained closed, but for the occasional 24/7 or round-the-clock cafe. Pedestrian traffic consisted of a couple of street-level LCs hoping for one more score before breakfast, and a couple of guys, obviously drunk, weaving their way toward one of the cafes. Lights flickered in the occasional window in darkened buildings, but for the most part, the city slept. Not all of it, Eve knew. There were sectors where the party never quit, where the music would bang and boom in clubs and joints and dives until well after dawn broke. However, along her route, her city held quiet, but like a breath caught, when it exhaled, life began another day. Unfortunately, as a murder cop, she knew too well the dawn didn't break for everyone. King Street, she mused. Kind of arty on its edge between Soho and Greenwich Village. Some buildings thrown up after the Urbans, but more old ones, condos, single family, if you had the scratch for it, lofts, cafes, art shops, boutiques. She rated the general neighborhood as solid, established, and the sort of place frequented by people who like to discuss art or other intellectual themes as they downed shit coffee or organic teas while someone recited poetry or played an acoustic guitar. But then, people killed people everywhere, from the hell of the underground to the loftiest penthouse. It was her job to find out who, how, and why, and she felt it her duty to build a case that brought justice to the victims and those who mourned them. She spotted the pair of police cruisers, pulled in behind them. She took out her badge as she approached the yellow tape blocking off a pre-urban, 3-story brownstone currently lit up like Christmas. "Lieutenant." The female uniform gave her a nod. "Officer Cyril." "What have you got, Officer Cyril?" "My partner, Officer Stowe, and I responded to a 911 at approximately 0550. The wit resides here. 17. Snuck out last night and was sneaking back in when she saw the body." As Eve ducked under the tape, Cyril gestured. "The wit, Fiona Whittier, has the basement apartment. The body's at the bottom of the stairs in front of the secured door." "So I see. I also see a door cam." "Sir, the witness admitted to deactivating that camera at about midnight, intending to reactivate when she got back inside." "Great." "We have 2 officers inside with the family. We asked for the backup, as the wit and her family, mother, father, younger brother, were argumentative, mostly with each other, and, hell, sir, damn near hysterical." "Got it. Detective Peabody will be here shortly. She's good at dealing with civilian hysteria, if necessary. I'll take the body. Stand by." Eve took Seal-It out of her field kit, coated her shoes, her hands, then turned on her recorder. She walked down the concrete steps to the small flagstoned area in front of the door. The victim's female, Caucasian, early 20s. She's been posed, with her right side and shoulder against the door of the basement apartment of the residence. Her head's turned as if looking over her left shoulder. There's some wire here. She pulled out her micro goggles. There's wire holding her head in this position. The Vic's wearing what appears to be a costume with a headscarf. No, looks like 2 scarves wound together, covering her hair, a long tunic and skirt, both gold, a white shirt. No, like a collar or scarf under the tunic. Big pearl earrings. She took the left hand lying over the right in the victim's lap and pressed a finger to her identipad. Victim is identified as Lisa Culver, age 22, licensed companion, street level, resides 215 10th Avenue, apartment 403. Eve eased closer, angled her head. bruising on neck consistent with strangulation, as are the broken vessels in the eyes. ME to determine. Something about the eyes. Carefully, Eve touched a fingertip to an eyelid. The victim's eyes are held open, likely with some sort of adhesive, glue, tape. She sat back on her heels. The killer wanted her eyes open, wanted her head at this angle, wanted it enough to use wire and adhesive to leave her in this pose. Pulling out her gauges, she established time of death. TOD 02:53. Was she already wearing the outfit? I'm going to say most probable, given the need to wire and glue her up, the need to transport to this location, then wire her to the door, but 3 hours between TOD and the 911, so enough to dress her up. Unlike Rourke, Peabody made noise. Eve heard the distinctive clump. "You're already on the body?" Peabody started down the steps. "You got here fast." "I was already up and dressed." "Paperwork." "Oh, right. Those are beautiful scarves. And she's wearing earrings so it doesn't look like a mugging. Wait, can you move over so I can get a better look?" "Do you know her?" No. Peabody, black, red-streaked hair in a jaunty tail, khaki jacket and pants offset with a shirt in bold pink and white stripes, studied the body. "The outfit. It's something. It's like I recognize the outfit and how she's sitting. Like she's posing." She shook her head, wrapped her fingers against her temple as if to knock something loose. I think it's like a painting, but I can't place it exactly." "A painting? If it is, I know who can." Eve pulled out her link, tagged Rourke. He gave her a puzzled smile when his face filled the screen. "Lieutenant." "I'm going to show you the Vic. Tell me if what she's wearing, how she looks, reminds you of anything." "All right, then." She turned so the body came on his screen. It took him under 2 seconds. "Girl with a pearl earring. Johannes Vermeer. The original's in The Hague." "Yes," Peabody said, and rapped her temple again. "That's the one." "You got that in about 1 second. It's a very famous painting. Arguably Vermeer's most well-known. Your victim's face isn't quite right, the features, but the eyes are close in shape." "Who was she? The model for the painting. Was she a prostitute?" "Unknown, but unlikely. She's what the Dutch," he was Dutch, "call a tronie. A character type," he explained. Vermeer, by and large, painted people at their work, their daily routine or chores. She's not meant to represent a specific person, but simply a young woman in rather exotic dress. It's a study of her face, her expression, of light. "Okay. That's helpful. She's very young, isn't she?" "Wasn't she?" Rourke corrected. "Yeah. How did the killer hold her in that specific pose after death?" "Wire and adhesive." "Ah," he said. "Yeah, it earns an ah. Thanks for the help. I need to get back to it." "Good hunting." Eve slipped the link back in her pocket. So he poses her, very specific, dresses her, very specific, to mimic a painting. It's a really beautiful painting. Peabody held out her PPC, where she'd brought the image up. Rourke's right. The face isn't there, but the eyes are close. So they were important enough. Hold on. She crouched down again, used her pen light to shine in the victim's mouth. He's glued inside her mouth to hold her lips like the painting. Really fucking specific. Maybe an art student, art historian, struggling or failed artist. She might have modeled for him. She was an LC, street level. But yeah, he had to see her to kill her. Had to see her as this. What did Rourke call it? Trony? To go through all this to replicate. The outfit, the earring, the angle of the body. He wired her to the doorknob. He had to do that here, on site, take that time. So it was important. It's part of the kill. COD? She was strangled. Morris will confirm, but it looks like manual strangulation from my visual. Let's call in the morgue team, the sweepers. She straightened. Teenage daughters sneaking back into the house after a night of partying, I assume, found her. Officer on scene states she and her family got into it, lots of arguing and hysteria. If that's not cooled by now, you'll need to smooth it out, or I'll cut it off, whichever works. I'll try the smooth first. Eve walked back up the stairs to talk to the uniforms. Stay on the body. My partner's calling in the dead wagon and the sweepers. We'll go talk to the wit and her family. Day had begun to push back the night, so the air was a soft, filmy gray when Eve walked up the steps to the front door of the brownstone. She noted good security. So did Peabody. We should get something from the security feed on the basement door cam. Deactivated by the kid when she slipped out. Well, yeah, of course. Eve hit the buzzer. A uniform answered, and one Eve recognized. Hey, LT, detective. Lavalle, what's the status in here? Détente. Things were pretty, let's say, fraught. But my trainee, he's only been on 6 weeks, got them smooth. He's got away. I gotta give it to him. Plus, he's damn good looking, and that helps. Officer Fremont, Jerry Fremont's boy. Sure, I know Sergeant Fremont. Peabody and I will take it from here. Appreciate your assist. No worries. Someplace, huh? The foyer impressed with what looked like marble floors as white as the Alps, walls of the pearl gray of Rourke's shirt, and a 3-tier chandelier of silver rings. Art, too, that looked important. The Rook talked them into going back to the kitchen, having coffee. Once he sat down back there with him, it toned the decibels down a lot. I'll show you. You've got the mother, mid-40s, and I'll say starchy. The father, late 40s, more wilted at this point. Younger brother, smart-mouthed. And the witness, defiant, teary. Can't decide, you ask me, whether to bitch at her parents or crawl into their laps. As he spoke, Eve took in the house. Shiny, clean, contemporary style, and one that said money was plentiful. Spacious living area, a pair of home offices, a kind of den. Art everywhere. Paintings, sculptures, photographs, etchings. It all opened up to a large white-on-white and silver kitchen where the family and the rookie sat at a generous breakfast area. The rookie rose, and he was very good-looking, with creamy brown skin, large dark eyes, a pair of perfect dimples that winked on as he smiled. Whittier family. Opal, Roger, Fiona, and Trent, Officer Lavalle announced. Lieutenant Dallas and Detective Peabody. Officer Fremont, we'll be on our way. The girl groped for Fremont's hand. Oh, but do you have to go? I do. Everything's going to be fine, Fiona. You just tell the lieutenant and the detective what happened. They're here to help. The clone cops! The boy, his gold-streaked brown hair tousled from sleep, his grin wide, and his cat-green eyes, avid, rubbed his hands together. "Now this is XL to the Frosty. Cram it, Trent." On a tear-soaked snarl, Fiona sent him a vicious look only a sibling could manage. "There's a dead woman outside my rooms, okay? How am I ever going to sleep there again?" "You can swap rooms with me anytime." He added a cat smile to the cat's eyes. "You're grounded for the rest of your life anyhow. Why don't you fuck off and die?" While the brother went ooh at that, both parents got into the mix. Lavalle would have said the decibels rose again. And lifting both hands for peace, Peabody stepped forward. "Everyone, please stop. This isn't helping. Why don't we all take a minute? Take a breath." They rolled right over her, so Eve stepped forward. "Quiet!" Her voice whip-snapped through the melee. "All of you, shut up, and now. Otherwise, we'll take Fiona down to Central and interview her there." "Mom, I don't want to go." "Then be quiet," Eve suggested. Fiona snapped her mouth shut as her brother snickered. "That goes for you, too. You want to stay? Knock it off. Otherwise, we can give Child Services a tag and take you down for interfering with a police investigation." He rolled his eyes at her, but subsided. "I don't appreciate you speaking to our children in that manner," Opal Whittier began. "Maybe weigh what you appreciate less, me keeping your kids under control or the dead woman outside your house. The sooner we get to the second of those choices, the sooner you can go back to the family drama." "This is a very difficult time." Roger Whittier rubbed his tired eyes. "It's all shocking, and it's very stressful for all of us." "I'm sure it is." Peabody went back to smoothing and soothing. "We need to ask questions, and when we're done, we'll leave you alone. I'm sure all of you want some time to regroup after this shock." "You're right. Of course you're right." "Opal?" Roger reached for his wife's hand. "Yes, yes." Most of the angry color drained out of her cheeks. "My head's still reeling. What if that murderer had still been there when Fiona got home? What if he'd broken in while she was alone in bed, or—" "None of that happened," Eve said. "Let's deal with what did." "Yes, let's please do that." The family shifted to sit on the back of the banquette. Peabody and Eve sat on the ends. "I'm going to show you a photo and ask if you recognize this person." Eve pulled up the victim's ID shot and had the family pass her link around, starting with Roger. "No." "Opal?" She shook her head. Trent took a long look. "Nope, but she's pretty steamy." "I think maybe it's the woman." Fiona's chin wobbled. "The dead woman. But she looks different." "Have you seen her before tonight?" "No. I swear." Tears began to leak. "At first I thought she was a sidewalk sleeper with weird clothes on. Or maybe somebody who got drunk at, like, a costume party or something and just passed out there. I even yelled at her to get up, and she didn't move at all. But then I got closer and I could see the way she was staring and how she didn't move. She didn't move." "What time was that?" "It was around 5:30, I guess. Maybe a little later. A little later, I guess. There was a rave, and I really wanted to go. I'm almost 18. Not for another 11 months, Opal said, sharp as a blade. We trusted you, Fiona." More tears leaked. "Pats and Haven and Rush and Zoe all went." "And we'll see if their parents knew about that." "You can't narc on them." "Oh." This time her father spoke up. "Watch us." "Let's get into that later." Eve held up a hand before the situation devolved again. Did you see anyone, hear anything when you got home? Someone on the street, near the house? I didn't, and I was really careful. Until I found her. I think I screamed when I realized she was dead. I think I screamed, and I just ran back up the steps, then to the front door. I just started banging and yelling for Mom and Dad. I didn't even think at first that I had my swipe, the passcode. I was just scared. We couldn't understand her at first. Opal spoke, calmer now. She wasn't making sense, and of course she was fully dressed. We realized she'd been out, and we were angry. Then she's shouting about a dead woman, and we were terrified she'd been in an accident. She was totally whacked, Trent put in, then shrugged at his sister's hard look. I'd probably be totally whacked if I found a dead body. I was gonna go out and see what, but Dad wouldn't let me. I went out myself. I was sure I'd find someone had tossed some old clothes or garbage down there, but... Roger closed his eyes. I saw her. Did you touch anything? Either of you? I started to shake her shoulder, but then I realized... Fiona sucked in a sob. Her eyes. They were open and staring. I yelled at her, like I said, when I first saw her, and she didn't move. I didn't go all the way down, Roger continued. I took a flashlight, and as I started down, thinking, like Fiona at first, she was sleeping or passed out, I could see. He came back in, and we called the police. Opal finished. You have a lot of art, Eve commented. Opal's an artist, Roger told her with pride. Opal waved that away. I like to think so, but I'm more a patron. Roger and I own the Charles Street Gallery in the village and an attached art supplies store with a studio space above. Studio. Yes, we bring in an artist whose work we're featuring to teach and guide students, once a week for a month, then another artist, perhaps another medium. Peabody, the painting. Peabody took out her PPC, pulled it up. Do you recognize this? Opal glanced at the screen. Of course, girl with a pearl earring. Wait! Fiona snatched at the PPC. That's what she's wearing! That's how she looks! What are you talking about? She's right. Eve drew Opal's attention back to her. The victim was dressed and posed to replicate this painting. Does it have any specific meaning for you? What? No, I mean, of course, it's a magnificent portrait, but I don't understand. Why would anyone? It's just sick and horrible. Why would anyone do that and leave her here on our doorstep? Maybe you pissed somebody off. Trent. Did you? Eve countered. An employee, an artist, a neighbor? Certainly not. Not in any way that would drive someone to do this. Do you teach this kind of art? What would it be? Classical? The featured artist selects the style and medium. I myself teach once or twice a year, depending, but I focus on still lifes and watercolor, the Vermeers and oil painting. I'm a watercolorist. We'd like the names and contacts of those featured artists for the last year, and the same from employees. What about artists you turned down? Opal looked helplessly at her husband. Opal and I co-manage the gallery and the shop. I'm going to say for every artist whose work we accept, there are easily half a dozen we feel don't meet our standards or needs. Everybody thinks they're the next Matisse or whoever, Trent commented. But mostly, face mockingly stern, he did an exaggerated thumbs down. For the first time, Opal smiled. Rude, but not wrong. Why would anyone murder that poor young woman because I made them angry? It could be they chose your location because it just worked. The quiet street, the below street level area. But we'll look at every possibility. Clone cops. It was a pretty mag vid, was Trent's opinion. I heard they're going to make another one about when people started going crazy and slicing and dicing each other. He slid a glance toward his parents. Mom and Dad freaked, so Fi and I were on house arrest for like a week because of all that. But like I told them, I don't need some weird-ass virus or whatever to want to slice and dice Fiona. His sister sneered, but this time with a touch of amusement in her eyes. Yeah, smothering you in your sleep's my lifelong dream. Before the parents could speak, Eve rose. Well, if you end up sliced and diced, or you end up smothered in your sleep, we'll know who to arrest. That cuts down on legwork. That brought a delighted cackle from the boy and a half smile from his sister. If you could get us those names and contacts, add any of the students, we'd appreciate it. And if you think of anything at all, Eve put one of her cards on the table. Reach out. We appreciate your time and cooperation. The woman, Opal began. The, body will be transported to the morgue. The crime scene unit will need some time to process the area. Fiona, you should use the entrance inside until they're done. What a night. On a sigh, Roger got to his feet. I'll walk you out. Eve waited until they were out of earshot. Mr. Whittier, I'm going to ask this to open or to eliminate a connection. You obviously care deeply about your family, so I'm asking you to be honest. You didn't recognize Lisa Culver? Who? Oh, was that her name? No, I've never seen her before. At least that I remember. Do you or have you previously engaged licensed companions? He stopped, gaped. What a question! The victim was an LC. Oh, I see. I don't. I haven't. Not ever. Opal and we're in tune in that area. In most areas, actually. Lieutenant, I'm a family man, and this has terrified my family. I can only swear to you if anything I've done had even the most remote application to what happened tonight, I'd tell you. When they reached the door, he paused. We're a loud, often unruly family, but we love each other. My wife and kids are the most important things in the world to me. Please, find who did this, who killed that poor woman. Who brought my family into this horror? I doubt any of us will sleep easy until you do. When they stepped outside into bright daylight, Peabody circled her neck. I believe him on that last bit. They're pissed off at the daughter, and she's pissed off at them. She has to be to justify being stupid, but they're a unit. You could see how they sat together. That sums that up. But it doesn't tell us why here. It could have been for the relative convenience, but the rest? The pose, the costume. All that's so deliberate and specific. Why wouldn't the dump spot be deliberate and specific? They started toward the car. New York had wakened fully. Cars buzzed along the streets. Pedestrians clipped along the sidewalks. A group of kids in navy pants and blazers, crisp white shirts, trudged their way to their private school. Across the street, another pair in baggies and tees rode airboards to their less Tony education facility. We'll check the Vic's apartment. I'll do the notification after that and see what Morris can tell us. She's got a mother in Vegas, a dealer at a casino, a father based in Maine. He runs a whale-watching gig. She got behind the wheel. What if the whale objects to being watched? He's going to be bigger than the boat, because whale. So if he's feeling pissy, he could be, "Watch this, assholes." Then he rams the boat and people are splashing around in the water. Screams fill the air. Then glug glug. All because they're going out there on some boat playing Peeping Tom on a whale. Peabody sat quietly for a moment. You know, up until now, I've always wanted to go whale watching. There's another dream crushed. You're better off. Eve slid into traffic. Coffee, please. Eve held up 2 fingers as she navigated out of the more subdued neighborhood into the crowds, the glide carts selling crap coffee and egg pockets filled with the substance barely resembling anything laid by a chicken. She took the coffee Peabody passed her and thought of her single, undressed pancake breakfast. She, too, was better off. We're all so excited you and Rourke are coming over tonight. And I just have to say, the lamp. I never expected. It's so perfect. Just when I think you're tuning me out, you're not. You remembered how much I love that metalwork. I could be tuning you out now. But you're not, so I'm gonna gush for a minute. I thought I'd put it in my craft room, then our home office, and it looks so good in both. But then I realized, no, it belongs in the living room, and I found just the right place. It's wonderful. You're welcome. Sincerely. Move on. I'm moving on to the bird bath with the little fountain you and Rourke gave Mavis and Leonardo. It's so them. Birds and fairies. Fanciful, unique. Bella's crazy about it. So bonus. Then the chair for number 2's nursery. Mavis cried over it. That's how much it meant to her you'd think of it. I didn't really. You made it happen. You and Rourke. And the sculpture my parents sent. Geez, I think we all shed a few over that. And God, the blown glass light my mother made, it's... Peabody just pressed a hand to her heart. Wait until you see it. Wait until my mom and dad see it, hanging over the table my dad made the year I was born. He doesn't even know I found it in that second-hand shop. It's all... the moving in, spending our first weekend there, knowing that's home. That's really our home now. It's not just having our things there, even seeing it finished. It's having things people who matter to us gave us for our home. She let out another sigh. Anyway, we're all stupid happy. Eve pulled into a street slot on 10th, then sat a moment. It took me a year, maybe more, before I started to think about Rourke's house as mine, as ours, as home for me. It took longer before I really felt it. So I know what it means. I know how much it matters to have home. Eve got out of the car, waited for Peabody on the sidewalk. Now, save anything else on all that for tonight and get your head into the job. Done! Thanks for letting me spill. Spill what? I tuned you out. On Peabody's laugh, Eve pointed. The Vic's building's there, across the street. Together, they walked to the corner to cross. Chapter 3. Unlike the Whittier's elegant pre-war brownstone, the building that housed Lisa Culver's apartment was a post-war concrete block with crap security. Eve considered the graffiti adorning it reasonably artistic and remarkably lacking in obscenities. On street level, it stood beside a diner called just that. A diner advertised 24-hour service, something she imagined a woman in the victim's line of work appreciated. On the other side, another post-Urbans building someone had faced with fake brick offered a street-level pair of retail spaces. One had a sign announcing "for rent," and the other housed something called the Witchery that had a lot of crystals hanging in the window. Eve caught Peabody eyeing it. "Don't even think about it." "Too late, I already did." But with Eve, she walked to the doors of Lisa's building and waited for Eve to master in. The lobby, with its dingy walls and grimy floors, offered a single elevator painted battleship gray. Eve barely glanced at it before pushing open the door to the stairwell. She said, "Apartment 403. "Looser pants, looser pants. Yours are really nice, by the way. But the jacket? That hits alt. I'm thinking about making myself one." The stairwell echoed with sounds of a crying baby, someone's too loud music, voices raised in a fight about making the month's rent. And it smelled like spoiled cabbage soaked in urine. Making a jacket? "A leather jacket. In my abso-mag to the alt craft room. I just have to decide on the color." "If you make yourself a pink leather jacket, you'll leave me no choice. I'll have to kill you. But I can make sure you're buried in it." "Good thing I'm thinking more classic and go with everything color. Not black, but maybe a gray with some blue undertones, or a deep brown, or maybe a more coppery brown. Or, this is your mind on the job? It distracts me from 4 flights of stairs. But job-wise, maybe he, and it feels like a he, hired Culver before. Maybe she knew him from her work. She wasn't registered for female clients, so that reads male. Unless her killer didn't like her spouse, lover, father, brother screwing an LC. That also plays. No link, no ID, no other jewelry on the body, and no money. LCs have to carry their registration and ID when they're working. Those would have been anachronistic with the pose, the painting. That, and without a link, we can't know if she had any previous contact with the killer. She pushed open the door on 4 to a skinny hallway lined with doors of the same battleship gray as the elevator. Up here, the lack of soundproofing allowed Eve to hear a woman in 404 shout, "Get up and get out, you lazy son of a bitch! I'm done! Do you hear me? Done!" Record on. Dallas and Peabody entering the apartment of Lisa Culver. She mastered into chaos. The tiny space held a sagging 2-cushion sofa wrapped in an ill-fitting red and gold cover and buried under clothes. Someone, she assumed Lisa, had tossed a couple of wigs, one black, one as red as the sofa, on the single chair. Upside-down plastic crates made a kind of coffee table, where several dishes piled. A tiny screen adorned the beige walls, along with a couple of unframed posters. One of the Eiffel Tower, one of Big Ben. A table barely bigger than a dinner plate, and also piled with dishes, takeout containers, and a long dead rose in a black vase, had one chair, currently serving as another depository for clothes. Separated by a half wall, the kitchen consisted of a mini auto chef, a small friggie, a couple of cabinets, and a sink that would have accommodated a single goldfish. Peabody handed Eve the sealet so they could both reseal. "It's not much," Peabody said, "but with a little care, it could be cute and cozy." Obviously, she didn't care about the cute and cozy. She moved toward the open gold shower curtain that separated the bedroom. The room was, basically, unmade bed. What floor space there was provided a home for more clothes, shoes, and an empty bottle of wine. The closet held a few pieces she'd actually hung up, a few more shoes, a pair of over-the-knee boots in fake black leather that shined like a mirror. Between the side of the bed and the single window jammed a table smothered with various facial enhancements, along with a stand-up magnifying mirror. On the wall facing the bed, a tall, skinny cabinet wedged in. She turned, looked into the bathroom. A wall sink with rust spots, a stick-thin shower, a toilet, and barely enough floor space to maneuver from one to the other, particularly considering the pile of towels heaped there. She took sloppy to a very high level. "I don't know how anybody lives like this," Peabody said. "Honestly, how did she find anything?" "That's our job now. I'll take the bedroom and the bath. You take the kitchen and eating area. We'll tackle the rest together. Check any drawers. She had to keep records somewhere, somehow." "I'll get to it." Since the makeup table had a drawer above bed height, Eve sat on the side of the bed, angling her long legs through the space. She found more makeup, a jumbo pack of condoms, and a tablet. It didn't surprise her to find the tablet sprang to life with the tap of the finger. Lisa Culver hadn't bothered with passcodes or security. She found the victim's financial records considerably more organized than the rest of her life. Eve found every night's income for the 19 months Lisa had been licensed tallied. She'd also listed the standard rates and each act performed, the occasional tip. She'd carefully deducted her fees and taxes, kept a calendar for her mandated medical exams, screenings, and clearance. No customer names, of course. Street levels didn't deal with names. But she had the address for the flop she used when the client wanted more privacy than a doorway or alley or his own vehicle. Eve bagged and sealed the tablet, set it aside, then rose to try the cabinet. Cheap jewelry, cheap, sexy underwear, crop tops, tiny shorts, a selection of purses just big enough for a link, an ID, her key. She had a spare one in one of the bags. In a pair of sweats that actually looked comfortable, Eve found $250 in cash. She bagged, labeled, and sealed it. She found another $50 in the toe of a shiny white bootie, then another $20 in the pocket of a skirt the size of a dinner napkin. She looked under the mattress, dumped pillows out of their cases, then had to curve her body to get down and look under the bed. It occurred to her she hadn't been the best at housekeeping during her apartment days, but even she hadn't grown dust bunnies the size of a St. Bernard. Peabody stepped in. "Why dust bunnies? They're just dust. Why are they bunnies?" Peabody considered. "Maybe because when you're not watching, they hop around?" "Do they? Do they really?" "I don't know. I never let them grow into bunnies. Even if I didn't care, and I do, my mom's disapproval would reach across the miles and shame me. I found $100 cash in the kitchen, inside a cereal box. $320 in here, sweatpants and shoe. Otherwise, she had another bottle of wine like that one, but half full, an empty AC, some snack food, chips, cookies, crap coffee, and a bunch of little creamers she palmed from the diner next door. Fake sugar packs, same thing. Salt and pepper packs she probably hoarded from fast food joints or takeout. No cookware. I mean, zero. Other than what's dirty and scattered around, a couple of forks and a single spoon, one plate, 2 mugs, 2 wine glasses, and 1 regular glass. You know what I don't find anywhere? Eve glanced over. Not a single photograph. Nothing that strikes as a family or childhood memento. Exactly. I'll start on the living room. I'll hit the bathroom, then join you. Eve found the medicine cabinet stuffed with skincare products and over-the-counter meds. A thorough check revealed no illegals. She found another 20 in an empty face cream jar. Shampoos and soaps littered the lip of the tub, and a full-length mirror hung on the back of the door. She went out to join Peabody. Another 20 in an empty face gunk jar. Plenty more face gunk, hair gunk. I got 50 so far. The inside of that lamp's hollow, and she rolled a 50 in there. How the hell did she keep track of where she hid cash? Bigger question. Why did she bother to spread it all over this place? A couple hidey holes, okay, fine. All this? Pathological. A guess? Peabody continued to work as Eve pulled off the couch cover. She figures when someone breaks in, though a place like this isn't going to rank high for a B&E, and they find a stash, they'll figure that's it, which isn't pathological as much as stupid. Did you ever hide cash? No. Eve started on the couch cushions. I figured if someone broke in while I was there, they'd have to get through me. I favored my odds. If they broke in when I wasn't there, why should I add my hard-earned cash to their haul? Such as, she held up more. This 150 zipped inside this disgusting couch cushion. Peabody pulled 2 wrinkled 20s from behind the wall screen. Add 40 more, and I'm now giving you the pathological. She kept her financial records on a tablet, and they're precise and detailed. Then she hides, what is it? Peabody closed her eyes, did the math. 660. No, 680. Pretty sure. Hides 680 in more than a half-dozen places in this sloppy dump. The woman had issues, but she also had a bank. She had somewhere she kept the bulk of her income. She spent a lot on clothes. They're cheap, style and value, but she had a ton of them. Add the face gunk, etc. She invested in herself, but it doesn't come close to what she pulled in. Even adding in rent, food. It probably doesn't apply, but it's curious. They finished the search, found another 20 inside the vase with the dead rose. Let's talk to the neighbor across the hall. Eve judged the woman who answered as early 30s, a mixed-race female in black sweatpants, a gray t-shirt over a thin body. She had blonde hair that needed a root job pulled back in a tail. Her eyes, a hazel that pulled toward the green, were red and swollen from weeping. Ma'am, Lieutenant Dallas, Detective Peabody, NYPSD. The woman looked at the badge, looked at Eve, as another tear spilled. Whatever he's done, I kicked him out. He doesn't live here anymore. We'd like to speak to you about your neighbor, Lisa Culver. Oh. Now she glanced across the hall, and anger dissolved any more tears. It wouldn't surprise me if he slipped her a 50, of my money, too, for a BJ when I was out working for a living. I work nights, cleaning office buildings, and what happens? I come home, again, and he's lying in bed. Says he quit his job, again, which is bullshit. I bet you twice that 50 he got fired again. I'm finished. So we heard, Eve thought. Could we come in and speak to you for a few minutes? Hell, I guess I could use the distraction. The apartment seemed to be the same footprint as Culver's, but a world apart. The neighbor obviously used her cleaning skills at home. She, too, had a two-cushioned sofa, but in a cream color that was spotless. She'd paired it with a chair that had tiny cream and blue checks, a small blue rug. The wall screen was double the size of Culver's and was joined with a few framed prints. The small white table in the eating area had 4 blue stools. The kitchen shined. She'd hit Peabody's cute and cozy, Eve thought. You might as well sit. Do you want coffee? I was late getting home this morning because I stopped to get coffee since he forgot to pick any up yesterday. And I got pastries because he likes them. I'm an idiot. She pressed her fingers to her swollen eyes. 2 years. 2 years wasted on that lying, lazy son of a bitch, and I buy him pastries. Do you want some? Thanks, but we're fine. We don't want to take up too much of your time, Ms. Boxer. Stash a boxer. She walked over to take the chair, gestured to the sofa. So, what did Lisa do? Ms. Culver was murdered last night. What? Oh, God! Stasha pressed her hands to her face. Murdered? Now I'm going to hell for thinking bad thoughts about a dead person. I didn't like her very much, but she was hardly more than a kid. Could you tell us the last time you saw her, spoke to her? A couple of nights ago, I guess. I think. I'm not really sure. Once in a while we leave for work about the same time. Mostly not, but sometimes. I think we did a few nights ago. How did it happen? We're investigating that. Can you tell us anything about her personal relationships? Romantic relationships, friendships, family? I don't think she had any. I sleep during the day, try to get a solid 6, maybe 7 hours in. That's the work week. Weekends I clean around here, do laundry, get the shopping and whatever errands done. She paused, closed her eyes. Listen to that. Not once in there did I say he did any of it. Because he didn't. And I kept letting that go. She drew a breath. Done. I'd see her now and then on my days off. We've got a laundry in the basement, and she came in once or twice while I was doing mine. She didn't know what the hell she was doing there, just dumping everything in together. Stasha shrugged. She was young, you know, so I said how she should separate things and showed her. Anyway, I don't remember ever hearing, and you can hear everything in this place, which is why I wear earplugs to sleep, or seeing anybody go to a door, or hear or see or come home with anybody. Stasha lifted a hand. I remember now. Showing her how to do something as basic as laundry, I asked why a pretty girl like her didn't have a boyfriend. And she said she didn't have time for that. She was working her way up, saving her money. She was going to be a top-level LC inside 3 years, and rich guys would take her places, buy her things. She wanted to travel to Europe. Oh, and pay somebody to do the stupid laundry. Did she have family? Stasha wondered. She never mentioned family. I guess we didn't talk more than a handful of times over, "Hi, how's it going?" Stasha shook her head. God, she was so young. And pretty, too. But I don't know if she had anybody who cared about her. I really didn't know her. Did she have any interest in art? Art who? Oh, you mean like paintings and that kind of thing? I don't know, but I don't think so. The best I can tell you is she was ambitious, and I think she liked her work. Around here, she absolutely kept to herself as far as I know. I'm friendly enough, with a lot of other people in the building. I don't remember anyone ever bringing her up in conversation. Stasha lifted her hands, let them fall. I can wish I'd made more of an effort, I guess, to get to know her. But we just didn't have anything, really, in common. We appreciate your time. I'm so sorry for what happened to her, Stasha said as Eve and Peabody rose. I hope you find whoever killed her. As they left, Peabody glanced back at Culver's apartment. Do you want to knock on more doors? I think we hit our best source. We'll put a couple of uniforms on that, but it fits the space she lived in. She lived for herself. Ms. Boxer took the time to show her how to sort laundry. If she'd wanted a friend, Peabody said, she could have had one across the hall. Friends take time and effort. I lived like that for a while. I was focused on getting out, getting here. One goal. Well, two. New York and the badge. Hers? Making top level and living high. So I get her, to a point. Why New York? For you, I mean. Why here especially? Because you can be anybody here. You can disappear if you want. Nobody knows you and nobody cares where you came from. It's the whole fucking world in one place. That last bit, for me, too. The excitement, the so much of it. I wanted the badge also, but I wanted it here. I wanted some of that so much. It scared me a little at first, and even that was exciting. As they got in the car, Peabody belted up. Did it scare you at first? No. It was the answer. Eve thought of herself sitting at the counter window, eating her first slice of New York pizza. Freedom, at last. It was all the answers. I thought I could shake off everything that happened before, shut it away, that the city would just burn it off. I was wrong about that, because you never shake it all off. She considered a moment. Maybe you shouldn't. She pulled into traffic, but it was still all the answers. We'll hit the morgue. You made friends in New York. Mavis didn't give me a choice. She's pretty irresistible. You had Feeney, too, and connections with other cops and in your apartment building that used to be my apartment building until this weekend. I made friends, and I had connections on the job when I made it, in my first apartment building and in the second. If you don't have those connections, you end up like Culver, in a sloppy, chaotic mess, because fuck everything but me, or in a lifeless, sterile space for the same reason. We'll need to talk to some of her co-workers, LCs that work that same block. But how it reads right now, she went with someone. And if she went off with someone to a place he could kill her, dress her in that outfit, which meant a private place, not whatever flop she used, he offered enough money to make it worth the time. And she'd have wanted half up front. She'd been working for over a year and a half. She wouldn't have left her block without a solid deposit in hand. Do you think she had friends on the street? No. She had competitors. That's sad, but sounds true. We'll check it out anyway. One of them might have seen whoever hired her. We could get a description. If he used a vehicle, we could get a description of that. Meanwhile, maybe Morris can tell us something more. She drummed her fingers on the wheel when she stopped for a light. Find out what cops work that sector. Most street levels work close to home. We'll run this by them. Probably beat droids. As annoying as droids can be, we'll get straight facts. Straight facts are great, but they leave out impressions and instincts. Yeah, one of the annoying things about droids. When they walked down the white tunnel of the morgue, Peabody glanced up from her PPC. Droids. Officers Campbell and Winters, both female replicas. We'll call them into Central after we're finished here." Eve pushed through the double doors of Morris's theater. She'd have called the music he had playing peppy, something with a bouncy beat and a couple of girl voices playing with harmony. Lisa Culver lay on the slab, and Morris stood beside it. He wore a kind of rusty red suit today, one with a faint metallic sheen. His shirt had tiny stripes of the same color against white. He'd added a tie of deep sapphire blue with cords of that blue winding through a complicated braid he'd looped in a circle at the back of his head. As he reached into the Y-cut to lift out Lisa's heart and weigh it, Peabody looked carefully away. "Lower music volume by half," Morris ordered. "I thought she'd enjoy something young and energetic. She had a very short life. Somebody ended it after dressing her up like a girl in a painting. So I'm told. The slight injuries from the wiring, the glue, all post-mortem. Your call of manual strangulation is correct. You're looking for someone with wide-palmed, long-fingered hands, strong ones. Her larynx was crushed. I'll give you the measurements on the hands, and they'll be close in my report. A chance for prints? No. He was careful enough to seal them before he killed her. No other injuries on the body. Internally, she'd consumed a very nice pouilly fuissé, about 8 ounces, approximately 3 hours prior to her death, and another 6 within minutes of death. In that 6 ounces, enough barbiturates, powder form, I believe, to knock out someone double her weight. He drugged her, then he killed her. Considering, Eve walked around the slab. Didn't want her to fight back. He gave her something to put her out so he could strangle her, and with his hands. Personal, intimate. He doesn't just bash her over the head, stab her in the heart. Can't do that and have her intact for the final pose. She looked down at the body. So that's important, that final pose. And he's a coward who needed her unconscious before he killed her. He doesn't need the rush of the struggle. Eyes still averted, Peabody added, "A struggle could mess up the costume, or maybe end up putting a bruise on her face." That's right. But he could have given her a heavier dose, or injected her with a lethal dose. She'd die nice and neat that way. But he wanted the intimacy, his hands around her throat. It takes effort to squeeze the life out of somebody using your own hands. Morris walked over to wash up. She'd have felt nothing, which is a blessing for her if there can be one. Her body would have fought for air, but she wouldn't have been aware of it, wouldn't have felt the panic and pain over the 3 or 4 minutes it took him to kill her. He pulled a tube of Pepsi and Peabody's choice of diet out of his fridgie. "Thanks. Illegals or alcohol abuse?" "No. Her last meal, about 6 hours before death, a soy dog and fries, a Coke. While a healthy weight, she was borderline on malnutrition. She needed more iron, fiber, and green vegetables in her diet. She'd used a 6-month injection for birth control, was naturally a brunette, who'd recently refreshed the blonde and added the streaks. Harvo has a sample, and being the queen of hair and fiber, will tell you what she used there, home or salon grade. Harvo also has the clothes." Eve nodded. He had to get them from somewhere. They're not exactly today. What about the wire, the glue? I can tell you the wire's 1.5 millimeters and strong. Metal with a protective jacket. The lab will take it from there. And the glue, also very strong. I needed acetone to remove it. Morris laid a hand on Lisa's head. Her eyelids already had a slight rash by the time she got to me, as had the other areas where he'd used glue to secure the wire to keep her head in that exact position. Morris looked down, then eased the body's head over to show Eve the spotty redness. It's a different kind of cruelty, but cruelty nonetheless. She was nothing more than a droid to him by that point, maybe all along. Less, really. Like some doll he could dress up, use, destroy. Sex? She'd had intercourse, yes, but hours before her death. At least 4, closer, I think, to 5 hours before. And she followed the regulations, douched thoroughly. Why would he give her time for that? He'd have used a sperm killer. It probably wasn't him. If it wasn't, he didn't care about sex. Or we're wrong, and it's a woman. Pacing, she cracked the tube. No, not a woman. She's not registered for females, and she wanted to work up to top level. That means following regulations. She took a drink from the tube, nodded. Okay, we know what we know now. Thanks, Morris. You added to it. Family? I'm going to make the notification when I get to Central. She didn't have a sign of either parent in her apartment, and neither live in or around New York. But I'll let you know if they, or anyone, wants to come see her or make arrangements for her. They brought her into this world. I hope they care enough to see her out of it. I'll let you know. Morris. Peabody paused at the door. Can I ask why you decided to be an ME? He sent her a surprised look, then an easy smile. It's simple, really. There are those who tend to the living and those who tend to the dead. Those, like me, work to find answers to give those like you. Those who stand for the ones who had their lives taken. He laid a hand on Lisa's head again. The dead also need tending. Thanks. Let me add congratulations on your new home. Double thanks. We're gonna throw a hell of a party soon. I look forward to it. As the doors closed, they heard him say, Music at previous volume. Chapter 4. Since they wouldn't get anything substantial from the lab yet, Eve headed straight to Central. After she made the notification, she would set up her board and book, then take time to reevaluate, to think. And contact Mira, she decided. She had no doubt this one would need the valued analysis of the department's best profiler. A human replication of an old important painting, she said aloud, left on the doorstep of people who own an art gallery. The arrows pointing, and with bright flashing lights, to an artist. If not a painter type, a wannabe painter type, certainly someone connected to the art world. Another gallery owner, Peabody speculated. An employee with a grudge. An art collector. Or somebody who lost their art collection somehow. And some of the pieces reverted to that particular gallery. That's not bad. What it doesn't feel like? Victim-specific. Culver's dead because, first, street-level LC who can be hired on the spot, and she fit the costume, had basically the right look. Close enough for replication. Did he kill her because she wasn't close enough? Maybe he started painting her and she couldn't hold the pose, or he saw the flaws. Or his work just sucks, he can't bring his vision to life, but it has to be her fault. The painting lacks life, so now so does she? Eve folded that one into the mix. He always planned to kill her. All of the above may be true, but he always planned to kill her. Maybe it's as simple as, well, the original model's dead, so this one has to die too. Or, if it's to smack at the Whittiers, it's, see what you made me do? Also not bad. I'm getting the hang of this detective thing. Eve had to smile as she pulled into Central's garage. You're coming along. Yay me. If he just wanted to replicate the painting, maybe on canvas too, he didn't have to kill her. He just pays her and buy. But you're right. He always planned to kill her. And always planned to dump her, in costume, in pose, where he dumped her. Yeah. Peabody whooshed out a breath. It's too weird and time-consuming and risky for otherwise. People might have wire and glue handy, but most don't have sealant hanging around. Plus, to copy the painting, he could hire plenty of others who had a similar look. He could have hired a professional artist's model. And, Eve said, as they walked to the elevator, if he's an artist or a wannabe, maybe he's hired one in the past. Or he just goes for LCs. Those are angles. Give like crimes a shot. Victims dressed as famous paintings or icons. They stepped onto the elevator. You sometimes see art students sitting in museums sketching famous works of art. Eve supposed she had, but why? It's practice. It's homage. It's learning how that artist accomplished it, I'd say anyway. And some schools have students try their version of a well-known painting. So, art students. Eve stuck her hands in her pockets. Maybe art historians, considering the age of the original. Add art forgers, and those people who restore art. The victim can't tell us much more, but we've got plenty of lines to tug. Start tugging. The doors opened. D.S. Jenkinson and his tie walked on. L.T. Peabody. Why? God, why? Too late, Eve slapped a hand over her eyes. In this closed space, it's burning my corneas. Aw, Lou. With a kind of affection, Jenkinson ran his hand down a tie with a field that spread like a nasty purpling bruise. Over it, flowers the color of a concerning urine sample bloomed. It's real subtle. Yeah, subtle like a pipe wrench slammed repeatedly on the back of the skull. What are you doing here? Had to run down, talk to a guy. Carmichael in Santiago caught one about an hour ago. He's wearing the hat. Are you kidding me? Looks like he bet Carmichael the Cubs would beat the Mets in Saturday's game. Eve narrowed her burning eyes. There were lines, hard, deep lines, not to be crossed. One of my detectives bet against the Mets? Well, Santiago's from Chicago, and it turns out he's got a pal from his high school days who's a relief pitcher on the Cubs roster. Plus, he's paying, boss. He has to wear the hat all week. Jenkinson shrugged. No money on it, and the Mets took them down 4-2, and he's in for the Mets unless they're playing the Cubs. You can't hold it against him for rooting for a pal. Can't I? Come on. The conversation held her on the elevator as it stopped and started, as cops shuffled in, squeezed out. You see the game? Jenkinson asked. I caught the last couple innings. Then you saw Santiago's pal. They brought him in the 7th. He's got an arm on him. Held us to the 4. Eve played it back in her mind. Yeah, he's got a wicked fastball. Franks almost dinged him good in the 8th. 2 out. Curved foul last minute, or that baby was gone. Still, we won. Yeah, there's that. Anyway, all 3 squeezed off at homicide. Baxter and Trueheart are in-house, working the links right now on one they caught Saturday night. They were on the roll. Right. One of the reasons she'd nudged Jenkinson to take the detective sergeant's exam was just this. He knew everything, sometimes before it happened. Me and Reinecke are clear right now if you need some help. Did you finish the paperwork? Hunching his shoulders, he looked like a man who'd just swallowed something nasty. I'm working on it. Do that. I can't get to my pile yet. The woman dressed up like the painting. Street LC, manual strangulation. Yeah, she thought, that was one of the reasons. Finish the paperwork, and if you're still clear, I'll tap you in. Peabody, you can tap Reinecke in. Start him looking for artists' models. Where's the justice? He gets models, I get paperwork. Jenkinson shook his head. With rank, Eve said, comes bullshit. You're telling me, Jenkinson said as she strode to her office. She went for coffee first, and with it sat at her desk to do the notifications. In general, notifying a parent their daughter was dead brought shock, disbelief, and a flood of grief. With Mitzi Lee Starr, the leading reaction was annoyance. Sure, Eve thought, due to the stupid planet's dumbass rotation around the sun, it was earlier in Las Vegas, and who wants to get pulled out of sleep with bad news? But she probably asked for it. Mitzi Lee, her gilded hair tipped in scarlet, sat up in a bed with a fluffy pink headboard shaped like a heart. The sheets she'd tugged up covered a small portion of her impressive man-made boobs. Excuse me? Girl always does what she wants, when she wants. As the other woman shrugged, Eve got the full and unwanted view of said boobs. Always thinking she's better than anyone. Probably her bad attitude and big mouth got her killed. Yawning, she leaned back against the fluffy pink heart. What do you want me to do about it? I can arrange for you to see your daughter. What for? Dead, isn't she? Yes, she is. In order for you to make arrangements for her body, what? Like for a funeral? Forget it. She's a grown-ass adult. Walked out when she was 17 and good riddance. Helped herself to a couple hundred I had stashed, too. I'm not spending my hard-earned money on funerals. Dead's dead. You got her. You deal with it. Eve kept her tone neutral. There are also personal effects and possessions. What do I want with her junk? With that, Mitzi Lee broke the connection. Okay, then. Eve took a moment, drank coffee, then tried the father. He registered some shock, if not grief. Though he wasn't as abrupt as the woman he'd created a daughter with, the upshot came to the same. Nobody was coming for Lisa. She sent Morris a memo. Lisa Culver's next of kin will not view or claim her body. Please hold the body for 48 hours after you complete your report. During that period, we will attempt to locate any other family members. Failing that, file for standard cremation and disposal for unclaimed remains. She went into the bullpen, scanned, and spotted Officer Shelby in her cube. Officer Shelby. Sir, I'm going to send you the data on a homicide victim. I need you to search for family members beyond her parents. Whatever you find, send to me and copy Peabody. Yes, sir, Lieutenant. How far out do you want me to go? Up the generational train and out as far as first cousins. No minors necessary. I'll get right on it. On the way back, Eve stopped at Peabody's desk. Culver's parents aren't interested. I have Shelby searching for other family. When she has any, she'll send to you and me. Her parents don't want to claim her body? No, they don't. Since neither of them asked how she died, I'd say she was already dead to them. Harsh. It's all of that. She went back to her office, sent the data to Shelby, then began to set up her board. She put Lisa's ID shot up first. You and the woman who gave birth to you have the same eyes. That may be the only connection between you. She added the crime scene shots, including a close-up of the neck bruising, and a photo of the original painting beside one of the victim in the same pose. When she finished her board, she sat to open her murder book. Before she'd finished, she heard Peabody coming. Beat droids are here. Bring them on back. Eve closed the book, turned in her chair as they came in. Officer Campbell, Officer Winters, Peabody said. Campbell replicated an attractive black female of about 30 with a slim build. They'd built Winters as a 40-ish white woman with a tougher face and body. Both stood at attention. Relax. Though droids didn't, really. She gestured to the board. Lisa Culver. Lisa Culver, Campbell began. Age 22. Caucasian female, we've got all that. Who works her block? What other LCs? Dana, a.k.a. Starlight Chumbley. Winters took over. As it recited the data, the eyes flickered, an indication it accessed memory banks. Age 26. Mixed-race female, licensed for males. Monique Varr, age 28, Caucasian female, licensed for male and female and non-binary. On the east side of the block, Campbell continued, Zola Messner, age 23, black female, licensed for all genders. Diego Quint, age 22, Hispanic male, licensed for all genders. That's it? Eve said after a pause. Campbell nodded. Affirmative, Lieutenant. These 5 street-level licensed companions, excluding the deceased, routinely work that block. Have you observed any relationship, including animosity toward the deceased, from any of these individuals? In my observation, individuals Chumley and Varr engaged in conversation with each other, while the deceased did not. Quint and Messner also engaged in conversations with each other, and on occasion with Chumbley and Varr, while the deceased appeared to distance herself. We observed no particular animosity, Campbell concluded, and no sense of solidarity. Okay, thanks for coming in. Dismissed. Peabody lingered when the droids left. Should I do a run on those names? I'll do a quick one once I finish the book. I saw we got the lists of employees, artists, and art students from Whittier. It might be more productive if I started on that. Do that. Eve finished the book, started the runs. She'd just finished when Shelby's list came through. Shelby had found a handful of relatives with contacts, a few more who'd gone off the grid or were deceased. Eve started at the top with great-grandparents. By the time she got down to an aunt, she wondered how anyone could claim that blood ran thicker than water. Carmen Young, Mitzi Lee Starr's sister, answered fast and looked terrified. New York police? What happened to Ethan? Is he hurt? Is he— Ms. Young, I'm not contacting you about Ethan. Her son, Eve noted from Shelby's list, age 16. I'm contacting you about your niece. Niece? I don't understand. Neither Alice nor Chloe are in New York. They're in school right here in Richmond. Ethan's in New York on a school trip. If something happened, I hope he's enjoying the city, and this has nothing to do with him. Again, I'm contacting you about your niece, Lisa Culver, your sister's daughter. The fear died and lapsed into resignation. I'm sorry. I didn't know Mitzi had a daughter. She, Mitzi, ran away at 16. I was a couple of years older, had already moved out. She hasn't contacted me since. Is her daughter in trouble in New York? I regret to inform you Lisa Culver was murdered last night. Oh, God! Oh, my God! She covered her mouth with her hand, and her eyes went wide with horror. Murdered? Oh, God. Give me a minute, please. I was just about to go into a meeting. Let me postpone that. Just 1 minute. The link went to Holding Blue, thankfully without music. As she waited, Eve took another quick look at Shelby's notes. Carmen Young, age 46, married to Liam Young for 22 years, 3 offspring, with the visiting Ethan, the middle child. She worked as an office manager in Richmond, Virginia. When Carmen came back on, she appeared to have steadied. She wore her brown hair in a long bob around an attractive face with dominant bright blue eyes. At the moment, they held a sheen of tears. Can you tell me what happened to her? She was strangled. Good God! Do you know who? Do you know why? We're investigating. Ms. Young, how old was she? 22. Does Mitzi know? Have you reached her mother? Yes, I informed her mother. Could you give me Mitzi's contact? Or you could give her mine. I can't imagine what she's going through. Losing a child. Having a child killed this way. If there's anything we can do to help, Ms. Young. Ms. Starr. Who? Your sister changed her surname from Lauder to Starr. The bright blue eyes went blank as she nodded. I see. Your sister has declined to view or to claim her daughter's body. She's declined making any arrangements for her daughter's burial or cremation. On that blank stare, Carmen shut her eyes. Some things don't change, do they? She murmured. Some people just never change. I've notified your mother and your father, your grandfather. We're unable to find a location or contact for your grandmother. Join the club, Carmen said flatly, then shook her head. It doesn't matter. It really can't matter. I assume none of them have changed either. I'm sorry. This is all so upsetting. What is your name? Lieutenant Dallas. Lieutenant, we'll, of course, make arrangements for— Oh, my Jesus. Her eyes filled again. I've already forgotten her name. It's Lisa. Leesa. Lisa Culver. Listen, don't beat yourself up. You've been blindsided. You're right about that. Lisa's father has also expressed no interest in making arrangements, nor have the few family members on her paternal side we were able to contact. All right. Again, she covered her mouth with her hand. This time, she took 3 slow breaths, then dropped it. All right, she repeated. Can you tell me what I need to do? How we go about— Give me a second to get my thoughts in order. Take the time you need. I don't think we should bring her here. No one knows her. And that's so sad. No formal funeral or memorial. It doesn't make sense, does it? And that's even more sad. How do I arrange for cremation and maybe, She pressed a hand over her eyes a moment. Okay, yes. Is there a way to have a tree planted for her? Is there a way to arrange that? Yes, I can put you in touch with someone to help with that. We'll plant one here, too. In the yard, I think. I think that's the right thing to do. I don't know what else we could do for her. For Lisa. All right, tell me how we go about it all, and we'll take care of it. Eve gave her Morris's information. Then, as she and Rourke had once planted a tree for a friend's murdered sister, passed on that process. All right. Thank you so much for the help. We'll take care of this. Is my sister in New York? No. Just as well. Ms. Young? Thank you. When Carmen shook her head, Eve pressed on. You were the last on my list, and the only one who's shown compassion, who's willing to make the effort. Lisa's my responsibility now. It's my job to find out who took her life, to bring her justice. It's my duty to stand for her. You didn't know her, but you're willing to stand for her too. I have a family, a wonderful, frustrating, loving family. Considering what came before, I think I'm the luckiest woman in the world. I wish I'd known Lisa and had a chance to bring her into my family. I didn't, so now this is all I can do for her. Lieutenant, will you let me know when you find who did this? Yes, I will. Afterward, she got more coffee and stood for a moment, drinking it by her skinny window. There were some, she thought, no matter what they came from, who worked to make themselves better. She glanced back at the board and Lisa. Maybe you'd have had a better chance with her. Or maybe that wouldn't have changed your direction at all. Either way, you've got someone with enough heart who'll plant a tree for you. She went back to her desk to send a memo to Mira with the case file attached, and asked for a consult at Mira's convenience. Then she walked out to Peabody in the bullpen. I've carved it down some, Peabody told her. I separated the females, and I've eliminated some who either relocated or are currently out of New York, even the country. Like one of the students. He was a regular. He's doing a year in Florence at an art school, and one of the featured artists, multiple times, moved to Paris 6 months ago. Any with dings? A few. Top of the list, Simon Standish, 28, in Soho. Day job barista. He's on his 3rd cafe. Arrested last year when he became verbally abusive at an art show. Escalated that when he punched the featured artist in the face. He did 60 days in, mandatory anger management, and 3 months of community service. And it happens to be Glenda Frost's gallery where he went off, so it was easy to get some impressions of him from her. She's doing that show for Aaron Albright's work next month. Did you buy that painting? Peabody wondered. The one of the pizza place? Yeah. Frost asked me if she could keep it for the show. Aaron Albright would never marry the love of her life, or take her to Hawaii on their honeymoon. But her art would live on. Standish. Frost said he's a high-strung, angry young man whose work shows promise but isn't ready yet, which he doesn't like to hear. She also doesn't think he could or will kill, and certainly not this way, or mimic an old master as he does abstracts. We'll have a chat anyway. I figured. I've got a couple more. Tell me on the way. Hold on. Reinecke, anything look good? Reinecke shifted, and when he crossed his leg over his other knee, She got a peek at the urine-colored flower adorning his sock. I got a couple of stories about eccentric artists, nutty artists, lousy ones, and a couple with tempers. Sexy's in there, too. Temper? I got a Kyle Drew. The model, goes by Adora, claims screamed at her when she didn't hold the pose, put a few bruises on her when he yanked her back into it, then ended up throwing a table at her. Just missed. That's when she grabbed her clothes and walked out. Got another, Martin J. Martin. No shit on that. This model says he slapped her twice when he didn't get what he wanted. And when she started to cry, yelled out that was perfect, told her to sit her ass down and so on. Which she did because she said she hadn't been paid yet. Send those locations. We're in the field. Jenkinson? Paperwork. I'm almost the fuck finished. Because she sympathized, Eve recalculated. Take a break. You and Reinecke take your break. Reinecke, Peabody's going to send you a list. Current and former employees of the Whittiers. Check them out after your break. She glanced around. Baxter, Trueheart? Working the link shook something loose. They're out tugging the line. Carmichael, Santiago, and the Hat got one in interview. Well then, we can break right here, boss, unless one of them comes back in. That'd be best. If either of you comes up with anything that has a good scent to it, send it. If you catch one, leave all this. Got it covered. Jenkinson looked at Reinecke. Well, partner, ready to hit vending? It could be worse. I'm thinking how, but I know it could be worse. We could hit a cart, Peabody said as they started out. Let's take the first one, see how that plays. Then a cart's fine. Good deal. Culver had an aunt. Yeah, I saw that. I had to work through the rest. None of them gave a rat's ass. Then I talked to her. Hadn't seen or heard from her sister in over 20 years. Didn't know she had a daughter. But she's making arrangements anyway. That matters. It matters. Yeah, it does. Which one of yours is closest? Actually, one I didn't give you yet. Alan, with a Y, Orion. He lives and works just a few blocks from here. Then he's first. Knowing what the elevators would be like at this time of day, Eve turned to the glides. Why does he pop? First, a fake suicide attempt. Fake how? He took a few pills, not close to enough, then called his ex-boyfriend and claimed he was saying the long goodbye. The ex called it in, and they found Orion sort of woozy, not even close to dead, just a little drugged up. So he grabbed a pair of scissors and threatened to cut off his ear, like Van Gogh, but he didn't. But he did, Peabody continued, about 6 months later, attack another more recent ex's current boyfriend. High on a combo of cheap wine and ups, he went at him when the guy and the ex came out of a club and managed to shove the boyfriend into the street. The oncoming car stopped, but it still gave the guy a good bump. Some time in, psych eval, alcohol and drug rehab, Eve concluded. You got it. He's been out for about a year. He sounds fun. Let's go have a conversation with Alan with a Y. Then a cart, right? Maybe even a deli or diner. I could go for a chef's salad. If it comes from a restaurant of any nature, shouldn't it always be a chef's salad? Sometimes they just have cooks. Okay, that's a point. But they're never called cooked salads. Anyway, they jogged down the metal steps to the garage. We'll see how it plays out with Orion. Is that an actual name? He had it changed legally from Pecker. Seriously? With a laugh, Eve walked to her car. Well, you can't blame him. He was born Waldo Pecker. He sounds like a lunatic, but it's hard not to feel sorry for him. Still, it's unlikely the killer had sex with Culver, and the former Pecker prefers men, so we'll see how it plays out, Peabody finished. Rain blew in as Eve drove the handful of blocks, then another 2 before she found parking. Peabody opened the glove box, pulled out a pair of compact umbrellas. She passed one to Eve. How did you know they were in there? Factored in Rourke and Somerset, then played the odds. I won. As she climbed out, Peabody opened one. Since it was right there, Eve did the same, then had to admit to a kind of smugness as she watched other pedestrians scramble for cover or hunch against the wet. Give me a quick rundown on the artist formerly known as Pecker. 33, mixed race, currently working nights serving drinks and bar food at Saucy, a sex club. Peabody paused, pointed. That one. Eve took a glance at the blacked-out window with the currently quiet neon in the shape of an impossibly endowed naked woman. It's a good thing she's got that pole to hold on to. Otherwise, being that front-loaded, she'd keep falling on her face. I can't figure how she'd swing on the pole. The boobies would keep smacking into it. Peabody, tits that size are not in any way boobies. The term boobies should be reserved exclusively for what begins to pop out of a 12-year-old girl. Yeah, you're right. After they walked to the middle of the next block, Eve studied Orion's building. Another post-Urban's toss-up. 8 floors of dingy and poorly secured with a scatter of tags. Given the nature of the tags, she deduced those particular artists patronized Saucy, if they managed to get their hands on fake ID. Street Level held a tat and piercing parlor attached to a handy retail space that sold nipple rings, tongue studs, and other accessories she further deduced could be attached to more private parts. Since the residential door had no lock, they walked right in. Peabody let out a sigh. He's on 5. I'm gonna have to upgrade my underwear because my pants are gonna get so loose they'll fall off my ass. As expected, Eve ignored the elevator and pushed open the door to the stairwell. Chapter 5. It smelled like someone's 3-day-old sweet and sour shrimp with a side of fresh puke. What an odor, Peabody commented as they started the climb. And another one without any kind of decent soundproofing. Why do babies always sound like someone's carving off their fingers with a dull knife? Ew, but anyway, that's not an I'm hurt cry. It's an I'm hungry cry. Frowning, Eve looked at her partner. How can you tell? It just sounds hungry. Not like there goes my pinky. You know, if Mom had boobies, tits, like Neon Girl, she could fill that tank for a couple days with one feeding. As they climbed, the stairwell echoed with the sounds of an electric keyboard, the wild celebratory shrieks of the game show channel, the boom and blast of some action flick, and someone shouting for someone to shut the fuck up. Eve mostly agreed with the last. When they rounded to 4, she heard the bass-heavy, hard-edged shout and stomp of thrash metal at top volume. If you weren't already in a pissed-off mood, she commented, listening to that would get you there. It got louder as they got to the 5th floor, then threatened the eardrums when she opened the fire door and stepped into the hallway. Anybody who plays whatever the hell that is at that volume in an apartment is an asshole. What do you bet it's, I really am a pecker? Pretty sure you're correct. He's right there, 501. And I think I can see the door shuttering. He's got 3 locks on it, but I can see it shaking. Eve pounded on the door with the side of her fist. Should have brought the battering ram, she muttered, and pounded again. Alan Orion? This is the police. Turn off that damn music and open the door. Fuck the fucking police. Open the door, or I will arrest you for disturbing the peace. Try it. She heard a riot bar thump, locks click, then the rattle of a chain as Orion opened the door a crack. I'm in my own apartment in the middle of the day. Eve held up her badge. Turn it off, open the door. We can have this conversation here, or we can have it at Central. Fucking police. But he muttered it as he dragged off the chain. What the hell do you want? I'm working. I need the noise, the anger, the rage of the music to create. Turn it off. A man of about 5'8", with a slender build in black lounge pants and a black muscle shirt, both paint-splattered, turned to stride away to a small entertainment box. He had white blonde hair swirled with bright blue that rained past his shoulders. The black goatee served as contrast on a face of deep gold skin with tawny eyes lined heavily with black. After slapping the music off, he turned to snarl at her. Happy now? Is it my fault the pathetic peasants in this building can't respect art and the creator of it? I'd say it's your fault for not respecting your neighbors or the city's noise pollution codes. You could try headphones, Peabody suggested. No! I need it to fill, to burn the very air, to surround me, for fury! He gestured, dramatically, toward a canvas about 6 feet long, 4 feet high. Some of the paint still glistened. Black paint, harsh red, angry yellow, fought some sort of bitter war over the field. In the morass of thick strokes, hard angles, Eve thought she, maybe, saw a human face. It's one of my series on unbridled emotions. And we have grief! He gestured, again a dramatic sweep of the arm, across the room to another canvas. Blacks, reds, dark blues, dead spiderweb grays, and, yeah, as if smothered by those strokes of color, a human face, the artist's face, covered with tears. I will have agony, desire, fear. She didn't like them, but had to admit to a weirdly compelling vision. Okay, you also have a couple choices. You can soundproof your apartment. Do you know what that costs? I'm reduced to working like a slave every night to support my art. Uh-huh. You can wear headphones and fry your own eardrums. Or keep the music at a reasonable volume. He held out his hands, palms lifted. You're asking me to slit my own wrists. No, I'm telling you to knock it off. You've already done time inside. Want more? Now he threw up his hands, circled the room. Other than a single dumpy couch, he used the entire space as a studio, with canvases stacked or hung, with paints and tools littering a table. Eve figured he'd go a few rounds with the landlord at some point, as he didn't bother to tarp the floor. Art transcends man-made laws. Yeah? Is that why you killed Lisa Culver? I don't know who that is. He said it absently as he continued to circle, to gesture. I need stimulation to create art. Music, movement, sex. How can I bring fury to life without the stimuli? Headphones, Eve repeated. Get some. Where were you last night between midnight and 4 a.m.? Don't you understand? He paused, frowned. What? Midnight to 4 last night. Your whereabouts. Didn't I already say I'm forced to work like a slave? But still, there is stimulation, and there is, on occasion, inspiration. I was doing the menial work I'm forced to do until my art is recognized, serving others their drinks and food at Saucy in the next block. From midnight to 4? From 9 to 2. Then, exhausted, I returned home, too depleted for my art, too restless to sleep. I took a sleep aid and slept. One day the pain will be too much, and I won't wake again. Eve pulled up Lisa's ID on her link, turned the screen toward him. How do you know her? He frowned, shook his head, then tossed back his hair. I don't. If she modeled for me and I put her on canvas, she would always live in me. He pressed a hand to his heart. If she complained about my need for stimulation, she's dead. He frowned again, then just shrugged. Death comes to all of us. Death comes sooner than it should when someone's murdered. Murdered? He looked more intrigued than shocked. Well, I certainly didn't murder her. You shoved a man into the street in front of moving vehicles. That was a moment of madness. An accident, really. Blind passion. I've moved on. Now, I only have a few precious hours for my work. I need to go back to fury. Eve put the Vermeer on the screen. Do you know this painting? He looked, sneered. Boring. Ordinary. Right. If you turn the music up to that volume, or close to it again, you'll find a couple of cops at your door with an arrest warrant. Eve started for the door. You won't get anywhere with fury in lockup. Remember that. When they went out, Eve waited. The music came back on, but not at door-shuttering volume. What a dick, was Peabody's opinion. He really shouldn't have bothered changing his last name. He's a dick, and we'll check out his alibi, see how close we can pinpoint when Lisa left the stroll. But he didn't kill her. Way too busy swimming in self-pity and self-indulgence to plan out a murder. Plus, none of his stuff is in the same universe as the portrait. He'd never have used something like that. What universe is his stuff in? Eve asked as they started down. The shit universe. Some would go for it, sure, because it has a creepy kind of gut punch, and I absolutely believe all art has value. However, well, shit has value. But otherwise, it's abstract, conceptual, and reeks of that self-indulgence. He's just using it as an excuse to suffer, or claim he's suffering. I agree with all that. We'll check the timing anyway. Who's next? Peabody checked, noted Reineke's list came through. Standish. And he should be at his day job. Café Urbane. And that's just a block past where we parked, across the street and another block. We can walk it. When they reached street level, the storm that had blown in had blown out again. Once she'd hiked back to the car, Eve opened the trunk. Toss it in. She shut the trunk on a pair of wet umbrellas. The Martin Martins in Tribeca, and Kyle Drew's the East Village. Still walking this one, then that only leaves 2 to find parking. Café Urbane has salads and sandwiches, as well as pockets, muffins, and cookies. Fine. It also closes at 10 on Sunday night, so he wouldn't have been working during the timeline. Eve spotted the trench coat coming in her direction, and the way he eyed the bag of a woman chatting on her link as she clipped along. Then his gaze shifted to Eve. She met it, angled her head, barely lifted her eyebrows. The way he turned around, strolled in the opposite direction, reminded her of Galahad when caught bellying toward bacon. She almost thought it a shame. She could have used a quick run. But when she crossed the street with the river of others, Trenchcoat kept going. Okay, Simon Standish, age 28, white guy, father's from London, single, no cohabs, does the barista thing for his day job, and lasts from, 6 months to a year. Looks like he's had one show at a coffee shop/art gallery, and he fills in as an art teacher, substitute art teacher, high school level. Peabody put away her PPC. He's the one who punched another artist at the other artist's show. I remember. She gave a wide berth to two women who burst out of a shoe store loaded with bags and laughing like hyenas. What was it about footwear that drove some women mad? Through the doors of Café Urbain, the lights glowed bright, and the air was filled with the smell of reasonably decent coffee and chatter. Get your salad. What do you want? I don't know. Eve scanned the menu board and tried to shift her brain to food. Just a grilled cheese. She pulled cash out of her pocket and realized, damn it, she'd need to stop at a machine and get more. What kind of bread? What kind of cheese? Whatever! Pick something. Go with Pepsi. I'm gonna give Standish a tap. She handed Peabody the cash, then moved to the coffee station. Since of the two baristas, only one was male, she got in his line. Snippets of conversation swirled around her. How Bart really needed to turn a report in. How someone else had a date to go salsa dancing. Someone else complained her kid dyed his hair purple. Another expressed frustration with her mother. She took the time to check Standish's ID to make sure she had the right individual. Though he'd cut his blonde hair into sharp diagonal lines on the sides, the same face popped on her screen. Round features, pale green eyes, powder white skin with a sprinkle of blonde stubble. He stood about 6 feet, had well-cut arms and shoulders under his snug black tee. She considered he wouldn't have trouble carrying a dead woman of Lisa's weight. When she got to the counter, he beamed her a smile. "What can I get you, Slim?" "Lieutenant Slim." She palmed her badge and the smile dropped away. "Okay. Same question. My partner and I would like to speak with you regarding an investigation." "I'm working." "I can speak with your supervisor." "Come on, man. I don't want to lose this job." "When's your break?" "In about 20. She looked behind her and to where Peabody grabbed a two-top. "See the brunette, red streaks? Come there on your break. We'll try to make it quick." "I didn't do anything." "Then it'll be even quicker." She walked to the table. "Got your Pepsi? I'm trying their lemonade." She tapped the order box. "Salad and San in about 5 minutes." Eve sat so she could keep an eye on Standish. He's got a break coming up in 20. He makes a move toward the door or toward the back, we go after him. Hope he doesn't. Peabody picked up her lemonade, sampled. "Hey, it's pretty good." Mavis has us spoiled, though, since she learned how to make it from lemons. "We're grilling tonight. McNabb and Leonardo are getting good at it." "He's nervous," Eve observed. "Keeps glancing over here." "Nervous? But I'm not reading guilt. It's more dejection, maybe." "Oh, crap. Cops." A lot of people feel that way about cops. The box signaled the order up. Peabody pulled the salad, then the sandwich out of the opening. I went with whole wheat and a combo of Munster and American. Sure, that works. Oh, change. Peabody handed Eve the change, which still meant to stop to replenish cash. Eve stuffed it away, then pulled out her link when it signaled the text. Mira's read the file. She can give me a window around 1600. That works, too. We should be able to fit this one in and the other, too. Maybe one of them will be working on a portrait of Lisa as the girl, and case closed. Yeah, that'll happen. Eve bit into the sandwich. But don't you think that's what he's doing? Or did? I think that's the strongest probability, yeah. There's no glory in dressing up a woman as an iconic image than not painting her, since that's what you do. Paint. Most probable. Unless we're following the wrong trail and he doesn't paint. Like, why did these, that word Pecker used, peasants get the talent? I do so much more with it. I deserve it, but I can only sell art or restore art or buy art. Can't discount it. Eve watched Standish take off his apron. He came around the counter and walked to the table. I can take a few minutes. Listen, I told my manager you were cops, and there was some trouble in my building. I really want to keep this job. Why don't you grab a chair? When he had and sat, what Eve read coming off him in waves was misery. I really didn't do anything. I know I screwed up before, but if Harmon's had any more trouble, I swear it wasn't me. I was a little drunk and a lot jealous. He rubbed my face in it some, and I just punched him. Then I happened to see him a couple weeks ago, and I wanted to apologize. Sincere, right? And he started screaming how he'd get a restraining order. I was with some people. They'll back me up. I just walked away. I didn't do anything. All right. This is about another matter. Do you know this woman? Eve held out her link. Standish looked, didn't skim, but looked. No. She's pretty. Too heavy on the eyes with the makeup, but under it she's got a nice face. I don't understand. She was murdered last night. If powder white skin could lose color, his did. Jesus. I'm sorry, okay? But I really don't understand. Eve swiped, offered the link again. How about this? Sure, girl with the pearl earring. It's beautiful work. The way Vermeer captured light, used the contrast, the way she stands out against the dark background. She was dressed like this. Like an artist's model? Now both puzzlement and interest mix together. Usually, if you're going to try to use a previous image to learn, you use the image itself. Her face isn't really right for it. Can you give us your whereabouts last night? Say midnight to 4? Oh, God. Oh, my God. Now his hands shook, so he put them under the table. Look, I punched a guy, and that was stupid, but I wouldn't kill anybody. Why don't you tell us where you were? Peabody said gently. I was working in my apartment. I paint there, too. I was working with a model, Karen Lloyd. We started about 9 and went to, I think about 12:30 or 1. Then she got dressed. I'm working on a figure study, and we talked a little, then she left. I'm not sure, I didn't check the time. But it was after 1 because I know it was close to 2 when I called it a night. I didn't go anywhere. The building has door cams. You can check. All right. Why don't you give us the model's contact? Sure, fine. But please don't freak her, okay? She's supposed to pose for me again tonight. He pulled out his link, looked up the contact, and gave it to them. Do you know anyone who does this? Uses models to replicate? I don't. I'm not saying nobody does, but I don't know anybody who does. I'm just trying to straighten up, okay? Keep my day job, work on my art, stay out of trouble. My parents have really backed me, but punching Harmon, I'm like on parole here. He tried to smile. I'm working up my nerve to approach the gallery manager. It's taken me too long to get there, but I need to do that to, well, get things right. My problem, my attitude, my fucking around, so I need to go see her. I'm hoping to finish this particular work, take it into her, and show her I'm serious about doing the work and not blaming other people if it's just not good enough. And it's going to be good enough. Eventually. All right. We appreciate your time. Sure. Thanks. Wow. He replaced the chair, then headed back to work. No buzz, Peabody said. Not even a little. But we verify, and we check the victim's timeline. East Village, then Tribeca. Kyle Drew, Peabody said, as they walked back to the car in air humid from the come-and-gone rain. Age 38, mixed race, 1 marriage, 1 divorce, no offspring. He actually had some early success, kudos in sales, married one of his models. About 3 years ago, the marriage went down the tubes, and so did his kudos and sales. Basically, he's riding the has-been wagon. Eve spotted the same trench coat, and he spotted her. Even with half a block between them, Eve swore she heard his resigned sigh as he turned around and kept walking. It could be worse to have gotten there than dropped. Eve watched Trenchcoat join the flood of pedestrians at the crosswalk and shoot a quick glance back at her. It might piss you off enough to try a whole new technique, like murdering your model. Though tempted to follow the street thief and give him a really bad day, she stopped at the car. She'd just have to find her fun elsewhere. Unless we hit your perfect scenario with one of these two, start looking at artists who work in restorations. There you are, always fixing up somebody else's work. Isn't it time you created your own? You replicate to show how much better you are than the original. It didn't take long to eliminate Kyle C. Drew, as he answered the door of his impressive loft space with his right hand in a skin cast. A big man, he wore his ink-black hair in long dreads loosely tied back in a tail. He covered his impressive build in a sleeveless white tee and black baggies and gave both Peabody and Eve a long look out of sizzling blue eyes. Cops? He had a voice like warm cream poured into rich coffee. Too bad. Unless you want to moonlight as artists' models. Interesting faces. No thanks. Eve nodded at the cast. How'd that happen? I pissed myself off and punched a hole in the wall. That'll teach me. When did you do that? He frowned a little. Saturday afternoon. What's this about? Do you want to talk about it out here? What do I care? But fine. He stepped back to let them into an impressive space of wide windows and color. He displayed art on the walls as a gallery might, with the style that drew the eye. He had enough living space for a pair of sofas, both in coppery shades, and chairs done in turquoise. The area opened into a dining area with a table that looked old and important, as did the half-dozen chairs around it. A curve of stairs, wood with a copper railing, led to the second level. Eve pulled out her link. "Do you know this woman?" He took the link, studied it. "No, but I just saw this photo on a media report. Somebody killed her last night. Not a lot of details on it, but they said she'd been strangled." He handed Eve back the link, lifted his cast. "I'd say that leaves me out of the running, but it doesn't explain why you're asking me about her in the first place. They said she was an LC. Are you just checking anyone who's used one, for sex, or as a model?" "You have?" He smiled. "I don't pay for sex. Got no problem with it, but I haven't needed to. But sure, I've hired a few now and then to pose. Not her. I'd remember." "How about this?" Eve brought up the Vermeer. "Of course I do. Who doesn't? What does that?" He stopped, then held out his good hand. "Let me see the dead girl again." When Eve obliged, his brows knitted. "It's the eyes, isn't it? Bone structure's off. Nose, that's wrong. Mouth's almost there. But the eyes." He looked up. Somebody had her stand in for, what? A forgery of the most famous Vermeer? Then killed her? "Can you tell us where you were Saturday between 11 p.m. and 4 a.m.? "Well, Christ." A flicker of temper fired in his eyes. "Here, brooding. How the hell am I supposed to strangle a woman I don't know with this?" He shook his casted hand. "When and where was it treated, and by whom?" "Give me a second." He shut his eyes, breathed deep in and out, then muttered something she couldn't quite catch. "It just doesn't work." "What doesn't work?" "Mindful breathing and a mantra. I'm still pissed off. I don't know the time exactly. 3, maybe 4 on Saturday. The urgent care on East 8th. Dr. Salvari. I have to go back to her in a few days, so, please God, she can take this bastard off. I can't paint, can't sketch. I can't even tie my own goddamn shoes." "Okay. How about you show us your studio, then we'll get out of your hair." "You want to see my studio? What? In case I have a reproduction of a Vermeer in progress?" Gesturing with his good hand, he turned to the steps. When they followed him up, Peabody caught her breath. Another large space, it held canvases, a work table, shelves holding paints and tools and palettes. It included a curvy green couch, numerous throws, a bed with rumpled white sheets, a rack of what Eve supposed he used to dress or drape models. Peabody walked straight to the unfinished painting on an easel. He'd used the bed, and the rumpled sheets swirled over and around the model, who reclined with golden red hair spiraling down over her left shoulder. She lay propped on her right elbow and wore a lazy, "I've just been laid" smile. "Oh, this is wonderful. The light, the moonlight, it's luminous, and the way it streams through the window and hits her hair. The movement, the way her body's curved. The wine bottle and 2 glasses on the table, the shadows in every crease of the sheets. And you can just feel they're still warm, and she's smiling at the one who warmed them with her. She's about to say, 'Come back to bed.' It's so sensual. It's breathtaking. Okay, this was worth the trip up the stairs. Are you an art collector? I wish. You have some wonderful art in your living space, your work and others. But this... I was working on the background on Saturday. Just couldn't hit the groove I'd been in. I needed the model back. When I tried to contact her, it went straight to her Vmail. Can't reach her, can't find that groove. He shook his head, pointed at the wall, and the jagged fist-sized hole in it. That's how I handled that. I'm leaving it like that to remind me losing it cost me days, if not a week or more, on something that matters. And hell, the doctor said if I'd hit wrong, it could have cost me a lot more. It's the best I've done in a long time, and I nearly fucked it up. He turned back to Eve. I don't do forgeries. I've got enough left from before Pilar screwed up our marriage, and I screwed up everything else to keep me in paints and brushes. And I'm fixing what I screwed up. We appreciate your time and cooperation. Cooperating sucks, but I'm working on it. When they got back downstairs, Eve paused at the door. When I try meditation, my mantra's, fuck this. Sometimes it works for maybe a minute. Yeah, I'll try it. That beats my 15 seconds. Peabody pulled out her link when they walked out to the car. I'll check with the clinic and the doctor, but they're gonna confirm. Yeah, but we cross it off. He's got strong hands, but the killer used both, and he sure as hell can't. Plus, he just doesn't fit. His temper, it flashes. The killer's, it's always there. Chapter 6. In Tribeca, Eve had to settle for a lot, then a 2-block hike. Martin lived in an old weathered brick building that clung to its dignity. Since he lived on the floor above a women's boutique, Peabody felt it unworthy of her loose pants chant. When Eve knocked on 1C, the door opened across the hall. A woman in her mid-20s, dressed in black skin pants and a flowy, hip-swinging white shirt, shifted the red bag on her shoulder. Asshole. Martin Squared's not there. Would you know where he is? No, and I'd be thrilled if he stays there. He went out about this time on Friday with the weekender rollie. As far as I know, he hasn't been back. If you're thinking of modeling for him, she added, do yourselves a favor. Don't. Because asshole. You've modeled for him? Once. It started out fine. Then he's yelling at me, calling me a stupid bitch and more. I don't have to take that. So I got up. He grabs me, shoves me back. I had bruises with his fingerprints on them for a week. He had worse since I kneed him in the balls. I told him if he ever put his hands on me again, I'd slice them off. She shifted the bag on her shoulder. Anyway, I've got to get to rehearsal, but I'm saying the modeling fee's not worth it. When the woman left, Eve nodded. Okay. He's been physically abusive to models more than once. Maybe a pattern of it. Left here with the suitcase, so maybe he has another place. More private. I'll see if I can contact him. Yeah, do that. We'll head back. Try the contact from Central. We want him to come in. Say there's been a complaint about physical assault. Well, the neighbor did complain. Yeah. And I've got a feeling he doesn't meditate. Back at Central, Eve had time to update her board and book, then took more time to do a deeper dive on Martin Squared. The only child of an upper-middle-class family, he got his art degree from Pratt, did a year touring Europe, another year living in Paris before settling in New York. He'd had a couple of shows, and Eve thought the word for the reviews she read would be tepid. At 29, no day job for him, ever. He had a small but adequate trust fund to live on while he pursued his art, and sold the occasional piece. After checking the time, she left her office for Mira's. Peabody signaled, "Martin's in Philadelphia. He was one of the artists featured in an exhibition that opened yesterday. He's heading back tonight, and with a lot of whining, will come in tomorrow if we need him to deal with, I quote, some hysterical woman's overreaction." New York to Philadelphia and back. An easy trip. Go there, check in, come back, hire the victim, dress her, kill her, dump her, then go back in plenty of time for the exhibition. He rented a car, so he's got private transpo. Even better. I'm with Mira. Eve took the glides to Mira, and because she'd timed it, arrived 2 minutes early, only to find, in her admirable promptness, the dragon not at Mira's gates and the gates open. Eve stepped to the door, rapped knuckles against the jamb as Mira sat at her desk working with a keyboard. She glanced up, smiled. "Come in, sit. Just give me another minute." Rather than sit, Eve stood, looked around. Mira had a couple of thriving plants, one bursting with purple blooms, some family photos, a few well-chosen dust catchers. Disk files, of course, tidy paperwork, everything calm and organized. As was the woman. Today she'd chosen a pale blue dress paired with a deeper blue jacket. She wore neck chains with little stones of both blues interspersed with stones of pale and deep pink. Eve took a personal bet that Mira wore skyscraper heels that somehow picked up all 4 colors. There. Mira sat back in her chair. "There's no real end to the reports and paperwork in our world, is there?" "No, there is not. I was coming in early today to deal with paperwork. Then—" "Yes, I read the file. Very odd and disturbing." Mira rose to walk to the AC, and Eve congratulated herself on winning the bet. Long, fluid swirls of all 4 colors covered Mira's tall, skinny heels. Eve caught the floral scent of the tea before Mira took out the pair of delicate cups. She passed one to Eve, then sat in one of her blue scoop chairs and crossed her excellent legs. "You have an organized killer, one who prepared by obtaining the scarves, the jacket, and so on. I've got searches going for where those could be obtained. There are a couple of costume shops in New York that have that sort of thing, and in Chicago, in the East Washington area, and so on. When I get Harvo's input, I may be able to narrow that part down." From what I could see, both the costume and the pose were very carefully replicated. He's precise. I agree with your notes. The dump spot was also carefully chosen. Art gallery owners. None of this was random or impulsive. He'd certainly seen the victim before last night. She fit the general parameters: her coloring, her youth, her eyes, and her size. Mira sipped some tea. I believe his choice of an LC street level was also planned and precise. Hire a professional model. She's likely to have an appointment book, maybe tell someone. Hire some woman you spot otherwise. If you can talk her into coming to your studio, she's also likely to tell someone. A street-level LC? It's part of the job to go with a customer. He probably gave her half up front, maybe promised a bonus if she did a good job. He gave her wine, a vintage a street level doesn't get. And if he took any time to find out about her, he'd have known she lives alone, isn't especially friendly, has no close family. Perfect target. I've no doubt he'd have done some basic research on her. Precise, Mira repeated. Organized. And certainly a risk-taker, as he took the time to pose her in front of a residential door, the door of a well-secured home. He's going to have a connection to the Whittiers, to their gallery. Yes. The Vermeer? He greatly admires it and deeply despises it. It's a bar of talent, achievement, and recognition he can't reach. I've no doubt he believes he has scaled the bar of talent, but the recognition eludes him. He may have contemplated suicide, even attempted it, but as the idea of death for his art rooted, it twisted into causing the death of another. Eve held out her hands. With his own hands. The intimacy of that. Exactly. You're profiling him as an artist, a painter. I am. Haven't you? It's highest probability for me. But if it's a hit directly at the Whittiers, that opens up other possibilities. There will always be other possibilities. But an artist creates what he sees, whether with the eyes or the mind. The killer recreated, and with great care and precision, what he saw. Why bother with the costume, the pose? He used wire and glue on the victim because she wasn't a person to him. She wasn't a human being, but a kind of mannequin to be turned and adjusted to represent his image. We're looking into people who restore art. Yes. Lips pursed, Mira nodded. Yes, he may earn his living through that skill because he can't earn it with his own work. Restoring isn't creating on a blank canvas. He's duplicating, true, but that isn't a restoration. All right. I ask myself what he gains by doing this. I come up with two things. His own sick artistic satisfaction and notoriety. We don't know his name, but we know his work. We're studying it, talking about it. He may have failed as an artist. When he paints now, it could be under the cover of a hobby as he works for the Whittiers in another capacity. And that would burn. Yes, it would. Art, his art, is his reason to live. His failure at receiving accolades for it, his greatest pain. But one he shares with many great artists who weren't recognized during their lifetimes. With this, he's created a masterpiece, and one he believes superior to the original. If an artist paints or creates that masterpiece, wouldn't he want to do it again? Yes, and more than want, Eve. Need. She'd already gone there, so just nodded. But not the same one. Why do the same reproduction again? Mira considered. I could see that if, for whatever reason, he felt he hadn't achieved the level he wanted, if he felt the model had been the reason. If he plans to do another, he'd already have the painting selected. The costume or wardrobe, he'd need that. He'd have scouted for the model or already targeted one. I believe he's done that, yes. He sees himself as a perfectionist. He's exacting. You'll find his living and working space very organized. He lives alone. He has no time to waste with others. Sex? Secondary to art. He'd hired an LC, a young, attractive woman. He could have had sex with her first, but apparently didn't. Because the art was the reason. And she wasn't a person. She represented someone long dead, Eve said slowly. Once he had what he needed from her, she had to die, or the painting couldn't live. In silent approval, Mira angled her head. As I see it, perfectly put. He may be gifted, but he wants more, much more than simple success. He wants immortality, and before immortality comes that notoriety. He may consider or attempt suicide to gain immortality, but not before he gains the notoriety, not until he's created enough masterpieces, as many as he's planned. Okay. I appreciate it. He's not the sort who'd smash his hand through a wall. Oh, no. He's too controlled for that, and it could interfere with his painting. Yeah, that was my take. He's got money. You don't waste a high-dollar bottle of wine on a street LC you're gonna kill anyway. A private space for his work and private transpo. Eve pushed to her feet. This all gives me more to work with. Before you go, how did the move-in go this weekend? Move-in? Oh, right, that. Great. It was really just the last push. And she remembered. We're going over there for dinner tonight, to, seal the deal. A lovely way to do just that. Peabody and McNabb met Mavis and Leonardo through you. They found the house through Rourke. The two of you are very much a part of the home they're making. Enjoy the evening with friends. Thanks. She made her way back to Homicide and found McNabb hanging out by Santiago's desk. Jenkinson stopped her first. Paperwork's Christing done. I got a jump on the restoration types for your portrait killer. Great, good. Peabody, take off. Take off what? She asked, and made McNabb snicker. Go home. Really? I've still got some— Go, Eve repeated, and take the e-geek with you. I've got some things to wrap up, and Rourke's meeting me here. We'll be there whenever we're supposed to be. Which, as she went to her office, she hoped wasn't for at least another hour. Maybe 2. She wrote up notes on her consult with Mira, then made herself set it aside. Nothing, really nothing more she could do on that, except think. And thinking needed to wait. Boosting herself with coffee, she started on her lion's share of the paperwork. She never heard him coming, but that was no surprise. The surprise came from carving a good-sized path through the forest of paperwork before Rourke walked in the door. Still at it, then? She looked up with eyes bleary from numbers and words. If there's a hell, it's being chained to a desk doing paperwork. And the more you do, the more there is. It's eternal torment. Do you want more time in torment? No. But I need another 10. Then I can come in early tomorrow and wipe the rest out. For a minute. Then I'll go entertain myself. She took the 10. Maybe her brain hurt, but the rest of her felt righteous and more than ready to call it a day. She went out to find Rourke at Peabody's desk. Jenkinson and Reinecke caught one 5 minutes ago, a dispute at happy hour that ended unhappily. Which meant, Eve thought, more paperwork, as it would involve overtime. She didn't want to think about it. She looked over at Santiago and his hat. "Why are you still here?" "We closed it, so we did a coin toss for writing it up." He ended with a shrug. "First the cubs, then the coin. Detective, you ought to buy a clue, or at least rent one. She's on a streak, but streaks don't last forever." Eve smiled. "Wanna bet?" "Glides," she said to Rourke. "The elevators will be jammed." "I put the champagne in your car," he told her as they walked out. "And now I'll lay a wager of my own you could use some." "That's a safe bet. I'd say an evening with friends in their new happy home will brighten things up as well. Every time Peabody talks about it, she teeters between teary and delirium." As they walked, Eve waved her hands. "It's all teary delirium. Since Jenkinson and Reinecke caught one, I can't use them for grunt work on this tomorrow. Maybe I can tap Santiago and Carmichael, or Baxter and Trueheart. They have a double date, Baxter and Trueheart." "What?" Her aching brain tried to process Slick Baxter, Ernest Trueheart, and date. With women? Since they're both straight men, I so conclude. Baxter has a friend who has a friend, so they're having dinner. Baxter's a hound dog and Trueheart's a teddy bear. Though bears will tear you up if you piss them off. I don't know if I've ever seen Trueheart really pissed off. Anyway, I can't see how this can work. I suppose they'll find out. Oh, and before he left, Jenkinson suggested I have one of my subsidiaries design and produce novelty ties and socks, perhaps pocket squares as well. He believes I'd make a tidy profit. Eve gave Rourke one long and very sincere stare. Are you actively trying to fry the rest of my brain? As they started down the metal steps, he stroked a hand down her back. I do enjoy your bullpen, Lieutenant. I enjoy it very much. It's never dull. He waited until they'd reached her car to turn her to him, kiss her. Despite the security cameras, she lingered there for an extra moment. Can you put the day behind you for a few hours? If I do that, it's breathing down my neck. Better to stuff it in a box, lock it up for a while. Not easy for you, I know. He flicked a finger along the shallow dent in her chin. But you'll tell me about it later when you open the box again. Count on it. You know art. And unless Peabody and I and Mira along with us have it wrong, art's at the center of this. So I'll be tapping you on art. Delighted to assist there. Knowing she could count on just that, Eve took a breath. Now it's in the box until. She glanced in the back as she got in the passenger's side. Where's the champagne? Tucked in the trunk with your field kit and umbrellas. Caught in the rain, were you? For about 5 minutes. That was enough time for me to ruin a street thief's day. Well then, there's a bright spot for you. Chase him down, did you? I didn't have to. I made him, he made me. Then he pulled a Galahad and sort of sauntered in the other direction. Twice. Yeah, she realized. A bright spot. Did you have any? A few, actually. Work on your off-duty club is moving very well, as are the additions and improvements on the resort in Australia, and Cairo's daughter's expecting. Expecting what? A child, darling. She's been seeing someone for nearly a year now, and they decided they wanted a child. And so? Considering her first husband was a son of a bitch, that's either crazy or brave. A bit of both. Cairo's thrilled. She likes the expectant father quite a lot. Then he probably deserves it. Cairo's nobody's fool. The short drive from Central took them to the gates of what had been the Great House Project, and was now, Eve thought, just a great house. Those gates opened to a lush lawn with young trees and shrubs adding welcome. The house itself sprawled with its long porch and many windows, more welcome with the colorful chairs and tables, the burst of blooms in pots. 2 long chains of crystals hung from the eaves of the porch roof and caught the early evening light in quick flashes. And pots of lush and thriving flowers added more warmth. Before they'd parked, all the residents came out on the porch. Another welcome. The minute Eve stepped out of the car, Bella, bright as those flashing crystals, raced down. Das Ark! Yay! Come home! She took a running leap at Eve, a pint-sized rocket with her blonde hair and the ribbons in it flying. She wore little pink kicks scattered with white stars that matched the frilly dress her designer father had no doubt made for her. Eve found her arms full of wild excitement that babbled like a rushing brook and laughed like a lunatic. Eve said, "Yeah, sure," without any idea what she'd agreed to. As Rourke took the champagne, tucked in ice sleeves, from the trunk, Bella squealed at him. "Ark!" She threw out her arms. He traded champagne for the toddler. "There's that beauty." "Ark." She gave him a coy look from under fluttering lashes before wiggling down. "Run!" she commanded, and did so. If Bella's joy hit the outer rings of Saturn, her mother's wasn't far behind. Heavy with number 2, Mavis bounced in her own pink kicks while the flirty skirt of her baby blue dress danced around her thighs. She didn't take the leap and run, but threw her arms around Eve. "We live here," she said, and bounced again. "I heard that. How's it fit?" "As perfect as one of my moon pie's creations. Made for me, for all of us." When Mavis shifted to throw her arms around Rourke, Eve handed Leonardo the champagne. "So, welcome home." His face glowed as he wrapped an arm around her and kissed her cheek. "Thank you." His long shirt of green and pink stripes flowed as he turned to embrace Rourke. "Both of you." Peabody moved in next. "You've got to deal with it," she said, and hugged Eve. "It's a moment." McNabb lifted his shoulders, grinned at Eve, and hugged her. "Okay, that's the moment. And now why is everyone wearing ribbons in their hair?" "Bella's rules." Mavis pulled 2 more, one blue, one red, out of her pocket. "You can't be serious." "Just go with it." Mavis handed the red one to Rourke, then, moving around Eve, tied a blue bow at the back of her head. Obviously going with it, Rourke pulled his hair back in what Eve thought of as his work mode and secured it with the red ribbon. Delighted, Bella clapped her hands. "Party!" "I'm gonna need a lot of champagne." With a laugh, Mavis squeezed her hand. "Welcome to the first official We Live Here house tour." And she opened the door with a flourish. Eve had seen it along the way, from confusing wreck to construction zone to the inching toward a vision. She'd seen the colorful walls, the clever lights, and the old floors brought back to life. But now it held furniture and the pieces of the family that lived there. The sitting room on one side, with its big let's-take-a-nap sofa, with a trio of New York street scenes in pencil sketches behind it. The big living area on the other side, sofas covered in a bright and bold meadow of flowers, chairs picking up the variety of color in deep peach or soft greens. Candles on the mantel of the restored fireplace, photos and mementos on shelves, splashes of more color in paintings. God, it's you all over, all three of you. It's everything we wanted. We want one more picture, Mavis added. One of all of us. We'll take it when we go out back. It's going on the mantel. Let's work our way to the kitchen, Leonardo suggested. I'll open the champagne for the tour of the second floor. Sparkle juice for you, Bellamina.
Sparkle juice, yay!
And for me in number 2, Mavis patted her baby mound and led the way. A home office, not at all businesslike, which included a Bella-sized desk and chair, a first-floor playroom as happy as the girl who would rule it. It's a kind of library, or a do-nothing room, Mavis said at the next. We've got Nadine's books, some storybooks, and see, there's a Phrygian and AC built into the cabinet right here, so you could sit and read and have the sweetest little electric fireplace in the winter, or just plop down and do nothing. What hits Mag Extreme more than a do-nothing room? They moved into the kitchen with its multicolored cabinets, its spacious lounge, and the wall of glass doors that opened it to the back, the patio, the garden, the play area. When Leonardo popped the champagne and poured, Eve looked at Rourke. You've got words. You always do. I do indeed. To all who dwell here, may today's joy be a drop in a cup that runs full. I love you. Mavis swiped a tear away. I can't say any more or I'll flood, but I love you mega extreme, just so you know. They went up to the second floor, the guest rooms, guest baths, another play area, another sitting area. Then, clearly unable to wait any longer, Bella gripped Eve's hand and tugged. The room, pink, white, frilly, and girly, suited Bella from top to bottom.
Mine,
Bella said with obvious delight.
Bella's.
It's pretty great. The canopy bed fit for a princess held fluffy pillows and a herd of the stuffed animals kids went for. But Bella walked to the chair Eve had given Mavis as a shower gift and stroked a hand over its rainbow arm.
Das Ork for Bella.
Then to the toy box Peabody had made, another rainbow with Bella's name in bright candy pink.
Peabody, Nab for Bella.
She sighed and looked so like Mavis for a minute, Eve blinked.
Love. Meg. Love.
Then she took Eve's hand again.
Baby now.
So Bella led the way to the nursery and its fairy tale forest theme. Mavis, blue eyes damp, rubbed one hand on her belly, laid the other on her heart. You know what it means to me, the chair. It grabs every feel I have and adds more. We rocked Bella in hers, still do, and we'll rock number 2 in this one. And the toy box? Peabody, you're the serious alt to think of it. They toured the main bedroom, where, on Mavis's gauge, she'd gone subtle, nearly restful. If you didn't count the enormous closet with the ceiling wallpapered with big, bold, blooming flowers and the wild colors of the clothes and accessories that filled it. She'd had the wall behind the big bed painted with jewel-toned flowers and birds in flight. And it worked, Eve thought. She couldn't say how or why, but it worked. From there, they went up to Leonardo's design studio, and among the workstations, the reams of fabric, Eve noted a section separated for Bella, as there was down in Mavis's recording studio. "I've already worked here a few times, and I still can't believe it's mine. I can come down here and record, I can practice, and—" No chuckles. "I'm starting to write songs." "Why would I chuckle?" With a shake of her head, Mavis slid an arm around Eve's waist. "A big, long way from the blue squirrel. An even longer way from scouting for marks on the street." She gestured to where Bella demonstrated the toy piano in her play area. "She'll never have to wonder where her next meal comes from, or if it's gonna. She won't have to worry the person supposed to take care of her will hurt her instead. Maybe, in some weird-ass way, because we did, we ended up right here. But she won't have to go through that. It's our job to teach her, to show her how to appreciate that and share that, and just be freaking kind. She already is kind. You're damn good parents, Mavis. In the whole universe, hell, the multiverse, that's what I want to be most." "Mission accomplished." Laughing, Mavis shook her head. "I'm pretty sure it's never really done, and I'm okay with that." She beamed out a smile. "Peabody, McNabb, you're up." Chapter 7. Mavis insisted they all go out the front, then around to the side for the Peabody McNabb tour. For the mag start, she claimed, to the ult finish. "Here goes." McNabb opened the door, one flanked with stone-looking urns holding red and purple flowers. Peabody had gone for softer colors, more dreamy ones than Mavis. Eve thought they highlighted the dark original millwork Peabody had loved at first sight. The fireplace, with its old brick cleaned and repointed, was topped by a new, chunkier mantel that looked old. In a good way. They'd started collecting street art, and it worked against the quiet color of the walls, with the deeper tones of the furniture that brought in a cozy, lived-in look. The coffee table Peabody had built, because she could do that, looked like it had come from an antique shop and still invited you to put your feet up. Flowers, candles, and the throws made by Peabody's clever hands all added personality. "And this is all the two of you." "I love the lamp to the extreme," McNabb said, "but even the extreme doesn't reach the Peabody level." "It's true. It's my favorite thing in this room, and," as if seeing it for the first time, Peabody turned a circle, "I love everything in this room." They wound their way through, a pretty sitting room with a pair of chairs scored from a thrift shop, which McNabb had refinished and Peabody had reupholstered in stripes of subtle blue and green. And into their shared office with its energetic, paint-splattered walls.
"Fun!"
Bella declared. "It's all that, isn't it? But this." Rourke ran a hand over the partner's desk. "This is magnificent work. A statement piece." "I knew it'd be wonderful. My father makes the wonderful, but—" Like Rourke, Peabody ran her hand over the smooth, silky wood. "It's way over wonderful. And look," she opened the center drawer. On the bottom, in the right corner, he'd carved D, 2061. "Over here," McNabb opened his side to show Ian, 2061. "Frosty," he said, "and means big giant bunches." They moved on to Peabody's craft room. Against the quiet of the walls stood an enormous display holding what seemed to Eve to be every possible color and tone and texture of yarn, along with rolls of fabric, spools of thread, ribbons, lacy stuff, other materials that were all, Eve could only suppose, organized in some crafty Peabody fashion. One work table held a sewing machine that looked as if you'd need a license to drive it. Another held tools Eve couldn't identify, with a series of cubbies above holding more. In the corner stood an actual spinning wheel, and the basket beside it held yet more yarn. "This to the alt squared is my happy place. Swear to God, in my wildest dreams, and they can get wild, I never expected to have a room like this." She grinned at Bella. "Mine!" And Bella laughed like a maniac. Through to the kitchen, where the living wall of plants and herbs thrived, and through the wide case openings stood the table Peabody's father had built half a continent away in the year of her birth, and she'd found, chance, fate, in a second-hand shop in New York. Above it hung the blown glass chandelier her mother had made. Eve stared at it. All right. Wow. That's a major wow. Transparent glass in Peabody's dreamy blues and greens formed fluid shapes and combined into a flower in full bloom. "That's a masterpiece," Rourke said. "A tough word to swallow today, but yeah, it is." "Wait! Chandelier on!" McNabb ordered. It brought light, but more, it seemed to glow beyond what it spread over the table, so each petal shimmered. "It's like the desk. It's beyond. You really have to see it at night for the full effect." Eve shook her head at Peabody. "No, you don't. It's freaking fantastic."
"Freaking!"
Bella echoed. They finished the main floor, and Eve found herself ridiculously touched to see they'd designated a space for Bella to play with a pint-sized table and chairs. A toy box here looked, again in a good way, as if Bella's great-great-grandmother might have used it. They went through the second floor. Guest rooms, each very individual, and all murmuring welcome and comfort. A quilt for a bed here made by McNabb's grandmother. A throw there made by Peabody's. Family, Eve thought. The house was full of family. In the main, where Mavis had gone subtle, Peabody chose bolder in walls of deep green, one made to look like panels behind the four-poster bed. "I've always wanted one," Peabody confessed. "And with the little fireplace, it's like sleeping in a castle." "Our castle." McNabb put an arm around her. "That's the end of the interior tour. We haven't finished the lower level yet. The work's all done," Peabody explained, "but we haven't finished furnishing or playing with it. We're still picking up pieces. We'll have it done or close enough by big party time. Let's go out back." Bouncing a little, stroking the mound of number 2, Mavis just beamed. "I wanted that last because it'll make me weepy, and you guys need more bubbly." They trooped down, then out, to where Peabody's water features spilled and sang. And Mavis got weepy. "The bird bath fountain. Look how abso-mag it looks there. like it was made for that spot. It's so perfect with the garden, the waterfall, and the sculpture. She had to press her hand to her mouth. Look at us. Leonardo, look at our family. The Peabodys had made and shipped the sculpture of Mavis, Leonardo, Bella, and the baby in Mavis's arms. It glowed with a hint of bronze in the lowering light. It's like a dream. I look out here, and it's like a dream.
Happy cry,
Bella said, and teared up herself in solidarity.
Bella's.
She pointed to the table and benches by her playhouse. And babies, Mavis reminded her. Bella rolled her teary eyes.
Baby, too.
Eve didn't think it sounded sincere, but kept that to herself. Here's what I think, she said instead. I think you've turned a weird, neglected eyesore of a house and grounds into something special and uniquely yours. Something that says, yeah, you live here. She lifted her glass. Damn nice job.
Damn nice job,
Bella repeated and got a narrow look from Eve. How come you can swear with perfect pronunciation? Bella grinned and then hooted before she ran to climb up her slide. They had more champagne and bruschetta with herbed-up tomatoes and peppers straight from the garden. Leonardo, with an assist kibitz from Rourke and McNabb, grilled steaks to go with some of Peabody's fancy potatoes, also from their own garden, as was a mix of grilled vegetables. Peabody took over for those, and Eve had to admit they weren't half bad. As they ate, the sun slid away to an indigo sky, and the lights flickered on. Mavis's fairyland, Eve thought, twinkling around the garden, sparkling in the trees, glowing along the paths, even, she noted, shimmering against the rocks in Peabody's waterfall. I thought maybe we went totally over the board, Mavis said to Peabody, but we didn't. All the lights, check it. Way, Mag. The effect's charming, Rourke told her. As for security, got it covered, McNabb said to Eve. Got cams, got sensors, anti-jammer shields, lockdown switches. The same system you guys have. House, grounds, gate, and the system rocks it hard. I'll be running weekly checks. McNabb wasn't Rourke, but who was, so Eve relaxed. And after an evening with friends, with murder locked in a box, she stayed that way as they drove off. I need to make a stop on the way home. Talk to some street LCs. What an interesting evening. And I might get more out of them with you along. She gave him the block location, settled back. It's gonna work. The 5, soon to be 6 of them in that house. They've got their separate spaces, yeah, but they like the together. None of them would be as stupid happy as they are without the together. They fit well, don't they? 5 distinct personalities, but with a great deal of common ground. And what you said there, about them making it special and uniquely theirs, as true as it gets. It was good to see it. And yeah, to feel it. Plus, now I won't have to hear about tile samples and paint colors every day. She shifted to him, spotted the red ribbon. She pulled it out of his hair, then removed her own blue bow. Party's over. You did a hell of a job, pal. I was, for the most part, an observer. Bollocks to that! I know all the parties involved, and I can hear you saying, well, now, Mavis, there's an idea, isn't it? That would be when she talked about something like putting a koi pond in the foyer or a chicken house in one of the play areas. Coop. A chicken house is a coop. Whatever. You'd give her the, well, now, then wind it up with alternatives. There was little of that, actually. She had a vision, and one that reflected her family. There is talk of chickens, as it happens. What? Seriously? That came from Peabody. Of course it did. Why was she surprised? Once a free ager. They wanted to get in, settled, live a while, but they're wanting a little coop, a few laying hens, and there's room, of course. Fresh eggs, amusement for Bella, and a chore she can learn. And a lot of chicken shit, which, Peabody points out, can be used in the garden. Chickens inside a thing? I can deal with that. But if they end up with a cow, I'm out. He turned onto the block, and with the luck of the Irish, if that was really a thing, slid into a spot at the curb. And why are we talking to LCs on this fine September night? The Vic worked this block. My best take is the killer hired her. I want a timeline, and whatever else I can get out of her co-workers. Maybe, jackpot, description of the killer. She'd scanned their IDs, so even with the red wig with blue spikes, she recognized Dana Chumbley and Monique Varr in her crotch-skimming skirt and spiral-curled blonde wig. She spotted Zola Messner across the street, one hand on the hip of a dress that looked more like body paint. Since she didn't see Diego Quint, Eve figured he either hadn't clocked in yet or was already with a customer. Chumley and Varr gave each other some space, but stood close enough to toss around some conversation, some comments. Chumley eye-fucked Rourke and went, Baby doll, whatever you want, 20% off. 25 if you lose no tits. That's Lieutenant No Tits, Eve said, as she pulled out her badge. Well, shit. What you want to roust me for? Got my license right here. I'm working, and cops scare the Johns away. Also working. Lisa Culver? Who? Eve took out her link, brought up the ID shot. Oh, pissy ass. What about her? She's dead. That shit happens. Was she working last night? Varr walked over on glossy black shoes with 2-inch platforms and 5-inch heels. You said pissy ass is dead? No shit. Did somebody get tired of her pissy ass ways and bash her one? No, somebody strangled her. Was she on the stroll last night? Yeah. That came from Chumbley with a shrug. My associate and I, we make it clear she stays that end of the block. Always trying to horn in on our customers, so we make that clear. Try to be friendly at first, right? Chumbley added. We're all just making a living here. She's talking how she's better than the street, better than us, and she's gonna make high class in no time. Pissy-ass bitch. Did you see her pick up a customer? Leave the block with him? Can't say I did. She took a couple into the flop right down there. We got a deal with the manager. What time did you see her? How the hell do I know? She took that fat guy in, remember Starlight? Varr pursed her full red lips. It was like 11, because I was heading out when she was heading in. Sure, fatso. He's a once or twice a week regular of hers. Man, she can have him. He's got a gut on him. You'd have to work 10 minutes to get past it to give him a BJ. No way he'd strangle her. Besides, the manager would have let us know if he found a dead one in there. She came back to the street? Now Chumbley frowned. Yeah. She was back when I took one in later. Look, you're costing us money here. Before Eve could stop him, Rourke pulled out 2 50s. No, she's not, is she then? Oh, I'm a sucker for an accent. Baby doll, the offer still stands. It's appreciated. Maybe you noticed when she wasn't in her section. As the 50 disappeared, Chumley pursed lips dyed somewhere between red and purple. I guess maybe, now that you put it that way, I didn't see her later on, like after midnight or 1. You said something, Monique. Yeah, I did, right. I said how Pissy-ass must have caught a live one. I didn't see her leave. Didn't see the hookup, but I saw how she wasn't down there and wasn't for a while. Wasn't, now that I'm thinking, when we called it a night. Var added her own shrug. Look, truth, we won't miss her, but none of us like hearing one of us got killed. We're just out here making a living. And someone may be targeting street levels. You're making a living, but you've got to be alive to do it. Think twice before you agree to go with someone who's willing to pay too much, who wants you to go somewhere other than your flop, or when you get there wants you to wear a costume. Costumes is extra. Chumbley grinned with it. But not for you, baby doll. She's yanking you, Var said. We work the street. We stay on the street or the flop. She went off that way, she's stupid. Pissy ass and stupid. Don't be stupid, Eve advised. With Rourke, she walked down the block, gave the flop a quick study. It didn't happen there. Dead LCs are bad for business. Plus, he had the costume. She crossed the street to try Zola Messner. Pissy ass? I block her out. She tried taking my stroll once. She smiled. Didn't try it again. Gives me this bullshit how she could make double what I do over here and how she'll be top level while I'm still scraping. She smiled again, fiercely. Didn't give me bullshit more than once. Diego Quint, obviously fresh off a roll, wandered over in his tight black muscle shirt and skin pants. He tossed back his luxurious hair. He didn't eye-fuck Rourke so much as give him an "I'll be dreaming of you" stare, and said breathlessly, "Hi." "Turn it off, sweets," Messner told him. "He's with the cop." Oh, a heavy sigh. Heart shattered. Pissy ass got herself strangled. Did you see her leave the stroll with anybody? He had liquid eyes that went sad as a kid with nothing under the Christmas tree. Oh, that's horrible. She was really kind of mean, but that's horrible. Actually, I think it was about midnight, maybe a little later. Messner held up a hand to stop him. You pulled off a couple of bills for Starlight and Monique. We're all losing work time here. So, Rourke pulled off 2 more 50s. Thank you. Quint looked at Messner, who nodded. I did happen to see her walking down the block and across to the next. Alone? No. I noticed because she was walking with a man with a really nice caboose. You kill me, Diego, Monique laughed, gave him a friendly elbow jab. Caboose! You kill me! Can you describe anything other than his caboose? Not really. His forehead creased as he thought it over. Sorry. Not really. I think, yeah, he was wearing a hat. He was a little taller than her. She had on 4 inches, so He closed his eyes, calculated. Maybe he was like 5'8" or 9? Maybe. Not 6 feet, anyway. I really go for the tall ones, he added, with another wistful glance at Rourke. Race? Skin color? Not like my black beauty here. He sent Messner a sweet smile. White, or mixed, or maybe Latino. I just noticed the caboose, and the excellent threads. Such as? Casual black pants and shirt. But casual, like a man who can afford high-class casual. I didn't see much because they were walking away. He pointed. Then a gentleman asked me for a date, so I gave him my attention. That's helpful. She took out a card. If anything else occurs to you, contact me. She gave them the same warning she'd given the others, and noticed Quint seemed to take it more seriously than his associate. She went, Eve began as they walked back to the car. At the very least, a block offered territory with him. Maybe he has a place close enough and private enough, but it's mostly flops, apartments, dives, unless you walk another block or so. She got in the car. Rich casual clothes. I bet Diego knows what he sees there. Rich guys don't live on these coupled blocks. He had a car. On the street, in a lot. While this was all a fascinating interlude, I'd like to hear more. Yeah, I'll get to it. And now I have to add your $200 on the expense account. More paperwork. Why do you have to do that? Because paying for information comes under expenses. You're a civilian consultant, and it goes under expenses. So strict. Yeah, that's me. I'm going to write this up as you drive. Save time. She wrote it up, added the 50 times 4, the reason for it. Made notes about the estimated height, the perception of expensive clothes. As their own gates opened, Eve looked at the lights glowing, on the grounds, in the windows, and yes, some sparkling in trees. It mellowed her mood again. It wasn't just good. It was everything to have home. She said exactly that to Rourke. It is, yes. We might think about adding to that and doing a small garden. That jerked her out of her mellow mood. Did you hit your head on something? Again, there's room, and it's something Somerset might enjoy. He likes his fresh herbs and so on from the greenhouse. I might speak to him about finding the right spot for a few raised beds. If you start talking about chickens, I'm hauling your Irish ass to an ER, maybe to the psych ward. Not chickens, no. When he parked in front of the house, he reached over to give the dent in her chin a finger tap. A bridge well too far for the likes of us. Okay. Just don't expect me to wear some silly hat and start planning kumquats. That would be a tree, darling. Whatever they are, that's a solid no. It's fortunate, isn't it, now? That's a no we share. As they walked to the door, she looked at him. I have to unlock the box again now. Understood. He leaned down, kissed her lightly. Absolutely understood. I'd like to hear about the rest of the contents. More fortunate. She hadn't expected to find Somerset looming in the foyer, but there he was, the living skeleton in black with the cat at his feet. Too bad he hadn't taken work up on extending his stay in Italy a couple of weeks more after his friend's memorial. I figured you'd be ready to slide into your coffin for the night. As it happens, I've just returned from dinner with friends, and while it often amazes me you have friends yourself, how was yours?" "It was lovely," Rourke inserted before the exchange could escalate. "I hope you can get by to see it completed and lived in. It happens I'm invited to dinner later this week. I look forward to it." "I've got work." Eve headed for the stairs with the cat at her heels. "I'll be a moment." As she walked up, she heard Rourke. "Would you enjoy it if we put in some raised garden beds next spring?" "For vegetables. I see you've been inspired." Eve kept walking. In her office, she went straight for coffee, while the cat went straight for her sleep chair. And since the night held warm, she opened the doors of the Juliet balcony before she started on her board. She glanced over when Rourke came in. "Why are they beds? The plants aren't sleeping in them. I don't think they're having sex in them. I have no idea. Unless it's that some of them sleep in there through the winter or wake up there in the spring. And I'm not going to visualize tomatoes having an orgy with the green peppers and the squash. Bet you did. Anyway, how many of those raised things are you doing?" Because she'd won the bet, he shoved a hand through his hair. "We'll select the right spot and decide on that. Or he will, as it's in his wheelhouse and far out of mine. Part of this idea is to give him a distraction, a positive one. He lost a friend, and he and his Urban Wars spy pals went through a lot. And a lot of that brought back memories of losing his wife. I get it. He's grieving still. It's quiet and it's internal, but it's there. So dinner with the happy family, as they surely are, insults by you, which is a step into normality. And garden beds. Whatever our issues with each other, I understand loss, and how sudden violent loss twists up those left behind. And he knows you do. Okay, now that all goes in a box." Rourke studied her emerging board. "Did this girl with the pearl earring leave someone twisted up behind?" "No. Pissy ass, they called her. And that seems accurate from what I know. And she came by it natural enough. Neither parent had any interest in seeing her body, claiming it. I tracked down an aunt who didn't even know about her, who had more compassion than anyone else in her family. Let me ask you this," she said as she continued to work. "Is there anything in the history or lore about this painting that's weird or any kind of trigger? I couldn't find anything that popped out. They never identified the model, but Vermeer often used people at their work for his paintings. This one's a bit unusual because she's not at work, but aware of the onlooker. Hardly a trigger for murder. He had a family, worked at his art, certainly didn't die wealthy or particularly famous. Family. Maybe the killer's a descendant, or thinks he is, or sees himself as a reincarnated Vermeer guy. A replica, she murmured, as he used a replica for the portrait. She stopped and decided taking a few hours might have opened something. He did others, Vermeer? Other portraits? He did, of course. Low odds he'd repeat the same portrait, but not low he could choose another from the same artist. Can you get me those? Names, images, while I update the book? Easily enough. He left her body, and he used wire and glue to fix her in the pose, at the door of the basement level of a brownstone, owned by people who own an art gallery. That earns an Yeah. I'm looking for an artist, and I bet a pissy-ass one who's, we theorize, decided he's underappreciated, wants to make a splash anyway. With murder. Eve rolled her shoulders. You never know what people will kill for or over. Maybe he has a grudge against the Whittiers, the gallery owners. We interviewed a few today, but nobody clicked right in. Now I'm adding, he either has money or spends it like he does. Probably the first, because he has to have a private enough space to do what he's done, most likely his own vehicle. Could have rented one, and that's already a dead end because we don't have a description of the vehicle. She circled the board. He could have taken her anywhere, but he had to see her first. Plan all this. So he either scouted that area or lives close enough to have spotted her. She circled the board again. He's organized, precise. He sealed up before he strangled her, used his hands when a cord's easier, quicker, but not as intimate. Eyes on the board, she pointed a finger at Rourke. That's just right. If he is an artist, he at least started the portrait. Maybe a photographer, but then why not replicate a famous photograph? An artist, or one who aspires to be, Rourke agreed. Someone who knows the Vermeer, or studied it enough to duplicate the costume, down to the way the scarves are tied. Yeah, right down to that. I may catch a break tomorrow when Harvo does her magic with the fabrics. Until then, I've got this. I'll get you the other portraits. Thanks. When he went into his office, Eve sat down at her command center. Open operations, she ordered, and got to work. By the time she'd updated her book, added to her notes, Rourke came back. That was fast. It's a simple search. A considerable number of paintings, but a simple search. I sent you thumbnails. You can expand them individually. Great. After opening the file, she sat back. Shit, that is considerable. You have a separate file on portraits of multiple people. We'll stick with this for now. Did he do anything besides paint? Like eat, sleep? Says the woman at her command center, long after the workday is done. Since she didn't have a comeback for that one, she ignored the comment. He's got old, young, male, female. A lot of detail. This one here, study of a young woman, it's similar to the other. The way the head's turned. A headscarf thing. Different model. Younger. Jesus. Now she scrubbed her hands over her face. I don't want to think about him going after a kid. As he felt the same, Rourke stepped behind her, rubbed at the tension in her shoulders. If he hits again before we find him, and if he sticks with this artist, I'll have the cheat sheet. I'll recognize the replication for what that's worth. She leaned back into his hands. If he kills again and sticks this way, there's a connection to this artist. Vermeer. Maybe he's delusional and thinks he's Vermeer reborn, or just obsessively admires the portraits. And maybe he teaches or studies this art and artist. I can work with that. She looked over her shoulder. Are any of these in New York? He reached over, hit expand on several. These at the Met, the Frick. I don't know what's weirder, that I knew you'd know that or that you know that. But I can check there, see if anyone shown them unusual interest or claimed ownership, something like that. Now she swiveled in the chair to face him. Did you ever steal one of his? Well, you could say I reacquired one. You've got one here? Reaching up, she pulled at her hair. One of these? I don't know. I might have, but at that time money trumped art collecting for me. Amused, he smoothed down her hair. It was stolen before I was born from a museum in Boston. I happened to, as I said, reacquire it from a private collection in Dublin. You stole it from the thief? I reacquired it from a descendant of the thief, as this was roughly a half-century after the original theft. Nudging her over a bit, he called up the painting in question. The Concert. Back in 1990, a group of thieves, disguised as coppers, bagged 13 paintings from the museum in Boston, where the patron had acquired this particular work for only $5,000 at a Paris auction. So it wasn't worth much. Darling Eve, by the time I reacquired it, the Concert was valued at nearly $400 million and considered one of the most valuable unrecovered works. For that? It's fascinating. The light, shadows, details. The details in the 2 paintings on the wall in the scene. The landscape painted on the lid of the harpsichord. He paused, and she imagined him imagining holding the painting in his hands, studying that light, those shadows, those details. In any case, he continued, I arranged for its discovery and return for a tidy finder's fee. What's tidy in your world? As I recall, we negotiated and finalized at $35 million. That's pretty fucking tidy, Ace. Bending down, he kissed the top of her head. It helped build this house. So, in a serendipitous way, it's why we're both here. So we're both here because a bunch of guys pretending to be cops stole a bunch of paintings in Boston last century? And see how well that worked out. And since it did, and we are... He pulled her up out of the chair. Save data. Close operations. Hey! He cut off her protest with a long, hungry kiss, even as he tugged off her jacket. Chapter 8. Museums are closed, he pointed out, and flipped the release on her weapon harness. You're circling the ifs at this point, aren't you? Maybe. And as I recall, he said as he unhooked her belt, you've plans to be up and out early, since you're a boss with paperwork to complete. You added to that tonight. While he nipped his way down her throat, she pushed at his suit jacket. And shit, I never hit a machine. He felt her sigh, recognized both pleasure and resignation. I'm gonna need a cash loan if you don't mind. His lips curved in a grin just under her jaw, and there, he thought, the resignation. I don't mind at all. We'll do the transaction in the morning, but for now, I want my wife. His mouth came back to hers, and that want heated as lips and tongues met. He wanted to seduce her, to take and be taken. He wanted to know she felt, she needed all that he did. I want her body, her mind, her heart. He had them. She knew he always would. It was a daily miracle for her to know she had his. And he could take her in one thick heartbeat into a world ruled by the senses, driven by needs both simple and complex, and warmed by a love that had no end. She fought off his tie. "You're wearing all the clothes." "We can fix that." He boosted her up, set her on the command center, then pulled off her right boot. Her eyes met his as she unbuttoned his shirt. "Here?" He pulled off the left boot. "We've tested it before. It's more than sturdy enough. And what a picture you make, Lieutenant Dallas, half-dressed on your center of command. It's no wonder, is it, I can never get enough of you?" "It is to me." When he shrugged out of his shirt, she reached for his belt and, using it, yanked him to her. They sprawled over the counter as she struggled with the belt, as his hands and the magic in them turned her body into a furnace fired with needs. When his mouth took hers again, all those needs poured into the kiss. All that fire burned through her blood, and every minute of the day before that moment blew away like feathers in the wind. Only him, only now, only them. He peeled her support tank away, cupped her breasts in his hands as his lips glided down to them. So firm, so smooth. A glorious contrast to tough muscle, long, lean lines, fascinating angles. No, he could never get enough of her, so he let his hands, his mouth, touch and taste the strong and the subtle, the soft and the smooth, while the beat of her heart quickened under his lips, while her body trembled under his hands. He murmured in the language of his blood when she moaned. He felt his own heart spring to a gallop as her hips rocked, as her hands took. "We'll need more room after all," he managed. He pulled her up, then down with him to the floor. She rolled over him, pressed down to him, and her mouth went on a crazed journey over heated skin the light breeze from the open terrace doors couldn't cool. Rolling again, yet again, he dragged at her pants as she dragged at his until there were no barriers between them. When she rose over him, she wore nothing but the flash of the diamond he'd given her. She took him in, held there one glorious, torturous moment, held him there until the eyes locked on his went blind. When she moved, they shared a kind of madness, rising and falling in a storm, all drenched in pleasure. It went deep, deeper still, until she cried out from the shock of sensation. When she shuddered, he pulled her down to him, rolled once more. "Take." He covered her mouth in a desperate kiss. "Take again." Helpless to deny him, herself, she leaped back into the storm and rode it with him. Spent, sated, saturated, she lay under him. She thought she might regain the use of her extremities in a few hours, possibly a couple days. She found she didn't mind that, considering he appeared to be in the same boat. "We could sleep right here." "Aye." He didn't move a muscle. "I'm thinking about that option right at the moment." "You're the one who didn't want to go up to the bedroom." "True enough. It might be all that talk of old masters and the thieving of them started it. It's always been a passion for me, after all." But no. He managed to turn his head and brush his lips against the side of her throat. "I think it was you all along." He feathered on another kiss. "Just give us another minute here. I can give you until 0600. Then she remembered. "No, damn it, 0530. I'm gonna get that Christing paperwork done." "Then you need a bed under you." He rolled off her, shoved at his wonderfully tousled hair. "Come on then, Lieutenant." He reached down for her hand. "Let's get you up." When he pulled her to her feet, she looked at the scatter of clothes. "We need to get all this. I've said it before and I'm saying it now. We don't leave evidence of sex all over the place." Evidence of sex. Always the cop. And delighted with her, he helped her gather up clothes. She hitched her weapon harness on one naked shoulder and made him smile. "Christ Jesus, how can you make me want you again when I'm barely breathing from the last? I'm not picking all this up a second time." He laughed and walked over to shut the balcony doors. "To bed. You need some sleep." She glanced back as she walked to the elevator. "Looks like the cat beat us there. Then he'll need to make room." Not long after Eve opened operations, Jonathan Harper Ebersol went on the hunt. He'd painted for hours that day, the music soaring and his heart with it as every stroke of his brush brought him joy. He knew the portrait was his best work, magnificent work, and no wonder. He'd taken her life with his hands, and her death brought life to the art. He understood that as he never had before. It would take time to finish, to perfect the portrait, and it needed to wait, to allow him to begin another. He'd prepared it all, and very carefully. He'd selected the model. Not from the same block. Oh no, he thought as he walked. He'd spotted and studied this one hustling in Times Square. The beauty there? Not only had he found an excellent representation for the work he'd do, but no one would notice a man picking up an LC in Times Square. It was, to him, a charmless, classless blight on the city. But for this purpose, perfection. The lights, so brilliant, all flashing. The noise, huge, rolling like thunder. The crowd, thick, stupidly energetic, and for the most part gawking tourists. And those who hustled and hyped, who picked pockets or pushed discounts for sex clubs into greedy hands. He knew it was fate, was right, when he spotted his next model soliciting in front of the theater he used in lieu of a flop. Careful to stay out of the view of street cams, even though he'd worn a hat, sunshades, Jonathan gestured. Bobby Wren sauntered over. He wore a cropped skin shirt that exposed tight abs and skin pants cut to a V front and back. "Looking for some action?" "I have a proposition," Jonathan began. Because she'd requested it, Rourke buzzed Eve awake from his office at 5:30. "I've a meeting to finish, but I'll be up shortly." "Great." She cast a sleepy, gimlet eye at his perfectly groomed hair, the dark blue suit jacket, pale blue shirt, and, of course, perfectly knotted and coordinated tie. "Later." She signed off, rolled out of bed, hit the coffee, hit the shower, all while keeping paperwork in the locked box so it didn't lower her already sour mood. What she wanted? Another hour's sleep, a quick workout, a swim. Instead, she faced her closet. Why does this keep happening to me? Inside, she found an outfit, hung together, boots at its feet, and a memo cube. Rourke's voice cruised out. "Just to save you a bit of time and frustration this morning." When she hissed out a breath, part of her wanted to reject the choices just to be a pissy ass, she admitted. But the part of her that wanted to get it over with accepted the chocolate brown pants, The jacket she called tan that probably had a fancy name. It also had chocolate brown buttons. The white shirt, no, she corrected, he'd say cream, had a silkier flow to it than she'd have chosen. But it was right there. The boots, chocolate brown, had fake tan laces and a zip on the side. She'd never understand fake laces, and these, in the Rourke way, matched the chunky belt. When she came out for her weapon, he stood at the auto chef programming breakfast. Before she could speak, her communicator signaled. She picked it up, said, "Fuck." It said, "Dispatch, Dallas, Lieutenant Eve." She listened, acknowledged. "Contact Peabody, Detective Delia. I'm on my way." As she stuffed the communicator in her pocket, Rourke did the same with his link, then handed her an omelet with a side of bacon. "Eat a bit, won't you? Your address on West 37th is Midtown Gallery." He moved fast. He's got everything prepped, everything planned, and he's moving fast. She shoveled in some eggs, then plucked up a slice of bacon before she set the plate down. "I can move fast, too." She gulped down some of the coffee he gave her, then swung on her jacket, loaded her pockets. He offered her a wad of cash. "What? Oh, right. I don't need that much. You may be too pressed today to stop for a withdrawal, so this carries you through until." He tapped her chin. "Now, you're graciously accepting a loan, as I'll be equally gracious when you repay it." Since they'd made exactly that deal, she stuffed the wad in her pocket. "Right," she said again. "Thanks." He kissed her. "While you're taking care of my cop today, feed her a bit more." Eve grabbed another slice of bacon, bit in. "Done!" She kissed him back, then rushed out. "Not quite what I meant." Rourke rubbed at the gray button in his pocket, then spotted the cat. "And stop where you are, mate. Don't think you'll help yourself to her breakfast." The cat looked at Rourke. Rourke looked at the cat. Then he shrugged. "Well, then, I don't suppose there's any harm in a bite or two of an omelet." As he caved and crumbled a slice of bacon over a portion of the eggs, Eve drove through the gates. Not the gallery owners this time, she thought, but a gallery, midtown rather than downtown. That took location out of the mix, but left the art world at the center. She'd hoped for another day, some data from the lab to work on before she stood over another body. But no cooling-off period for this one. She'd add impatient, likely driven, organized, precise, and in her opinion, batshit. As she headed south, pockets of the city yawned itself awake. Light flicking on in windows, a handful of people taking the stairs down to the subway, the inevitable blat of a maxi bus rolling to a stop for another handful to get off, yet another to drag themselves on. She rounded the corner, noted the cruiser, saw the barricade already in place. 2 uniforms stood with a man in red and black checked pants, white t-shirt, and what looked like old house skids. He had a fluffy, tail-swinging yellow dog on a leash. She pulled in behind the cruiser, then held up her badge as she crossed to the police tape, then under. And noted she wouldn't literally stand over the body, initially at least, as the body itself stood in the recessed doorway of the gallery. The dog bounded to her, dragged the guy on the other end of the leash along. With eyes crazed with love, the dog planted his paws on her legs. Sorry. Hand to God, he's harmless. Still a puppy and real friendly. Come on, Bouncer, get down. Bouncer got down and immediately attacked the fake laces in Eve's boots. Aw, jeez. Instead of tugging, the man hauled the dog up in his arms, where it wiggled joyfully and lapped at his face. 6 months old. That's all. We got him for the kids, and you can see who's walking him before the damn sun comes up. I was walking him, and I thought it was a display, you know? And Bouncer's headed over because he thinks it's a person, and he's never met a person he doesn't love. Did either you or the dog touch the body, Mr. Franks, Glenn Franks? No, I managed to hold him back, and I thought it was a display, until... Geez, what a way to start the day. He paused a moment, shifted the puppy. I called 911, and the officers, they got here real fast. I'm glad they got here fast. Sorry, but it's creepy. All dressed up like that, and standing there dead. It's really fucking, sorry, creepy. Did you see anyone else in the area, Mr. Franks? I sure didn't. We live just up on the next block. This one woke me up like every morning, like, man, I gotta go. But does he? Do you usually walk this way at this time? Time's pretty regular. Sometimes we go the other way. Mix it up, you know? It can take a few blocks before he does what he got me out of bed to do. Usually don't see anybody else walking around. Since Bouncer looked ready to leap out of the man's arms and into hers, Eve shifted back a little, pulled out a card. If I could have your contact information, this is mine if you think of anything else. Sure. I gave mine to the officers. He repeated it for Eve, took her card. I'm gonna walk him back now. He took another quick glance toward the doorway. Man, you couldn't pay me enough to do your job. I'd add weird to creepy. Officer Cunningham, Lieutenant. Mr. Franks and Bouncers 911 relayed to us at 0542. Officer Sue and I arrived on scene at 0546. We determined, visually, the individual who looks like he went to a costume party was dead. We secured the scene and took Mr. Franks's statement. Bouncer had plenty to say, Sue added, but we didn't have an interpreter. Nice pup. We had the alert about the body downtown, the weird outfit angle and all that, so informed dispatch. Since the sun had yet to rise, Cunningham shined his flashlight on the body. You can see the wires and the plank of something holding him up there. Looks like a kid, and that adds ugly to creepy and weird. All right, stand by. She didn't recognize the pose or costume from her cheat sheet, but checked. Nowhere did she find a portrait of a boy or young man wearing a fancy blue jacket with a lacy white collar, matching pants that stopped at the knee, white stockings, shoes with blue bows on them. He had a black hat with a white feather held down by his side in his right hand, and his left cocked on his hip. He had curly brown hair past that lacy collar, with some swept over his forehead. He stared straight ahead, unsmiling. To save time, Eve tagged Rourke. How can I help? Tell me if there's a painting like this. The Blue Boy, he said immediately. Gainsborough. Thomas Gainsborough. The original is, let me think, in the Huntington, in California. He paused a moment. So it's not a connection to Vermeer after all. Were they pals, associates, competitors? As the two paintings were done about 100 years apart, that's not an angle for you. Okay, thanks. I have to get to the body. She pocketed her link, opened her field kit, and sealed up. The victim is a Caucasian male, dressed in a blue costume with white lacy collar and cuffs, white stockings to the knee with blue ribbons holding them up, and a kind of blue cape over the jacket. There's some white detailing on the jacket from the armpit to about halfway to the elbow. He's holding a black hat with a white feather in his right hand. She used her penlight. The hat's glued to the hand. The left is set on the left hip with glue. The body is posed in a standing position, wired to a board propped in the doorway. She lifted the material covering the left hand, managed to maneuver the pad to get a fingerprint. Victim is identified as Robert Wren, age 23, residence 716 7th Avenue, number 4D. Victim is a licensed companion, street level. Mother, Suzanne Wren, Bronx. Father, deceased. One sibling, female, age 21, Rachel Wren. Victim is single, no official cohabs. Shifting, she used a fingertip to ease the chin up, hit resistance immediately. The head's glued in position. Visible indications of strangulation. Manual. Eyelids glued open. Lips glued closed. It looks like some lip dye, some color added to the cheeks. Well, Christ, the hair on the forehead's glued in place. It's a wig, but glued in place. Sick bastard, Sue commented from behind her. Eve just grunted and got out her gauges. Time of death, 0310. Behind her, she heard Peabody's voice and Cunningham's response. Shit, Peabody said as she stepped closer. It's the blue boy. So Rourke tells me. Robert Wren, another street level. Carted here on this board, glued and wired. He wanted this one standing. It's a full-length portrait. The original, I mean. And it has to be exact, every detail exact. Let me pull up the original. When she had it, she held it out for Eve to see. The victim looks younger than 23, but still a little older than the model in the portrait. But the build's close, and I'd say the height. And look, Dallas, the board's painted to replicate the background of the painting. See the colors? Dark with some light around the shoulders, and right around the hat and the cocked elbow, some green that goes into brown. It doesn't have the same flare, I guess, for light, shadow, Peabody added, but it's the same background. Yeah, I see it. Exact. Precise. This takes time. And still he kills 2 in 2 days. Pulls them in, dresses them up. At least took a couple hours with Culver. Facts not in evidence, but I'm saying he starts painting them, or takes photos. He needed this one standing, so needed the board. Can't just have a board. It needs to represent the background in the original. He'd have had that ready. Yeah. Still took time. Have the officers seal up. Let's turn this board. We'll get the back on record. And I want measurements on the record. When they'd turned it, Peabody measured. It's 70 inches high, 22.5 inches wide. And I can tell you this board is man-made. Lightweight composite. What's the painting? Measurements. Oh, good one. Peabody did the search. 70 inches tall. 44.1 wide, so he went for the full height, but cut the width in half. Needed the height, not the full width. Harder to carry something that wide. And the background? Afterthought for him. It's the portrait, the person. Let's call for the morgue, tag for Morris, and get the sweepers. While Peabody did that, Eve looked up the owner of the gallery. She found a trust in the name of Harriet Beecham, enacted 4 years prior at her death, at 118. On their way, Peabody told Eve. The gallery was the home of a Harriet Beecham, big patron of the arts. In her will, she decreed the townhouse be opened as a gallery. Her great-granddaughter operates the place, and she lives close enough. We'll go inform her, then take the victim's place. Officers, hold the scene. 2 days running, Peabody said as they got into Eve's car. We deserve coffee. The victim deserves wide-awake investigators, so coffee. One of these days when I'm on the roll, I'm gonna wake up and have breakfast with McNabb in our mag kitchen. Or maybe on our sweet patio. But for now... She handed Eve coffee. You were probably up and dressed again. I was. And paperwork would, again, have to wait. 911 caller was walking his dog. Early for that. I'm guessing puppy or senior dog. He said puppy. It's the second time on this we got lucky with a witness and an early 911. Before 0600 for both. Tell me, Peabody said and yawned. But he got luckier placing the body earlier than that. Did you read the report from my interviews with Culver's co-workers? I scanned it on the subway. This victim wasn't one of those. No. We'll find out what area he worked after we talk to the gallery operator. This widens the killer's territory. He's got his own transportation and a vehicle big enough to carry a 70-inch board. She found Iona Beecham's address, half of a 3-story duplex, a well-secured brownstone, 6 spotless steps above street level. Flower pots flanked the door, painted in what Eve thought of now as dreamy Peabody blue. Eve pressed the buzzer. The computer-generated system answered promptly. Barring emergency, the resident is currently unavailable to guests. Please leave your name, contact, and a brief summary of your business. Eve held up her badge. Lieutenant Dallas and Detective Peabody, NYPSD. Inform Ms. Beecham we need to speak with her. One moment while your identification is scanned and verified. Please wait while the resident is informed. Nice place. Peabody glanced up. A light just went on, 2nd floor. Yeah, I saw it. It took another couple minutes before the door opened. Who's hurt? My family? We're not here about your family, Ms. Beecham. We're here about an incident at your gallery. Oh, someone broke in? No, I believe the building is secure. If we could come in and speak to you? Oh, yeah, sure. Sorry, I was sound asleep. For a woman who'd just been roused, Iona Beecham managed to look stunning, with messy waves of black hair tumbled around a face with perfect skin that blended warm brown and rich cream. She had sleepy eyes of blue that edged toward lavender. Slim and petite in a blue tee and white sleep baggies, she stepped back just as someone called down the stairs. Iona? Everything okay? She glanced back at the man who stood at the top of the stairs, wearing nothing but black pants, unfastened, over a build that dreams are made on. Yes, just something about the gallery. Do you want me to bring you some coffee? Oh, yes, actually. Thanks. And your guests? We're good. Iona gestured to the living space. That's Mikhail. Big date last night. She eased out a breath. Really big. Please, sit down. Tell me what happened. Chapter 9. The walls of the living area hid a color a few shades lighter than Iona's skin and held art. Like Peabody, she'd chosen with a variety of streetscapes here, all full of movement and color. She'd gone quieter in the furniture, with a long white couch, another white two-seater, and a pair of chairs in the same blue as the door. The fireplace held about a dozen white candles. The mantel above it held a sculpture of an elongated metal woman and a dark, deeply carved wooden box. Is there any damage? She asked as she sat on the two-seater. I should wake up my brother. He and his family have the other half of this building. There's no damage. A body was found in the gallery's doorway. A body? A person? A dead person? The color fluctuated in her cheeks as her eyes rounded in shock. Someone died trying to break in? No. There's no sign of an attempted break-in. Someone placed the body there early this morning. Oh, God, this is horrible! Now she clutched at her throat as if to push the words out. Is it someone I know? Eve pulled up Wren's ID photo, offered it. No. I shouldn't be relieved, but I am. I don't know him. What happened? Oh, Mika, thanks. Someone died in front of the gallery. I'm so sorry. Can I sit with her, or— No problem, Eve told him. When he did, he took Iona's free hand. Ms. Beecham, do you know this painting? Eve brought up the blue boy. Of course, Gainsborough. I cut my teeth on art, sometimes literally. My great-grandmother founded the trust that supports the gallery. My grandfather and father are both artists. So's my sister. She's living in Italy right now. I don't understand. Yesterday, Mikhail murmured, there was a woman killed and posed like Vermeer's girl with a pearl earring. I'd forgotten. I need this coffee. My mind is— Is this like that? We believe so. Do you know the Whittiers? Not personally, no. Grandy, my great-grandmother, knew everyone in the New York art world, and beyond. My father may. I know art. I value art. But Grandy asked me to run the gallery because, while I didn't inherit my father's talent, I did my mother's. And that's for business. This isn't art. I'm sorry, Mikhail said quickly. It's not for me to say. Why isn't it art? He shifted toward Eve. This? Beyond the meanness of murder? A cheap gimmick, a cheap fake, and an excuse to hurt others. Whoever is doing this uses the genius of others, their talent, their history, and bastardizes their art. He lifted those broad, naked shoulders in a kind of apologetic shrug. I feel strongly. Mikhail's an artist. Not Gainsborough or Vermeer, but Barvinov, myself. This person, this killer, he's not an artist. He's a pretender. Because he copies to kill. Or, Eve considered, kills because he can only copy? Either way, he's a fake. That's how I see it, and I should be quiet. Let's get this out of the way. The two of you were together last night? We went to dinner, Iona said. About 8? Then a club. Then The faintest flush rose to that beautiful face, but Eve didn't see it as embarrassment, more as fondly remembered pleasure. Then here. I guess we got back here about 1? Mikhail just smiled at her. I didn't notice the time. It had already stopped. Then he looked at Eve. Iona has security. You can check and see that once we got here, we haven't been out again. If we could, it would tie that off. Of course, Iona rose. I'll show you. Peabody? We appreciate it, Ms. Beecham. Peabody got to her feet. I admire your collection of art, she continued as she walked out with Iona. You have an interesting perspective on the killer. Mikhail lifted his shoulders again. It's how it strikes me, and I'm upset, angry that Iona's gallery was used. But what do I know? You're an artist. You have that perspective. He must see himself as an artist, and obviously he has his. Seeing himself as one doesn't make him one. An artist, whether successful or struggling, has to own their art first. In here. He thumped a fist on that bare and muscular chest. Whether you're a hobbyist, a professional, whether you create to live or live to create, what you create has to be yours, you see? Or you're nothing. You have to own it, or you create nothing. He edged forward. Two people look at a work of art. One thinks, I don't get it, or that's crap. The other sees something that lifts them, that inspires or engages or simply speaks to them. Both are true, and the artist owns both. How do you feel when someone looks at your work and thinks it's crap? Pain? Anger? Sorrow? Then I use all of that in the next work. You can't create for either of the two people who see two different things, but only for yourself. So you own your art. What if I said the killer's art is the kill? He blinked at her. Oh, I see. I'd say I hope you find him quickly, because wouldn't he need to create another work? All clear, Lieutenant. Peabody came back with Iona. The security feed shows both of them coming in just after 1 a.m. No one in or out until after our arrival. All right, Ms. Beecham. If we could ask you for a list of featured artists, rejected artists, employees, former employees. Sure. We don't actually use the term rejected. Just unsuitable for our needs at this time. I'm one of the featured artists. I'm happy to give you whatever information you need. Appreciate it. Peabody? Eve turned back to Iona. Do any of the unsuitables stick in your mind? Someone who caused a scene, or threatened you, or anyone else in any way? Some are certainly disappointed. Some are even angry if we feel unable to take on their work. We're fairly small, and we select with care. If I could think about it, I could discuss it with our manager and staff. That works? Eve handed her a card. We're sorry to have disturbed you so early, and appreciate your time and cooperation. Whatever I can do to help. Art and artists are an essential part of my life, and always have been. And the gallery? A woman I loved and admired so much entrusted it to me. He can't get away with using that for his sickness. As they walked back to the car, Peabody smiled. They're either already crazy in love or heading there fast. Yeah, that's the important thing I got out of that conversation. It's a nice thing. Who can't use a nice thing when they start off the day with dead Blue Boy? And holy shitfire, that guy was ripped, cut, built, an Adonis. And you know what else he was? Insightful. Let's go see how dead Blue Boy lived. He had a flop on the edge of Times Square, above a shawarma joint in a game parlor. Eve parked in a loading zone, engaged her on-duty light. With Peabody, she wound her way through the endless party that swarmed the streets, the 24-hour shops, the parade of LCs taking the early shift. She smelled zoner and cheap brew, whatever passed for meat on cart grills. About half the party was drunk or stoned or on the prowl. The other half came to gawk, and half of those would end up having their pockets picked. Either by nimble fingers or laying out cash at a pop-up for a designer wrist unit on the cheap that would stop working before they got back to Milwaukee. She felt the brush and bump, pivoted, and grabbed the hand trying to lift her link out of her pocket. "Are you serious? Hey, get off me, bitch!" The woman, maybe 20, with a rainbow fright wig and fake face tattoos, took a swing. Eve dodged it, and with a solid grip on the captured wrist, gave the woman a solid bump in the gut with her field kit. That brought on a shriek that could have shattered glass. "Help! Help!" Eve countered with, "Cop! Cop!" Peabody held up her badge, and more than one someone in the crowd started recording. "I was just walking here." "With your hand in my pocket? What else have you got?" Eve handed her field kit to Peabody, then gave the thief's trench coat a little shake. She heard rattles and clunks. "Sounds like you had a pretty good night." Eve added a smile. "Up until now." "Give me a break. I was just walking." She turned to appeal to bystanders. "Police brutality!" She stomped on Eve's foot, tried another swing, easily blocked with a forearm. "That's called assaulting an officer. Peabody, pull in a couple of uniforms. You're under arrest." The woman struggled, wiggled, bounced, elbow jabbed as Eve turned her to snap on restraints. A couple of wallets, a wrist unit, and a link spilled out of the overfilled inner pockets of the trench. "Anyone who tries to snag what just fell on the ground's gonna end up like her," Eve warned. Now the woman tried tears. "I was starving. I've got no place to sleep." "Hey, I smell bullshit. But anyway, now you'll get 3 hots in a cot. Problem solved." Peabody juggled the field kits, got out an evidence bag for the loot on the sidewalk. She managed to seal and label as 2 uniforms jogged up. Once they made the transfer, Eve took back her field kit. "Nothing more to see here." Peabody put on her stern face, waved a hand. "Move along." "I really wanted to say that," Peabody muttered to Eve as they continued down the street. "She actually tried to pick your pocket." "Sloppy with it. She should have quit while she was ahead." "How's your foot?" "Fine. Good boots. Mag-looking, too. Love the laces." "Of course you do." Eve turned to the residential door of Wren's building. On its chipped red paint, someone had painted an enormous penis at full alert. Inside, the stairway loomed straight ahead. Eve didn't consider the single elevator. Even if she had, the out of order sign, overscored with a "fuck you, Simon" in red marker, would have sealed the deal. "4th floor, Peabody said. "Now I earned the schmear on the bagel I inhaled this morning." "McNabb made it for me," she continued as they started the climb. "He was so sweet, getting up because I had to." He said, "She-buddy, you need some chow," and made me coffee and a bagel. He even offered to come with, but he's deep in a cyber scam case, and he thinks they'll break it today. Rounding the second floor, Eve noted that the single slit of a window had been broken and boarded over. She recognized the same artist's style in the multiple penises inside what looked like a takeout sack. It held the caption, "Eat a bag of dicks, Simon." "I suspect Simon is the building super." "I agree with your deduction," Peabody said. "These stairs have about 5 years' worth of grime on them. I don't think Simon earns his pay." On the third floor, the scent of zoner and despair leaked out of an apartment doorway. Eve watched a mouse streak across the hall and under another door. On 4, someone played depression music just loud enough for misery to coat the air. She walked down to 4D, keeping a wary eye out for rodents. "Record on," she said, and sealed up. Dallas and Peabody entering apartment of Robert Wren. She mastered in, to the surprise of a man about the same age as the street thief and buck naked. He stood beside the rumpled sheets over the lumpy mattress of a sagging pullout. They caught him in full yawn and stretch, and with his wake-up hard-on still in place. "What the fuck?" He tossed his head to clear most of the blue hair that covered his face. "NYPSD." Eve held up her badge. "Okay, but what the fuck?" In a sudden swing to modesty, he crossed both hands over his crotch. "Maybe you should put on your pants and we'll talk about what the fuck. Got a name?" "Jed." He dragged on a pair of baggies, way overdue for a wash. "Jed Jensen. Look, if Bobby got busted for something, I don't have the scratch to bail him. I'm tapped until payday." "Do you live here, Jed?" "No." Now he grabbed a t-shirt off the floor, pulled it over his head. "Bobby lets me flop here some nights. He works nights, I work days. I give him 10 when I use the bunk." "What'd he do?" "Got killed." Jed's next yawn ended on a gasp. "What? For real? Man, that's just down. All the way down." "How long have you known him?" "I don't know. A while, a few months. Like, I work the line at the all-day breakfast joint down the block, and he comes in most mornings after his stroll. I got booted from my place, and we made a deal about flopping some nights for 10. "Are you sure he's dead? Because, man—" "Yes. Where's his usual stroll?" "He works the porn place. Vids? On 7th and maybe 43rd? Around that. Bobby's got a deal with the manager, he says. Like, the John coughs it up for 2 tickets. Bobby gives the manager, I think, 5% of the sex fee, and Bobby doesn't have to keep a separate flop for business or pay the flop the going 10%. Did one of the Johns do him? We're investigating. Do you know any of his friends, associates? He started to scratch his balls, then remembered himself. Sometimes he'd come in with a couple other LCs. A woman. Little. I mean, short woman. Loose something. And a guy, big guy. Ansel. He said I could make a lot more working the streets, but I got a couple hits, and they look at all that. Yes, they do. Look, I really gotta piss. Then I'm out of here. I got work, and I need the job. I'm sorry about Bobby and all. It's really down. But I just flop here some nights. Go ahead. He hot-footed it to the bathroom, where Eve heard the stream through the paper-thin door and had to admit, he really had to piss. Run him. Doing that. He's 19, got a juvie record. Illegals possession and intent, a car boost. Another illegals bust about 3 months ago. No fixed address. He is employed the last 7 months at breakfast any time. When he came out, he tossed the hair out of his face again. I'm just gonna grab my shoes and take off. We're going to need your key to the place, Jed. Everything's sagged. Face, body. Man. It's not like he'll be using it. No, he won't. And we'll have to seal the flop up for the time being. Eve held out her hand. Well, fuck it. He dug into a pocket, handed it over. I don't have to leave the money for the nights I stayed this week, do I? I think you're clear there. I guess that's solid. Maybe I can talk to that asswipe Simon about subletting it or whatever. Do that. And when you do, mention that Lieutenant Dallas, NYPSD, told you that since she personally observed a broken elevator, a poorly secured broken window, acres of grime, and a rodent, he can expect a building inspection by next week. We will be informing the owners of this building of same. That'll just piss him off. Or, Peabody said, you could say you wanted to warn him, give him a heads up on it. Jed brightened up. Yeah, like a favor. Okay. He shoved his feet in a pair of ragged kicks. Anyway. Bye. Eve just shook her head when the door banged shut behind him. How bad is your life when bagging a place like this is a step up? She glanced around. In addition to the pull-out, he'd had a single chair, a folding table. In lieu of a closet, clothes hung on a rod or piled in a clear tub. In lieu of a kitchen, shelves held a mini AC with 2 glasses, 2 plates, with a mini fridgie beneath. The place wasn't particularly messy. There weren't enough possessions to create one. But domestic cleanliness hadn't been high on Bobby's list. Let's give it a look. It shouldn't take long. Then we'll see if we can hunt up the porn vid manager. They found a code-locked tablet, carefully hidden under clothes in the tub, a single brew, a single tube of Coke Plus, a number of hygiene products that said Bobby cared more about his personal hygiene than that of his environment. Baseboard's wrong there. Eve glanced over. Everything in here's wrong. No, it's just a little... Peabody crouched down on the floor behind the single chair, gave the baseboard a tug. A section came away in her hands. I knew it. Good eye. What's he hiding? Peabody took out a small plastic container. Something's been chewing on it, so ew. But didn't get through to his cash stash. No. Gingerly, Peabody pulled off the lid, counted out. $2.50 and 1 joint. Smells like Zoner and looks pretty fresh. Probably smoked right after a standard exam. Well, those days are over. Bag it up. We'll get EDD to open the tablet. Anything else look wrong to you? No. Then let's seal it up. We'll find the porn guy, wake him up. When that's done, I'll do the notification while we're in the field. We'll hit the lab, then the morgue. They tracked down Alex Miner, a mixed-race male of 36 who lived in a decent apartment in a decent building. The woman who answered the door looked pleasant and puzzled. Kids could be heard squabbling in the background. Ms. Miner, Lieutenant Dallas, Detective Peabody, NYPSD. We'd like to speak to your husband. Oh, he's sleeping. He works nights. Is it important? Yes, ma'am, it is. We could arrange for Mr. Minor to be brought down to Central later. Oh, I'd hate for you to have to do that. Boys, hush now and eat your breakfast. It's nearly time to leave for school. She turned back to Eve. Come in. I'll go tell Alex you're here. She gestured to the living area. Have a seat. Eve glanced around as the woman hurried toward a hallway, then turned right. The living area didn't have everything in place, but damn close. The furnishings weren't new and shiny, but well kept, and the double front windows sparkled clear. Two kids, spookily identical with their sandy hair, blue eyes, round chins, sat over bowls at a table in the eating area and stared at the newcomers with expressions of suspicion and curiosity. Police wear uniforms, the one on the right said. Not all of them. Peabody smiled. Uh-huh. Officer Friendly came to our school. He wore a uniform. And at the parades they wear them. That's how you know, the one on the left stated firmly. This is also how you know. Peabody stepped over, held out her badge. This says I'm Detective Peabody with the NYPSD. Then where's your uniform? The first one demanded. Boys, Mom came out. Don't badger the police officers. Alex will be right out. Get your bags, we're going in 2 minutes. She scooped up the bowls, took them into the kitchen. Instead of getting their bags, both twins walked up to Eve. Do you have one of those? Badges? Yeah. Eve took hers out again. Louis, what does that word say? Lieutenant. The second one frowned. What does it mean? That I'm the boss. That seemed to please them, as both nodded, spookily in unison. We're going to be the boss one day. Of what? Now she got a double eye roll. We don't know yet. We're only 7. Boys, bags. Oh, Alex. This is, sorry, school morning brain. Lieutenant Dallas, Detective Peabody. Both kids ran over to their father, wrapped around his waist. Scram, you maniacs. But he leaned down to give them both a quick wrestle. I'll see you this afternoon. Park and ice cream, they cried in stereo. Park and ice cream. Beat it. There's coffee. His wife gave him a quick kiss. Breakfast meeting. I'll tag you after. She shot an apologetic smile at Eve and Peabody, then herded the twins out the door. Can you tell me what this is about? Robert Wren. Robert... Oh, Bobby. He pressed his fingers to his sleepy hazel eyes. Shit. Let me get that coffee. I didn't get home until almost 6. You want some? No, we're fine. Sit down. He went into the kitchen, separated by a half wall from the rest. I'm sorry Bobby's in trouble, but I really try not to get involved in that area. Bobby Wren's body was found early this morning. His what? His body? When he almost tipped the mug, Alex grabbed it with both hands. He's dead? Jesus. How? When? I just saw him last night. When was that? Hell. As he stepped out of the kitchen, Alex rubbed at his forehead. It had to be around 11:30. He'd had a customer. The theater's considered a public business and isn't licensed for sex work. Alex sat. And the only way to stop that would be to hire guards to toss people out. I don't own the place. And I can tell you, there's no policing sex in a porn theater. So you profit off it personally. He looked into his coffee, sighed, looked up again. Since I took over management 18 months ago, we haven't had a single health violation. Instead of having them sneak in, I've worked out an arrangement with the LCs who work that strip. Yeah, I make some on the side. I also make sure the LCs are safe. If any customer gets rough, we toss them. Same with anybody who starts hassling the staff or other customers. I've got a family, and we want to move, get a house with a yard, maybe a dog. So I make some on the side, and I keep the place clean and as safe as possible. Bobby didn't die in the theater, I know that. Nobody hurt him either, inside it. How about giving us your whereabouts last night between midnight and 4 a.m.? Jesus. At work. Last show ended at 4:15. Then it takes close to an hour, sometimes more, to shut everything down, clean everything up. Anyone who can verify that? Sure. Assistant manager, vid operator, 2 security staff, ticket seller, concession workers, maintenance, and then the cleaning crew. I don't leave until they're done, or it might not get done. How well did you know Bobby Wren? We had a business arrangement. I don't know about his personal life. I'll say he was cocky. Catching himself, Alex shook his head. No lousy pun intended. Sure of himself. He told me once he wanted to get into the business end. Run a stable, do it right. He looked like a kid. I remember I checked his license, verified it because he looked like a kid. Where was he going when you last saw him? Back out, I guess. I don't know if he came back in. I don't remember seeing him. Sometimes they get a customer who wants a flop or doesn't want to pay for the tickets. I didn't think any more about it. I didn't notice one way or the other. What happened to him? Someone strangled him. God. He covered his face with his hands a moment, rubbed hard, then dropped them. I don't know what to say, except it didn't happen in the theater. I can take you through, open it up for you. But after we close, we wash it down. But I'll open it up for you. Not necessary at this time. He wasn't killed there. I can be grateful for that. I'm sorry this happened to him. But I'm damn glad of that. And I honestly don't know what more I can tell you. I think we've got it. She signaled Peabody to give him a card. If you think of anything, Peabody said. I'll talk to the staff, if anybody saw anything. I'll make sure you hear about it. Nobody had anything against him I know of. He was, no pun, cocky but likable. Thanks for the time. Eve started out, stopped. Did he have any regulars? Maybe. I really tried not to pay much attention to that part of things. Sounds real, Peabody said when they walked down another flight of steps. He'd have had a hard time dressing up an LC and strangling them with a wife and 2 spooky kids. Twins are kind of spooky. Tell me. Most of the art in there, that apartment, kid art, family photos. I don't see him as an art buff. And we can easily confirm he was at the theater at TOD. When they made it back to the car, Eve gestured for Peabody to take the wheel. Lab. I'll notify the mother on the way. Chapter 10. Bobby's mother cried. She looked and sounded resigned, then cried again. Bobby always had to go his own way. After his dad died, there was no stopping him from going his own way. He was a good son and a good brother to Rachel. He came to see me most every Sunday. He took me out to a fancy dinner in the city for my last birthday, even though I said he shouldn't spend his money that way. But he'd never let me come see him where he lived. He said it wasn't fit for me, and it was only temporary. And he never hurt anybody in his life. I don't know why somebody would hurt him. We're going to do everything we can to find out. I need to see him. I need to tell his sister. And we need to come see him. I need to take care of things for him now. Yes, ma'am. You'll be notified as soon as that's possible. Will you need transportation? No, I know my way around. She swiped at her eyes. I can get to my boy. You find who took him away like this, and you tell them he had a mother who loved him. You tell them Bobby was a good son and a good brother. When Eve finished, she just sat a moment. Nobody who hasn't had to do a notification knows what it's like to do one. Eve shook her head. No, I guess they don't. We need something from Harvo we can work with. You don't pick up costumes like that on the street corner, damn it. If anybody can pin it down, it's Harvo. Counting on it. But when they got to the lab, Eve aimed for Dick Berensky first. The chief lab tech slid up and down his long counter on his rolling stool, egg-shaped head bent, spidery fingers tapping keys, swiping screens. He looked up and fixed Eve with beady eyes. Figured you'd be in here this morning to nag my ass. I'm not interested in your ass. What did he use to dose the victims? I'm looking right now to see if we got the same in the second one, aren't I? What he used on Culver? He did a cocktail of secobarbital and phenobarbital. The one's short-acting. It's gonna last about 15 minutes. And the other's long-acting. You can get 12 hours out of it. Why mix them? Can't tell you. Either one do the job. Maybe he wanted the sec, kicks in faster, but he wanted to be sure he had enough time, so went with the cocktail. Yes, she thought, that played. Okay, what else? He used powder. What he did, he ground up pills. Maybe got a prescription because he used medical grade on both. He ground up the pills, mixed the powders, and dosed the wine. Something beeped, and he swiveled, rolled. Yeah, same with today's guest. Same mix, not the exact mix, not the exact amount, but close. Both of them had some wine already. Add this, they're good and out. Pretty quick, and for probably, given the dose, 4, maybe 5 hours. He swiveled again, swiped again. Thing is, what Morris tells me, he didn't need that long. Dosed them 5 to 10 minutes before TOD. He wanted to be sure. He needed them good and out before he killed them. He's a coward. They're dead either way. What else have you got? Got your glue. Running the second now, but we know it'll match. It's Gripall. That's the brand name. You can get it in any hardware venue, hobby shop, craft stores, name it. Same with the wire. Nothing you couldn't pick up in 500,000 places. Common use, hanging pictures. So art supply store, hobby store, craft store like that. It's thin, coated, strong. How about the paint on the board? Second Vic. We're working on it, Dallas. Jesus! Yeah, us too. I just got off the link with the second Vic's mother. Oh, well... He made a puffing sound. Shit. Yeah. We're working on it, he repeated. We've got no prints, no DNA, no fibers on the skin or the outfits. Get us the guy, and between us and Morris, we'll match his hands to the bruises on the DBs. Another ding, another slide down the counter. Same glue on both, same wire. That's what I've got. And it ain't nothing. Okay, we're gonna see Harvo. He held up one of his spider fingers, wagged it. Don't give her any grief. When have I given her any grief? He shrugged. Just reminding you. And so he remains a dickhead, Eve muttered, as they wound their way through the maze of the lab. Some are born dickheads. Profound, Peabody. Profound and true. Harvo sat at her station in the glass-walled box that always reminded Eve of a rare animal habitat. Yet she'd found it also profound and true that some thrived in glass-walled boxes. Harvo qualified. Her weird machines hummed as she bent over one of her scopes. She'd gone with her invisible boots today, with her visible toes painted in a neon rainbow. She'd streaked her hair to match. She wore white crop baggies with wide rainbow cuffs and a white t-shirt covered with multicolored question marks. While she'd have fit right in with EDD's fashion circus, when it came to hair and fiber, Harvo ruled the lab. Eve rapped knuckles on the jamb of the open door. Harvo looked up, shot out a smile. Hey, and welcome to my queendom. Domicile tripping, Peabody? Mag beyond the alt. Party up? Total. Watch this space. Check it. If we could now return to standard English, Eve asked, can you tell us anything? I can start off telling you you're hunting for somebody rolling in it. Rolling in what? Harvo rubbed her fingers together. Mega mucho moolah. At least it took the mega and the mucho to score the first outfit. I don't need my loyal associates, she gestured to her humming equipment, to tell me the same for the second, but we're running the analysis. Why mega moolah? Okay, we've got a silk and linen blend in the jacket and skirt, finely woven to give it that, luster. It's a lot of yardage. You'll get the whole caboodle in the report. And it's hand-dyed with organics, including saffron. That's moolah, Dallas, mucho and mega. And the stitching, silk thread. She swiveled, gestured to Peabody, then brought an image on screen. Eve saw the inside of part of the jacket. Peabody saw art. Whoa, that's genius skill. Machine, yeah, but with a way skilled operator. Perfect, uniform, delicate. Harvo nodded. Right. You pay for all this. You pay mega mucho moolah. And the scarves? A lot of yardage there, too, to get the whole... She waved her hands over her rainbow hair. Silk, 100%, brought to you by Italian silkworms. You can tell the worms are Italian? Harvo grinned at Eve. I can tell the silk came from Italy, and my run says the scarves cost about 8 large, each. 8,000 for a scarf. Probably more, since it had to be custom, right? To match the painting. Even the collar deal, the fabric just above the jacket, silk. My pal Joker took the earrings, but I can tell you, since we caught a brew last night, they're man-made pearls, but high quality." She swiveled again to face them both. "Added up, the outfit cost an easy $100K. You wouldn't see my shocked face at half that again. So he's rolling in it. He could have got it for say, $500 at an upscale costume shop. Not this quality, right, but the basic look. He's too precise and detailed for that. I'll say, to get this, you maybe go to a designer, top level like Leonardo, and that probably costs more than the $100,000. Or you hunt up one of the venues I found that'll reproduce authentic historical costumes, like for other people rolling in it, for big-ass fancy costume parties or whatever. I need that list. Coming." "Hold that," she said as something buzzed. Instead of rolling over, Harvo got up, walked to a machine and stood, hands on her hips, as its screen rolled out data. Yeah, we agree down the line, baby. Got your second outfit coming. Satin, organic, hand-dyed for the blue. Even the ribbons went for silk there, but the same dye mix. Lots of yardage. White silk for the accents. White, handmade lace for the collar, the cuffs. French satin and silk, Irish lace. Satisfaction on her face, Harvo turned. "I need some time to get you the moolah estimate, but survey says easy 150 large. I'm leaning toward 175. Add another 10 for the hat. It's an ostrich feather. A hell of a lot for a one-time use." Harvo nodded at Peabody. "You got that. Oh, the wig on number 2? Haven't run it yet, but I can tell you by visual and touch, human hair. Handmade and top quality. I'll get you the estimates and general sources in a couple hours." Eve met satisfied look with satisfied look. "You earn your crown, Harvo. And nobody wears it better." She plopped down again. It had to cost, seriously, over $250,000 to get all this just to dress people up to kill them. This asshole has too much money and is one sick bastard. You're not wrong. What if he made them himself? As Eve turned to Peabody, Harvo angled her head. "That's why you're the detective. I hadn't gone there. You're also the sewing girl. Could you do it?" "Maybe. If I had the time and money. To get all the detail and that quality of workmanship, it would take me weeks, months maybe. But someone like Leonardo..." She turned to the close-up of stitching still on screen. "Maybe the costumes, that quality and precision in the replications. Maybe that's his art." Eve said, "Well, shit. It's probably not. It seems like if it were, he'd have left the bodies at a design house in the fashion or fabrics districts. But we have to look at it." "I like my job better than yours," Harvo decided. "My questions have answers. Yours have a lot more questions to the questions before there's an answer. You keep going until you find the answer, though. You both deserve crowns. Kick-ass queens of investigation. No crowns till we bag him. Get us that list, and whatever you can when you can. We appreciate the quick and solid work, Harvo. That's how I roll and how I rule." Eve agreed with a check it before they wound their way back through the lab. "Get a hold of Leonardo. See if he has time to consult." "That's a mag idea. He'll know a lot more than me." "You can speak the language. If he's in his studio place and can take some time, I'm gonna dump you. Go home, ask the questions, get some answers. I'll take the morgue. Best deal of the day for me. By the time they got to the car, Peabody put her link away. I'm officially dumped. I'll subway home, consult, meet you back at Central. I want his take on designers or design houses who'd take a commission like this. I got it, Dallas. Estimated cost, estimated time from order, approval of design, delivery. Venues that have the fabrics and all of it. I got it. They split, and Eve made her way to the dead house for the second morning running. Morris played the blues, and she supposed it apt enough on a couple of levels. But his suit today hit green notes, rich ones, so the tie of deep rosy pink, the shirt with thin green and pink stripes, played harmony. He wore the clear protective cape over it, with his hair coiled in a braided knot at the nape of his neck. Behind the micro-goggles, his eyes magnified as they met Eve's. Another young life ended. A healthy one, though he shared careless eating habits with his predecessor. The contents of his fridgie? A brew and a Coke Plus. Ah, those were the days. Barbiturates again, ingested with wine, a Malbec this time, and an excellent one, shortly before death by manual strangulation. He'd had 6 ounces of the wine 3 to 3.5 hours before death, and 2 more, dosed, roughly 10 minutes before death. His last meal, about 9 last night. A soy burger with cheese substitute, fries, and 8 ounces of Coke Plus. Eve studied the body. Sexual activity? None that show. He did, however, thoroughly cleanse all expected areas with an antiseptic liquid, followed by a moisturizing lotion. He took care of his body, Morris continued. Healthy weight, good muscle tone. And his face, his hair. The mark here? Morris laid a gentle finger on the forehead. From the glue used to hold the wig in place, and the solvent I used to remove it. More slight damage from the removal of the glue used to hold his lips and eyelids in place. His right palm and fingers, glue to hold the hat. Dickhead says it's grip-all glue. Strong, very strong, and not meant for skin. Easily accessible. I have some myself, and seal up or wear gloves before using it. If it runs like Culver, the killer had him 3 to 4 hours before he dosed and strangled him. If there was sexual penetration within that time frame, it would most probably be evident. It's not. No, it's not about sex. It's ego, she decided. Basically, it's about ego. Wren was no more than a vase of flowers to him, or a doll to dress up. Peabody suggested it might be about the costumes, the making of them. They're all custom-made, high-quality materials, high-quality workmanship. Maybe the art angle isn't painting. Maybe it's design. Ah. And where is our Peabody? Talking to Leonardo about just that. An excellent source. He walked to the sink, washed his hands, then got them each a cold tube. Thanks. She cracked it, drank. The guy who managed the porn theater he used said Wren wanted to move into the business end of sex work. He had an ambition. Yeah, and he has a mother who gives a shit. She's in the Bronx and wants to see him, make arrangements, probably with his sister. He'll be ready for them to visit by 1 this afternoon. I'll let her know. She studied the body again. Even in death, Bobby Wren looked about 16. He moved fast. He had everything ready for both him and Culver. Knew when and where to scoop them up, had the transportation, the place, the drugs, the costume, all of it. The costumes have to take time. The scoping out who you'll put in them takes time. He's been planning this for a while. A good long while. And if he's taken that good long while for two, he very likely has a third painting, costume, and model selected. Eve's eyes went hard, went flat. I know he does. I have more to work with now. It's all about who gets there first. She tagged Peabody on the way out. She heard voices, saw swirls of color in the background. I'm heading to Central. Give me another 15, maybe 20 here. I'll walk in. She flashed a grin. I live really close. Oral report before you write it up. Later. New York wasn't just wide awake now, but just bitchy enough to entertain her. A delivery truck blocking a side street received a chorus of blasting horns and inventive shouted curses. On the next corner, pedestrians risked life and limb trying to beat the walk sign by a few seconds. A woman in boots up to her crotch, blonde hair down to her ass, and a red dress barely covering either body part strode along the sidewalk. A man trying to 180 his head on his neck to keep her in view walked hard into a recycler. Another woman leaned out a fifth-story window and heaved out piles of clothes while a man below shouted, "Come on, Doris! God damn it! It was one time!" An emergency vehicle screamed in the distance, and somewhere closer, an airjack hammered stone and thundered the air. God, she loved New York. She pulled into the garage and her slot. She managed 3 floors in the elevator in peace before it opened. 2 uniforms escorted a woman in who looked more impatient than worried. You're a woman. Eve gave her a wary look. I am. Wearing a ring, so you married? Yeah. Well, let me ask you. You're married to a guy for 17 years, shove a couple kids out of your body along the way, work your ass off for a couple other men while you're dealing with kids, now teenage kids, who'll bring their own kind of hell, and on one morning when you're shoving teenagers out of the damn door for school, trying to get yourself cleaned up to go to work, the man you married says, "Damn it, Kath, where's my breakfast?" What do you do? It's difficult to say, as I've never been in that specific situation. I'll tell you what you do. You do just like I did. I said, "Here's your breakfast, Charlie," and gave him a good smack with the fry pan. Then what happens? Kath shifted with the uniforms to let more cops on and maneuvered Eve into the corner. I'll tell you what happens. He's yelling I tried to kill him. If I wanted to kill him, I'd have kept smacking that pan over his stupid head instead of giving him one little tap. And he's carrying on like I stabbed him, not even bleeding, but carrying on like I stabbed him in the guts. Got the lump he deserved is all. And one of the nosy neighbors calls the cops on me. Now I'm arrested and late for work. Where's the justice? Ma'am? One of the uniforms rolled his eyes at Eve. We have to get off here. Breakfast, my ass, she said as they escorted her off. You do the same, she shouted back at Eve. Eve thought, no. Why would she use a fry pan when she had a perfectly good fist? She got off at Homicide and walked into the bullpen. And, Peabody excluded, A full complement of detectives. Has murder taken a day off? Baxter, feet on his desk, gestured at the board. Closed. Carmichael gestured with her coffee. Closed. Jenkinson jerked a thumb. And closed. Today's tie, God help her, featured the Empire State Building with the backdrop of a virulent red and gold sunrise, and King Kong, eyes laser red, beating his massive chest at the top. "Before you say anything," Jenkinson began, "the squad unanimously approves this one." "It's iconic," Santiago said. "So's your hat." Eve turned and went to her office. She grabbed coffee, then updated her board, then sat, updated her book. When she brought up Harvo's list of possible venues for the costumes, she blew out a breath. More than she'd figured, but Harvo had gone global, and that was the right call. It seemed logical to start in New York, so she tried the first, and listened to the off-hours message. Okay, shit. What the hell time is it in France? Damn it. Computer, what the hell time is it in Paris, France? Working. The current time in Paris, France is 15:23 and 6 seconds. Great. She highlighted costumes, historique, authentique, engaged the translator, and started there. She bounced from reception to a low-level assistant, bounced from there to someone in public relations, and finally hit the assistant to the assistant of accounts. The way the woman had her zebra-striped hair piled reminded Eve of Trina. Her back went immediately stiff. "And how may I assist you this afternoon, Mademoiselle Dallas?" Lieutenant Dallas, New York Police and Security Department. The smug smile hit Trina notes. Eve's ears began to buzz. "Of course. How can I help you?" "There have been 2 murders in New York." "Ah, that is very unfortunate." "Right. The first victim was dressed to replicate Vermeer's Girl with the Pearl Earring." "How interesting." "I have the breakdown of fabrics used and the organic dye." "So very thorough." Even translated, the words dripped sarcasm. "The second victim was dressed to replicate Gainsborough's The Blue Boy. We also have the fabrics and dyes analyzed." "Well done." Suddenly, Eve wanted to use her perfectly good fist to punch the condescending smile off the woman's face. "I need to know if you have a client who placed orders for these 2 costumes with these fabrics and dyes used to create them." "I am sorry to inform you, mademoiselle. I'm unable to assist you in this matter. Our client information is strictly private. You also have laws for privacy in New York, do you not?" "The individual who had these costumes made has murdered 2 people, and I believe he'll kill again." "Of course, this is tragic, yes, but I'm unable to share any client information." Eve took a breath, signaled Peabody to wait when her partner came to the door. "You could check, see if you do have a client who ordered these 2 costumes. Then you could tell me yes or no. You have such a client, or you don't." There came that damn Trina smile again. "I believe this is, how do you say, skirting a line? We at Costumes Historiques Authentique take our responsibilities very seriously." "So do I. I can get an international warrant for the information." please feel free to do so. We will, of course, consult our attorneys and cooperate fully if advised to do so. Please enjoy the rest of your day. I wish you goodbye." Son of a bitch. She sounded like the bitch somebody's a son of. Tell me you had better luck with Leonardo. I had better luck. I'm not risking my marginally smaller than it used to be ass in that chair. Instead, Peabody eased some of it on the corner of Eve's desk. First, no one approached him or his company for the costumes. He hasn't heard about another designer taking them on, but he's going to check around. Appreciated. He gave me a few places where, if he had gotten the order, he'd have sourced the fabrics. He also said that since historical accuracy was so important, he'd have consulted with an art expert. Without a specific model to fit, he'd have either taken the measurements given him by the client or would have run a program to determine the measurements of the models in the paintings, whichever the client wanted. Okay, you definitely got more. And a little more yet. Can I get coffee since I think I'm going to be spending a lot of time at my desk on the link after this? Get it. Get me more. It's doubtful the killer knew the exact sizes of his victims when he ordered the costumes, but he'd know what he was looking for. For the girl, it's the face. It didn't matter if the outfit was a little too big, which it was. The boy, that had to be closer, so he had to look for somebody who'd fit. The face wasn't as important. Youth was, but not specific features. Can't argue that. Peabody handed Eve fresh coffee, eased her ass down again while she sampled her own. Leonardo took a really good look at the painting details, at Harvo's analysis of fabrics, yardage, all of it. Then he did some sort of program, so it took a little longer than I expected. But he said if he'd done these orders, the girl would have taken 6 to 8 weeks if the materials were available. It could take twice that if they had to be manufactured to order. And considering the fabrics, the need for exact replication, he'd charge $175. That's $1,000, which would include the consult fee for the art expert. For the boy, double the time and the fee. That's even more than Harvo estimated. Yeah, he couldn't say absolutely, but he thought a company that specialized in historical costumes would probably come closer to Harvo's take on moolah and time. Like the French Trina's place. Her name was Trina? No, she just reminded me of Trina. Okay, let's start with placing the order 3 months ago. No, go back 6 months. You start with the fabric venues. Looking for the specific fabrics, the yardage, ordered going back 6 months and up to 3 months. He could have used more than one costume place or designer, so factor that. What if I go back a year? It's so much detail work, Dallas. It'll take longer, but we'll cover more ground. Do that. I'm going to try this place in London. At least they speak English, even if it's not American, and I won't need the translator. She ran into the same wall in London, another in Milan, then an excruciatingly polite wall in Tokyo. Frustrated, she got up and paced. International warrants, she thought, would be a major pain in the ass for everyone involved. She might as well give a friend a pain in the ass first. She contacted APA Share Rio. Chapter 11. Rio, I'm in court, Dallas, but on recess. I'll make it quick. I need some international warrants. Some? Rio's eyebrows lifted up under her fluff of blonde hair. International? They're pertaining to the back-to-back murders, street LCs, dressed up like people in famous old paintings. Yes, I know about that, but let me just get it out. Harvo's ID'd the fancy fabrics, the fancy dyes, even the yardage used on both costumes. I've got venues that make this sort of thing, high quality, high cost, and a lot of them are outside the U.S. I'm getting nowhere due to client confidentiality. All right, I see the issue, but these are, here's the pun, really loose threads on international. He had to have them made somewhere. God damn it, Rio, it's... Eve caught herself, scrubbed at her face. I'm not swiping at you. It's the snooty snot fuckers I've been trying to deal with. I get it. And I'm tucking away snooty snot fuckers for my own use at the appropriate time. The costumes, they're minutely detailed, accurate down to frigging shoe ribbons. Peabody says the work, like the stitching, is expert. Lips pursed, Rio nodded. She'd know. Leonardo concurs and estimates if he'd done them, he'd have charged about $500,000. Are you serious? As serious as the 2 dead bodies in the morgue. This guy has money to spend on his kills. He's organized, rich, precise. It's possible he's a sewing guy and made them himself. Even so, he'd need the fabrics. But that's down on my probability list since he left the bodies, the first at the residence of an art gallery owner, the second at a gallery. He's 2 for 2, Rio. He'll go for 3. I hear you. Rio sighed, and like Eve, paced as she talked. Send me the data, and I'll push on it. But Dallas, we're not talking hours to get something like this through, if we do. It's days. All I need to know is yes or no. Did they take the orders or not? We get that, we can push harder, or I can find a way to use it. Send me the data. I'll start the wheels turning. Thanks. And, good luck in court. I don't need luck. Smile smug, Rio brushed at her hair. I've got the evidence. And I don't, Eve thought, as she stuffed the link back in her pocket and continued to pace. She tried the New York venue again and got an actual human. She worked her way up the company chain until she managed to snag the person actually in charge of custom costume orders. Lieutenant. One Rodney Tristan had an ink-black bush of a mustache, an eyebrow ring, and a thin veneer of disdain. I certainly understand your dilemma, but we're bound by client confidentiality. Our clients insist on and expect absolute secrecy when they commission a costume. The element of surprise when attending a fancy dress event is essential. I've got a couple bodies in the morgue that were pretty surprised, and on their behalf, I can get a warrant. Please do so. He waved a hand so loaded with rings they'd serve as brass knuckles. But until you do, I'm unable to give you client information. Try this. Check your records for any orders for custom costumes of the 2 figures I gave you. If you have said orders, you say yes. If you don't, you say no. That's not client information. It's yes or no, which if I approached you for one of these costumes, asked if you created them before, you'd answer. He took a deep inhale, let out a deep exhale that had the bush over his lips shivering. Yes, I suppose I could have my assistant look into that. For what period of time? How long would it take to make them, with the level of detail I described? That would be a question for the head of design. Never mind that. Go back a year. He gave her a long look that edged toward outright dislike. It will take some time. Assuming your records are in order, not that much. I'll wait. He slapped her into holding Blue. You'll make it take longer than it needs to because you don't want to do it, you asshole. Resigned to that, she programmed more coffee, drank some looking out her skinny window. New York rolled right along. She wondered what the killer was doing now. Painting? Out scouting for another victim? He already had the third model selected, she was sure of it. Just as he had the third costume waiting. How many in all? How many had he planned? She sat, put her boots up, and studied her board as her desk link held Blue, and some sort of creepy, fluty music drifted out of it. What was it about these two portraits that pulled at him? Not the people in them. No, she didn't believe that. People were simply vehicles to him, and the two original models, dead for hundreds of years. So the current models had to die too, and by his hands, literally, because they couldn't outlive the art. His art lived, they died. That rang for her. What the originals represented? Long gone. But the art lived on. It had to be the same for his work because he's a great artist, as yet undiscovered. Okay. She pushed up, paced again. That's who he is. They die, his art rises up and lives on. But why these two portraits? She stepped over to the board, studied them again. The light, the details. Details matter, and the light's part of it. The confidence of the boy, the quiet seduction of the girl. Girl and boy, does that matter? Before she could think that through, the assistant came on the link. Lieutenant Dallas? Yes. Mid-20s, Eve judged. A very pretty woman with ebony skin and quiet brown eyes. I'm Mr. Tristan's assistant, Riley. I checked our records. I'm permitted to tell you, yes, 3 blue boys and 1 girl with a pearl earring in the last year. Can you tell me when ordered, when delivered? She glanced to the side, then lowering her voice, leaned in. My dad's a cop in Columbus. I can't give you names. I'd lose my job. But I can tell you one of the blue boys is a regular customer, along with his wife of a few decades. They ordered Pinky and Blue Boy costumes nearly a year ago for their annual costume ball in June. Pinky? It's another full-length portrait. Not the same artist and decades apart, but a youth in blue, a girl in pink. Got it. And the second one was for an actual boy, about 13. And the last one was shipped to Chicago last spring for an art show. Okay. How about the girl one? She glanced behind her again. It didn't have the matching skirt. This one was brown, and the scarves were a silk blend, not pure silk. But I was supposed to say yes anyway. I hope this helps. It helps a lot. I appreciate it, Riley. You're welcome. Just don't... Not a word to your boss. Thanks again. Eve crossed the first New York venue off her list as she heard Peabody coming. Wanted to give you a quick update. That French place you talked to got orders of material on both portraits, more than the yardage for each. The person I talked to said that wasn't unusual. And since I also found orders on those fabrics to one of the venues in Italy, another in London, and more, I have to say not unusual. They're beautiful fabrics, Dallas. Pricey extreme, but beautiful. And not just used in costumes. Keep hacking away. I've got one New York venue off the list. I'm going to see if I have luck with the others. Who's out there? Bullpen? Baxter and Trueheart caught one. Jenkinson and Reinecke figured they had good luck with the last cold one they pulled, so they pulled another. They're in the field chasing a lead. So brief Carmichael and Santiago. Once I push my way through these two, we'll try some galleries, and they can try hacking away. She didn't find a helpful cops kid at any other New York venue and hit the same client privacy walls. She stuck long enough to try one in Chicago, then another in Boston, with the same results. So decided it was time to get the hell out of the office. She went out to the bullpen to find Carmichael and Santiago both at their screens, and Peabody on the link rhapsodizing about fabrics. Peabody held up a finger out of link range, circled it to signal winding up. "We're both looking at cold ones," Carmichael told her. "Maybe we'll shake something out." "Did you bet on it?" Santiago only hunched his shoulders. "My esteemed partner proposed one, but I nixed it. Bad bet. We'll take Peabody's list." "Sending it now," Peabody pushed back from her desk. "No luck on that one. Not enough yardage on the blue satin, and none of the gold fabric in the last year. If you catch one," Eve said to her detectives, "tag me or Jenkinson. Let's go, Peabody." "Here's a snag." Since Eve ignored the elevators, Peabody joined her on the glides. "The lace? Handmade in Ireland. Not all the fabric venues on the list carry that. Some use French lace, for instance, and it's a specific pattern, too. One of the contacts said they commission tatters in Ireland if they have a specific order." "Tatters?" "Tatting. It's a weaving method to make lace. I brought up the painting and the replication, compared. They're exact. So either the client, our killer, the fabric venue, or whoever made the costume could have ordered the lace from a craftsman in Ireland." More digging, more contacts. But that may not be a snag. It could be an answer. Handmade lace, specific pattern, specific size, shape, from one country. That's not calling all over hell and back. It's focusing in. Well, yeah, I guess it is. Change snag to possible break. On the other hand, how many tatter-type people are there in Ireland? Who the hell knows? But this guy isn't going to want somebody who makes lace for the village shops. He wants someone with an important rep. They clattered down the steps to Eve's parking level. "Start looking for the 12 best lace makers in Ireland. Or, shit, who use the Irish method, threads, tools. Got it. Where are we going first?" "We're going to start in Tribeca, work our way to Soho. Both areas are loaded with art galleries. If we get through there, we hit the village." To Eve's mind, no angle explored equaled a true waste of time, though it could and did often feel like one. If an exploration didn't harvest any solid answers, that was an answer. When you ended up with a basket of mixed, conflicting, and multiple answers, you had more to pick from. Though Harley Prince ranked high on the cooperative scale, Her responses hit typical for most. As manager of House of Art in Tribeca, she proved knowledgeable about every artist represented in the gallery. She stood about 6 feet in her towering heels, with a crown of russet curls adding another inch or two. In her sleek black dress, she showed them through various rooms where others browsed. As you can see, we offer a variety of styles, methods, mediums. How do you select the art, the artists? We work mostly through an agent or a trusted patron. No walk-ins? You mean unrepresented or unsolicited work? Yes. Smiling, she gestured Eve and Peabody into another section, then to a painting of a dancer en pointe, the one beside it of another in mid-leap, and a third caught in a pirouette. These were brought in by what you might call a hopeful. Anka Haversnell. As many artists don't have representation, we at the very least try to look, evaluate. For the most part, the work doesn't suit, but every now and again you find something wonderful. They really are wonderful, Peabody said. You see the grace, the movement, but you can see the effort and focus. Yes, exactly. Harley beamed at Peabody. Do you paint, Detective? No, not really. I just admire. As do I. We've only had these on display for a few days, and already had considerable interest. What about the ones you turned down? Eve pressed. Reactions vary. Rejections painful. Our standard response to work we find unsuitable is we work through agents. Of course, not every represented artist is accepted. Either way, represented or not, does anyone stand out? A negative reaction that concerned you? Oh my goodness, Lieutenant, they run the gamut. Tears, despair, anger, insults, even threats. What kind of threats? Self-harm or threats to bring violence? For instance, I should have my eyes gouged out as I'm already blind, or they'd see the gallery burn to the ground before they'd allow their art to be displayed here. Have you reported the threats? With a headshake that had the curls dancing, she smiled. Lieutenant, it's a momentary and passionate response. Most of them make a dramatic exit, and a good many of them come back again with new work. Or they make the rounds of other galleries. A few come back to tell me they've had their work accepted elsewhere. I wish them all the best. Let's go back to repeaters. Someone who comes back is turned down again. A male, someone who strikes you as having enough money to indulge himself. Harley pursed her lips. We do get hobbyists, as I think of them, who can afford to devote their time to their hobby. Who think they're the next big deal. She smiled again. Of course. We had a woman who'd taken up watercolors in her 80s, and they were pleasant enough paintings. She was, obviously, very used to getting her way. She offered me $5,000 to accept her work and became quite irate when I refused. The next visit, she offered $10,000, and on the third, she threatened to buy the gallery and have me fired. Harley lifted her shoulders. I'm still here. I did hear that another gallery accepted her work. I expect they were compensated. Anyone else like that? A man who tried bribes, threats, or intimidation? Harley pursed her lips again. Now that you mention it. And they got their first buzz. There was someone. Very persistent. It's been some months since he's come in. As I recall, he said he could buy this excuse for an art gallery 10 times over. I didn't take that seriously, of course, but if I remember correctly, he dressed very well. Do you have a name? Oh, no, I'm sorry. His work... What was it? Now she squeezed her eyes shut. Oil on canvas. I'm reasonably sure. I do remember it was, at best, pedestrian. As I said, it's been some months. It might be close to a year since he's come in. I honestly hadn't given him a thought until you asked. Give him a thought now. What did he paint? What did he paint? Harley repeated. Portraits. Yes, I remember that, as he didn't have the talent for portraits. His paintings lacked life, and he had no real style of his own. Stagnant is the best way I can describe them. I think he came in 3, possibly 4 times. I didn't like him, she added. I don't suppose that applies. It does. Why didn't you like him? He was rude, arrogant right from the start, as if doing us a favor by offering his art. You will have this, but I honestly can't tell you exactly why. But if he'd said I should have my eyes gouged out, I would have reported it. I found him disturbing. Can you describe him? Oh, my goodness, it's been some time. I'd say he was in his late 20s, maybe early 30s. Very slim, very pale complexion. I remember his eyes were a very, very dark blue. I remember his eyes because I found them, I'll say, disturbing again. It's what I remember most. I can't quite see his face, if you understand me, but I remember his eyes. Would you work with a police artist? Oh, well, it's very important. I do have a meeting in... She checked her wrist unit. Well, I'll be a bit late for that. And an event this evening I can't miss. I could make some time tomorrow if you think it would help. I think it could. I'll have the police artist contact you, and you can work out the best time. Meanwhile, is there anything else you remember about him, or anyone like him? I suppose he stands out, or I wouldn't have remembered him at all. And I'd say, like the watercolorist I mentioned, he struck me as someone used to getting whatever he wanted. I promise you, I'll think about it, try to jog my memory. But I really am going to be late. We very much appreciate your time, Ms. Prince. You've been very helpful. You want Yancey, Peabody said when they walked outside. Yeah, I do. This guy fits several slots, so we push there. I'll contact him. If anyone can pull more descriptive details from her memory, Yancey can. We're going to hit a few more, see if anyone else remembers a well-dressed, very white male in the age range with dark blue eyes and a bad attitude. There's a glide cart down there, and I'm empty. You may not feel it, but you've got to be empty, too. Crap. Fine. When they got to the cart, Eve had to admit there was something about the smell of soy dogs, boiled up just right, that reminded the system food was a good thing. And a cart dog on a warm afternoon was a very good thing. I'm going for the dog, too, Peabody decided. Veggie hash just won't fill the hole. Eve dug in her pocket. Shit. I need a cash machine. Oh, I can cover it. I've got it. But I borrowed most of what I've got from Rourke. I have to pay him back. Oh. Okay. Eve heard the edge of surprise. It's a thing we do. Avoids conflict. As they started back, eating dogs on the way, Eve shrugged. His money can be annoying. Obviously amused, Peabody licked some mustard off her finger. I think I could live with it. Somehow. I do live with it. I just don't like him handing me cash when I'm tapped like it's nothing. And I don't want to ever get to the point where I feel like it's nothing. On another bite of dog, Peabody nodded. Okay, I get that. I can absolutely get that. You can? Yeah, I can and do. If you treated the money like it was nothing, it's like saying, hell, he doesn't need a few hundred back from me. And sure, he doesn't. But paying it back is respect for him and for yourself. Exactly. Pleased, even vindicated, she gave Peabody a light punch in the biceps. Exactly. So I need a machine. She found one before she finished the soy dog, took out the cash, and stuffed it in another pocket. As they got back in the car, Peabody ordered them both cold drinks from the in-dash. McNabb and I split expenses. I mean, we worked it out, the rent and all that. When we go out, sometimes he treats, sometimes I do. It just depends. But the monthly expenses we split. It's respect and avoids conflict. It's love, too. You can respect somebody without loving them, but if you don't respect somebody you love, it's never gonna hold up. I'm gonna use that one if he gets pissy about the payback. Tucking it away, Eve headed for the next gallery. Though the level of cooperation dipped considerably and the details blurred, they got a hit at another gallery in Soho. They found another in the village and another nibble of information. Though the manager had only come on 3 months before and had no recollection, one of the staff did. I didn't really deal with him myself. Mark Egby cruised into his 60s with a round, pleasant face. He wore a black 3-piece suit with a poppy red bow tie. Brendita, she retired a few months ago, said he told her he'd had a brilliantly successful showing upstate. You never saw or spoke to him yourself, Mr. Egby? Not to speak to, no. I imagine I saw him at some point. I believe he came in 2 or 3 times, but would only speak with Brendita, Ms. Klein, and if I remember correctly, they spoke in her office. I recall her comment on this, as she was very frustrated, enough to say to me, the only way someone whose portraits were so lifelessly done would have a showing anywhere would be to pay for it. Did she mention where upstate he claimed he'd had one? I don't believe so, or I don't clearly remember. I'm sorry. Would she have his name in your records? I don't see why. Frankly, Lieutenant, she didn't like him. Not that she said so, he added quickly. She would never. But I worked with Brendita for more than a decade before she retired, so I knew. Would you have her contact information? I do, yes. She's traveling. She and her wife plan to travel for at least a year, if not more. I can't tell you where she might be at this time, but I have her link contact and her email. Eve noted them down, then checked the time as they left the gallery. We need to head in. We'll see if we can reach Brendita Klein, get any more details. Right now, it's clear he made the rounds. And if it's our man, his work's just not good. Or good enough. And that pisses him off because it's, to him, masterful. If he did have an art show upstate, maybe he did pay for it. Or found someone who would. We've got a lot of threads. The fabrics, the designer or costume makers, the LCs, the galleries, and some potential witnesses. We just have to pull the right one. And there's another one. What other one? Oil on canvas, Peabody said as they got back in the car. Prince was pretty sure there. And we haven't gotten the lab work back on the board, but it looked like oil paint to me. Okay, so we focus on oil paints. Not just. Since he thinks his work's so brilliant, and we think he's got the money for it, wouldn't he go for the best supplies? Yes, he would. Eve sat a moment before pulling into traffic. If he's replicating the portraits, wouldn't he want to use the same paints the original artists used? Peabody's eyes widened. Sure he would. It fits. The details of the costumes, it abso-truly fits. And more on that, I think he'd probably, at least maybe, make his own paints. Like mixing the pigment and oil himself the way they did. I think they did, Peabody qualified. It's another thread, and we tug it. We find out what the two artists he copied used. Go from there. How the hell do you make pigment? I actually sort of know. Eve spared her a glance. Oddly, I failed to be surprised by this. Well, I have a cousin who makes her own paint. From nature. Of course you do. Okay. She grinds up minerals, rocks, plants, flowers, bark, nuts, shells, whatever. Since she only uses nature, she uses egg yolk as a binder, and water for the consistency she wants. It's a lot. So it's not oil paint like we want, but it's making pigments. I can ask her. Do that. But can you buy the stuff already ground up? Sure you can, Peabody tapped her forehead. I've seen it in craft stores and art supplies. I needed more art supplies for the toy boxes, so I've been in a lot. But he'd use higher end than I did. We start higher end. Okay, I'm gonna say it right out loud. This part'll be fun for me. It's all yours. Find out what pigments, if you can, the original artists used. Find what you need to make those, specifically. And I'll talk to Serafina, my cousin. She'll know other natural artists, and maybe some who work in oil. This is a good thread. Start now, Eve said when they pulled into Central. Odds are strong he'll hit again tonight. 3 in 3 nights? He can't be painting that fast, Dallas, especially in oil. He's getting what he wants, and that's the kill. He's got all the time in the world to play with his paints. He's spent time finding the right models. As they walked to the elevator, Eve rolled it as she saw it. He had to take some time before that, selecting the paintings he wanted to replicate, and, if this angle's right, accessing the right pigments. He needs the payoff. And that's the kill. The way I see it, he can take his time finishing the paintings. He must take pictures of the victims in costume, in the pose, and if not, he's got the originals to work from. But he takes pictures. She got on the elevator. He can get a start when they're alive and posing, but he works in details, and details take time. He kills them only hours after he picks them up, not enough time for details. They come later. That's what makes sense, Peabody agreed. How long do you figure he can keep this up? Until we stop him. After the 5th stop, and the entrance of an undercover cop who smelled like raw sewage, Eve switched to the glides. Peabody headed out right behind her. I'm going to try the manager of the gallery uptown, the body dump. See if what others remember jogs anything with her. I'll try to reach Klein, and then try a few others uptown by Link. You're betting he's tried galleries all over the city, and I'm with you on that bet. But at some point, he said, fuck that. None of these assholes know real art. I'm going to try to track down Klein now, see what she remembers. Your pigments and fabrics. I have to say, yippee! Chapter 12. She left V an email for the retired gallery manager, then contacted Iona from the Midtown Gallery. I'm really vague on this, and it had to be last winter. Maybe January or February. I'm only remembering a little because you said oil on canvas, portraits, pedestrian, lifeless. According to the other gallery managers. What do you remember? An artist who brought in a portrait of a woman, and I'm not 100% clear on that. I only remember him coming in once, and he didn't cause any sort of scene or get nasty, so I didn't think about him this morning. The painting, it just wasn't good. I can't even recall the details, but I remember he needed to work on adding light and life to his work. It's something I might say to any hopeful artist. I probably encouraged him to take some classes. I can't say that absolutely, but it's something I often suggest. I am sure he never came back in, not with another piece. Can you describe him at all? I'm just not sure. White, and... With a look of frustration, Iona pressed a hand to her head. I wish I could be sure, but I'm just not sure. I think probably not over 30. He didn't make an impression, Lieutenant. Not personally or professionally. All right. If you remember any more, contact me. If you wouldn't mind, you might ask your staff if they remember him. I absolutely will. We're all pretty shaken. Who wouldn't be, Eve thought, and turned to her board just before she heard Peabody's cowboy boot clomp. Leonardo reports. What? None of the colleagues he contacted created those costumes. He has more to reach out to, but so far, none. He did try a few venues, but they locked him out mostly because he's a designer. The way he explains it is some in his business might try to poach clients this way, so they keep it zipped. But he does bump up 3 fabric venues. He's also reaching out on the Irish lace. He actually has a mother-daughter team who does lace for him when he wants it. Another thread? I left a message for my cousin. If she's working, she shuts off her link, but she's good at getting back to me. Good. Eve filled her in on Iona. He left enough of an impression for her to remember he didn't leave much of one. Eve leaned back, gave Peabody a nod. That's exactly right. Given some time, she might remember something else. But she's more sure she remembers telling him he needed more light and life in his work. You think the way he decided to do that was to take lives. I do. The more she considered it, the clearer, the louder it rang for her. If you want to punish the galleries for not recognizing your genius, you go after the galleries or the people in them who turned you down. But that's not it. He's using death to give his work life. And there'll never be another portrait of that person again. Only his. but they're copies of others, which is something none of the managers who remember him at all said. Not one said he copied classic portraits. This is new for him. A new... what do they call it when an artist... It's not era. Period. This is his death period, I guess. And he'll show all of them how brilliant he is, how gifted. I'm going to finish up here, then give this damn paperwork an hour. I'll hit a few galleries on the way home. You keep working the pigments and fabrics. And yet another yippee. Eve considered it a bonus when an hour of paperwork didn't make her eyes actually bleed. She checked the time, then calculated what she had left. After casting her non-bleeding eyes to the ceiling, she got another cup of coffee. If she put in 30 more, she could finish. Be done. Have it over. So she bore down, blocked everything else out, sucked it up, and attacked the last miserable sticky bunch of it. When she finished in 20, she pressed her fingers to her eyes. Still no blood. She'd emerged victorious. And she deserved a reward. Forget trophies, medals, cash prizes. She wanted candy. She got up, walked to her office door, listened. Yeah, still some activity in her bullpen. She eased the door shut, just in case. After turning her desk chair over, she sat on the floor. With her penknife, she carefully unscrewed the wheeled base, lifted it. Instead of the jumbo chocolate bar, she stared down at a jumbo smiley face sticker, a big yellow smiley face with googly eyes. Son of a bitch! Because it looked puffy, she pressed a finger on it. As the googly eyes shook, it went, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. That's not funny. Maybe a little funny, she admitted. But now the insidious candy thief mocked her. Stealing her candy stash wasn't enough for them now? She sat a moment, plotting revenge. Coating the next bar with liquid laxative before stashing it came to mind and felt very satisfying. But, as lieutenant, she couldn't afford to have anyone in her bullpen suddenly shitting their pants while in the pursuit of justice. And yet, as she stared down at the smiley face, she seriously weighed serve and protect against vengeance. She'd think about it. She replaced the wheelbase, righted the chair. To comfort herself, she looked at her cleared desk and told herself good work required no reward. When she went out to the bullpen, Peabody still manned her desk. I'm just waiting for McNabb. They busted that major cyber case, so he's pumped. We're going to catch a brew with Calendar and some of the others. I've got what might be a line, I think, on some of the fabric, but it's after hours in Europe. Right. The wheelbase on my desk chair was loose. Oh? Do you want me to call maintenance? Innocence, Eve wondered, or caginess? Hard to tell. No, I fixed it. Ha ha ha. Peabody's brow creased. You okay, Dallas? I'm dandy. Like candy. And I'm out. In more ways than one, she thought as she walked to the glides. Remembering the marriage rules, she texted Rourke that she had a few stops to make on the way home. Maybe she should backtrack on her candy hiding places. Try labeling it under something like broccoli in her office AC. No, she realized, reverse strategy. Put it under something tasty. No one ever filched from her AC when she wasn't there. Because she understood in her strange cop world that would simply be wrong. Tacos, she considered. Tacos were tasty. She'd think about it. As she jogged down the last level, Rourke texted her back. "Running a bit late myself. I've something to clear up before I leave. I'll see you at home." Satisfied the marriage rules held strong, she drove into the early evening insanity of Manhattan traffic. She programmed in 5 addresses on the East Side and wondered why the hell New York had so many art galleries. On her start, stop, wait, walk journey, her choices started with the tiny, with its trio of narrow aisles covered with paintings of cats, dogs, turtles, fish in bowls or tanks, birds in cages or on perches, a snake that looked ready to swallow a whole human. She learned the display was a celebration of pets. Her final stop hit the other end of the scale with a 2-story space with art carefully spaced on its bright white walls or on sturdy white stands. Even the floors and the open curve of stairs glittered white. She might have reached for her sunshades, but she'd left them in the car. Somewhere. Everyone spoke in hushed tones, as they might in a church. All the staff wore severe